The Committee of Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., present. Senator Janelle K. Serow. Senator Serow, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet, present. Mr. Chair, you have 3 present, 4 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Correspondence dated August 12th, 2022. Honorable Kurt A. Vialet, Chairperson, Committee on Finance, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Dear Senator Vialet, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my late arrival to today's Committee on Finance meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for immediate review upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Kindest regards, Donna Fred Gregory, President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator Fred Gregory Stadi.
Mr. Chair, you have 3 present, 3 absent, 1 tardy.
Any more correspondence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Can you may read that agenda into the record?
The Committee on Finance Fiscal Year 2023 budget hearing for Friday, August 12th, 2022 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will receive testimony on the proposed Fiscal Year 2023 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. At 9 a.m., the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission invited testifiers Vernice Gumbs, Acting Executive Director. At 12:30 p.m., Virgin Islands Port Authority invited testifiers Carlton, Dowe, Executive Director. And at 2 p.m., the Bureau of Corrections invited testifiers Wynnie, Testamark, Director. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. First, before us, we have the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission with the Acting Executive Director, Ms. Vernice Gumbs. I'm going to allow her to put her name and title on the record, along with those individuals who will be participating virtually. Ms. Gumbs?
Good morning, Vernice Gumbs, Acting Executive Director for the Taxicab Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Gumbs. And Ms. Lloyd? Yes.
Good morning. Good morning, Loretta Lloyd, Chairperson, Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Gumbs, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Kurt Vialet, Chairman of the Committee of Finance, members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, legislative staff, Chairperson and board members of the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission, our dedicated staff, our partners in the automobile for hire industry in the Virgin Islands, and the distinguished citizens of our community, to include the viewing and listening audience. I am Vernice M. Gumbs, Acting Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission. Appearing remotely are members of the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission's board. Collectively, we will provide an overview of the Commission's fiscal year 2023 budget. The Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission is a semi-autonomous agency of the Government of the Virgin Islands, comprised of a 9-member board appointed by the Governor with the consent of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. The Taxicab Commission is charged with the responsibility of regulating the automobile for hire industry. To execute these responsibilities safely, the Commission must improve operational efficiency and effectiveness by educating industry operators and consumers. Achievement of organization goals necessitate updating the Rules and Regulations Handbook for all automobile for hire operators, which our legal counsel is currently working on, evaluation of the taxi training and license program for first-time applicants to determine its efficiency and effectiveness, especially as it pertains to medallion owners and veterans. The Commission will continue to concentrate on the enforcement of all rules and regulations through A, implementation/continuation of public education campaigns/town hall meetings, fully automating our operations to include the establishment of a database for all taxi medallions, automobile for hire operators, licenses, and vehicles. The vision for automation shall include electronic payments, paperless processing, and the collection of enforcement data. To facilitate a greater understanding by the public regarding the Commission's functions, procedures, and activities, the Commission plans to establish electronic mail, collaboration, and file sharing systems, as well as an internet website. D, hiring additional enforcement officers. Andrew Carnegie, a Scottish American industrialist, once said, "Teamwork is the ability to work together towards a common vision, the ability to direct individual accomplishment toward organizational objectives. It is the fuel that allows common people to attain uncommon results. Working in conjunction with the Department of Tourism, UVI Cell, our automobile for hire operators, and the public, we will improve and reshape the automobile for hire industry." Mission statement. The Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission oversees the operations of automobiles for hire in the territory. This includes the issuance of automobile for hire business licenses and vigorous enforcement of laws, rules, and regulations governing the industry. The Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission is focused on ensuring the delivery of safe, courteous, and consistent transportation services that will enhance our tourism product and serve the local community. Taxi License Fund. The Taxi License Fund was established in Act number 5172 on July 18, 1986. Revenues are generated through the issuance of business licenses pursuant to Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, title searches, recording of liens, release of liens, miscellaneous forms, publications, penalties, and citations. The following data of activities have been compiled for FY 2021-2022 from October 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. Medallion replacement, 1. Review of documents, 63. Badge renewal, 64. Medallion sales, 5. Tariff, 9. Taxi training/license, 5. Replacement plates, 1. Lien, 1. Replacement certificate, 1. Taxi citations, 15. Transfer of ownership, 5. Leases, 36. Co-operator, 2. Rules and Regulations Handbook, 2. Business licenses, 238. Replacement badge, 2. Medallion co-ownership, 1. Lien release, 1. Penalties/late fees, 78. The reduction in business activity during this time period is a result of the office being closed due to COVID-19 and our inability to function remotely. In addition, due to the lack of our enforcement officers performing dedicated hours to the automobile for hire industry, but instead providing full hours daily to COVID task force under the direction of the Virgin Islands Police Department. The issuance of taxi citations was at a bare minimum as reflected in the chart. I have also discovered that there are vendor payments that have not been paid dating back to 2015. Those outstanding payments are Caribbean Auto Mart, $777.62. The outstanding date is May 20th. Office Depot, $612.79. That's of June 20, 2021. Department of Personnel Employee of the Year, $375 from February 2022. Workman's Comp, $982.36. That is for both districts as of January 2022. Veteran Affairs, $29,540 as of December 20th. As of December 2020 and 2021. Department of Property and Procurement, $84,000, and that covers a period of 2015 to present for rent. The Virgin Islands Taxi Commission does not receive any appropriations from the general fund. The Taxi License Fund is the sole funding source for all personnel and operating expenses of the Taxicab Commission. The inability, these are some of our challenges, the inability to process online applications and offer payments through our website is one. Two, all of the Commission's business processes are performed manually, making communications with stakeholders difficult because the Commission has no automated system. Three, all the computer hardware and software equipment are at end of life. Four, unreliable internet and printing issues. Five, shortage of enforcement officers to generate revenues on all three islands. Our goals. One, to seek funding in the form of grant or otherwise in the amount of $400,000. I have already obtained a proposal that would allow the Commission to invest and implement technical solutions to achieve and improve its operations and educate our stakeholders efficiently and effectively. Two, create a standard format for applicants who desires to be an automobile for hire operator. Three, revise the platform for the taxi training and license program in conjunction with the Department of Tourism and UVI Cell to ensure operators are trained to serve as territorial ambassadors of our beautiful Virgin Islands. Four, re-establish limousines under the Taxicab Commission's oversight. And five, re-establish operational hours on the island of St. John beginning September 2022. Accomplishments. Town halls were held on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John to collaborate and receive testimony from our constituents and the public pertaining to the official tariff, which has not been increased since 2005. In June 2022, the Board of the Taxicab Commission voted to make the changes necessary and increase the official tariff by 50% across the board. The draft document was delivered to the print shop of the Department of Property and Procurement and has since been returned for final proofing, which was completed and is expected to be printed in its final form by mid-August, at which time we will engage in public service announcements so that our automobile for hire operators and all other interested partners can obtain the official updated tariff. It is anticipated that this updated tariff will bring financial relief to our constituents. Concluding, it's been said that it takes roughly 10,000 hours to become good at something or 28 days of doing the same thing over and over to create a habit. So when you look at the Commission challenges and goals, remember that not only will it take some time, but it would also require hard work. We live in a society that likes everything instantly. Food or grocery delivery in under an hour, streaming movies, etc. So much so that we sometimes forget the best and most valuable things in life come from working hard to achieve them. However, working collectively with our legislators, partners, staff, operators, and consumers will require time and lots of creativity, but together we've got this. Lastly, I would like to thank you, Senator Vele, and the Committee on Finance for inviting us here today to present an overview of the FY 2023 budget of the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission. The Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission's board members for their guidance and support, our staff for their continued support despite the many challenges we face daily, and most of all, I would like to extend a heartfelt appreciation to all our automobile for hire operators who serve as ambassadors and the first line of customer service to our territory. Our team is available to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd also like to welcome Senator Carrion. Please put Senator Carrion down as present. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round for the Taxi Commission, and we're going to begin with Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewing, listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Ms. Gumbs.
Good morning.
Thank you for your testimony. The Taxicab Commission plays a vital role in our community. Our taxi drivers are our ambassadors. They are the first that our tourists see when they come, and the last when they leave. And I believe the commission has some work to do in that respect. Let me ask you quickly, in the post-audit report, it's showing when it comes to repairs and maintenance, for 2021, the actual was $3,861. Year to date, up until June, it's showing $120, and then for 23, it's showing $6,000. Where did that $6,000 come from? And what type of repairs and maintenance are we speaking to the building? How does that work?
I'm going to defer that to Ms. Lloyd because I was not part of this.
And that's true. I forgot you just came on board, so welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. Lloyd?
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
I stepped away a little bit, so could you pose your question again, please?
In the post-audit report, page 5 of 8, repairs and maintenance, in 2021, the actual was $3,861. For 22, it's showing, as of June, $120. But for 2023 budget, it's showing $6,000. How did we come up with that $6,000 number?
That amount came over from the last budget. I am not privy to I was not privy to that budget. As I said before, I appeared. So we'll have to check it out, Mr. Senator Blyden, and we'll get back to you on that.
And without due respect, I appreciate it, Ms. Lloyd, but I know you've been the chair.
Pardon me?
I say I appreciate your response, but I'm saying with all due respect, though, I know you've been the chair, so I would have expected to at least be prepared. You don't have those numbers because we have a new director who really don't have much information. She just came on board, so it's important when it comes to the budget. We have all the numbers because we're dealing with numbers, and we need to assure that we are funding each department with the proper.
Yes, and you are correct, but I was not privy to the budget when it was being prepared. So I'll have to go back and check it out and get back to you.
Very well. Also, it's showing vacancies, Ms. Gumbs. It's showing, and first of all, before I go there, let me mention your mission statement. to oversee the operation of vehicles for hire through regulations, education, and enforcement of laws, rules, and regulations governing the taxicab industry, and to ensure the delivery of transportation services that will enhance
2 minutes.
our tourism product, customer service, and serve the local community through courteous, respectful, and knowledgeable operators in a cost-effective manner. So I see having major challenges fulfilling that mission statement, because you have such small number of employees and you have 4 vacancies, and the vacancies are critical to your operation. The 2 enforcement officers that basically will be regulating the industry, and also the inspectors. So what's the plan in terms of assuring you can fill those vacancies in short order and move forward? Because, like I said, this is a critical industry for our drivers.
And I do concur. It is my
Speaking to the mic, Ms. Gumbs.
I'm sorry. I do concur with you, Senator Blyden, and it is my intent to go on and advertise to fill those positions, at least 2 positions for enforcement officers by the end of this month.
But at the same time, too, the salary for those officers is too low, so I
It's
don't
very
see
low.
how you're going to get those positions filled. What's the salary?
37, I think 37,000, a little over 37,000 for.
Correct. So do you see yourself getting those position filled in short order? So that's why it's important that you meet with the board and see how you can strategize to see how we can increase those salaries to onboard individuals to run the agencies. And you spoke to your challenges before my time is up. Let me speak to your challenges and let me ask you. You spoke to your challenges and your goals, right? And one of your goals is to create a standard format for applicants who desire to be an automobile for hire operator, and to reestablish limousines under the Taxicab Commission's oversight. Now, I want to speak to that briefly. In addition to that, I know I have something that I submitted to assist with the Taxicab Commission when it comes to revenues, when it comes to gypsy cabs. We have so many gypsy cabs in the territory who rightfully has stepped in and assist many individuals at our grocery stores, shopping malls, etc., to get them to and from with their supplies, etc. And I think that's a great thing. But it's a free-for-all because, as far as I know, there's no regulations, there's no type of taxes, nothing in that industry. But it's a robust industry. It's many individuals supporting their families, which is a good thing. But the government, the Taxicab Commission, needs to regulate the industry. You need to be overseeing that because it's about safety also and everything else that comes with vehicles for hire. And you regulate and you have oversight over all vehicles for hire. Is that correct?
That's correct, with the exception of the limousines. They're still under licensing and
I was going to
consumers.
get there. I haven't gotten there yet because that's where policy and procedure come in, and that's where
Correct.
legislation come in.
Correct.
So I look forward to having further discussion in that respect because you are over all vehicles for hire, and those 2 categories fit within your scope and your oversight. So I look forward to meeting with you. The last director I met with her, so I will meet with you and see how we can move forward in expeditiously moving forward these 2 pieces of policies to assure that you can bring in more revenues for this most important industry here in our territory. So thank you so much for the time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Ms. Gumbs, on page 5 of your testimony, you said the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission does not receive any appropriation from the general fund. They received $305,312 for fiscal year 2022 in the miscellaneous section of the budget, M1700.
I just got that last evening. When I prepared this, I did not have it.
Okay.
So-
Ms. Lloyd, you're aware of that the Taxicab Commission received $300,000 from the general fund?
No, because remember we had a conversation, Senator Valley, that you requested it, but it was never passed, and I continue to ask.
No, Miss Lloyd. It's in the miscellaneous section of the
Yes.
budget, Bill 84.
Yes, no, we just received that. We just received it. last night, yes.
You just received what last night?
The appropriation of 305,000, whatever the number is, 305,000, yes.
305,312. So you just
Right.
got the money in the taxi fund last night? The money was transferred yesterday?
Well, we have had a lot of challenges with our internet.
Yeah, but
and we've had some I'm just telling you that I just received it last night from OMB. Yes, we did.
so you received the $305,000
No, we received notification.
You received notification that you're supposed to get
Right.
$305,000
Yes.
last night.
Yes, yes.
But 2 months before the fiscal year is about to expire, that is when you receive notice from OMB.
I have it right here. Let me see if I find it. I have it right here. Same thing.
The Taxicab Commission has received monies in the general fund for the last 3 or 4 fiscal years. Matter of fact, almost for the last 5, because I remember when we transitioned from the Taxicab being able to fund themselves to request some money from this body, and that was during the MAP administration. So I'm kind of surprised that nobody knew when this is something that has gone on every single year of this administration, where there have been monies placed in the miscellaneous section for the Taxicab Commission. So I would suffice then to say, if you didn't need that $305,000 and you've been operating all the time, then you don't need appropriation.
Yes, Senator Bailey, may I please say to you that, again, the budget was never shared with us, so the board, so we never knew. And we got something from justification yesterday sent down, and so this is the only information that I have. But yes, we do need it. We do need it, Senator Bailey.
As the chair of the board, when the last budget presentation was done, it was done by Mr. Shane Benjamin, and I think you attended that hearing, correct? Virtually?
No, I did not.
So there was nobody from the board that attended the hearing?
I don't recall attending that hearing.
Okay, and after Mr.
But
Benjamin...
at any rate, like I said, and I'm going to continue to say, that, a lot of things have not been shared with the board, okay?
Yeah, but
through the special assistant.
in all honesty, the internal workings of the Taxicab Commission is with the executive branch, not the Senate. The Senate appropriates money for the Taxicab Commission. The board
Correct.
is supposed to hire the executive director. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So
That's correct.
if the board did not know what the executive director was doing, that's an executive branch. Because that person worked for the board, and the board was supposed to hire that person. And then in this fiscal year, the chair, Mr. Benjamin, was terminated, and you brought on Miss Linda Smith. So you didn't know the budget of Miss Linda Smith?
No, it was not shared.
It was. You looked at the last hearing. The board saw the last hearing. The documents are here, and I don't think we could go back and say that that's a fault of Mr. Benjamin, because it's there. It's the executive branch. So you can't come and say that you don't know something because it wasn't shared when that person is hired by the board. That doesn't make any sense.
I have a problem with that. The problem that I'm having with that is that, yes, it should be shared with the board. But, it was, and I have to say again, it was never shared with us. So I apologize if,
So you actually, did you make a request for the budget to the executive director?
You mean for Mr. Benjamin?
Yes.
I
Mr.
don't
Benjamin
recall
and Ms. Smith.
Well, I've had several communications in writing with Ms. Smith, and I've yet, to get those responses. As a matter of fact, when I started to take on the budget, I was told before this same, the legislature that, was overstepping the boundaries because nothing was being done. So we started to do it. I started to do it, and so I stopped because, I was told that we were overstepping the boundaries.
How, Ms. Gumbs, how are the employees paid? With a Department of Finance check?
Yes.
So are they being paid from the general fund, or are they being paid from the contributions that you collect?
The contributions.
How much have you collected this year thus far?
Okay, the last. Listen. Just had that here, bro.
Senator Valley,
Yes.
I am going to look at my notes. I sent it after this hearing. I was sending to you where I did make the request from both Mr. Benjamin and Ms. Linda Smith. I sent it to you in writing. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, the fees I'm speaking to are medallion replacement, badge renewal, medallion sales, tariff, taxi training license, replacement plates, replacement certificate, transfer of ownership, replacement badge, medallion co-ownership, lien release, penalty and late fees, handbook, cooperator, tariff. You have the amounts of those?
I thought I had the amount with me, but I did not put it in here.
Speaking to the one.
I'm sorry, I thought I walked with that amount with me. I calculated that, but unfortunately, I didn't put it in my binder. However, I could, send it over to you once I get back to the office.
Is there anyone in the office that could send it to you?
No, because they don't have access to my desk.
Ms. Lloyd, do you know how much was collected in fees?
Could you ask the question again, please? I was distracted.
Do you know how much was collected in fees?
No, I don't. Because again,
Okay, when you have
again from December 2021, I've been asking Ms. Smith, for those numbers into the system, and I have not yet received it as we speak. So I had to go to the Department of Finance to ask them to run a report for us so that we can look at it.
So when you're having when do you meet? When are your board meetings?
Board meetings I had monthly, but we haven't had any for August as yet.
So for your
We
July,
will have one right up, huh?
for your July board
Yeah.
meeting, you didn't ask for how much has been collected for the fiscal year?
No, I did not. Those are things that the executive director usually, do in her report. And nothing, to tell the truth, nothing has been done during that time.
If I may, Senator, there is a discrepancy, and of course, when I left the office yesterday afternoon as a result of the office losing power, I could not see to get all the information that I had. And there is a discrepancy in what is actually entered in being reported in finance to what the office put together. And that is because the revenues and expenses are not inputted on a monthly basis into the system, and has not been, to my understanding, for some time.
Why?
From what was shared with me is when the executive assistant to the director left, no one was inputting that information into the system. So I think she left back in November, And I want to say, or I believe it's safe to say that from November until present, the information was not being inputted regularly into the system.
Has the money's been transferred or deposited?
Well, deposits are made on a daily basis to the bank.
And you have the deposit or the bank statement to show how much you deposited into the taxi license fund, correct?
Correct. And that is another thing that, I have to take time and go through, because it is going to be quite a challenge because there is no consistency. I just grab a receipt book and I write receipts. Everything is out of sequence. So it's quite a bit to be going through, that I have to go through to understand what has been done and try to correct it moving forward.
I'm gonna go to the next senator, but we continue to say we stronger than ever, and we know one thing that's going on. Senator James, you recognize.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Before I get into my line of questioning, Mr. Chair, I'm requesting that the Taxicab Commission forward the minutes for the meetings and agenda for the past 6 months to this committee so we can have an idea of what has been transpiring since we have just found out these findings through your line of questioning. And I see here where you made mention that you have outstanding vendor payments. What are you doing to rectify that issue with Department of Property and Procurement in an amount of $84,000 dating back to 2015?
Conversation was had between the Commissioner of Property and Procurement and Senate and Chairperson Lloyd, and an agreement was made. So I made contact with the property manager, and she is putting together the invoice because I think there was some forgiveness of that $84,000. Exactly what amount, I'm not sure until I get the invoice.
Please rectify that issue. And I see where you have an outstanding payment of $375 for Department of Personnel Employee of the Year. Explain to me what's going on there. It's dating back February 2022?
That's correct. So one of the employees was nominated, and there was a fee associated, I guess, with the purchasing of the gifts and the ads that were placed, and the commission is responsible for paying that. And it was not paid at that time.
And I see where you owe Office Depot $612.79 since June 2021. Those are small fees, and I just don't understand why we're not paying those. What's the issue with paying those small amount of fees?
Again, they were not paid by the former directors, those directors that preceded me.
That's small money. And then you have Caribbean Automat, $777.62. Why are we owing Caribbean Automat? What's that about?
For repairs and maintenance.
Dating back May 2020. Well,
correct.
My piece. We in trouble, But I hope and pray now that the good chair brought it to your attention about the $300,000. I'm not sure but it's miscellaneous, so it can be used for anything. So if we had individuals doing their due diligence, we wouldn't have this right here showing outstanding payments, because it's more than enough to pay some of these things that are past due. It doesn't really look good for a Virgin Islands government to be owing people these kind of money. It makes us look bad. And I see where for travel, you have FY 2023 projections. How often do you travel? Like, is that for conferences on the U.S. mainland? Is that inter-island?
I can't speak, to how often, because I'm just coming on board. But I do believe that it is for training off island, outside of the territory, and between the islands.
And I see for for FY 2023 projections, you do not have anything for advertising and promotion. Isn't there a need to advertise and promote if you plan to rebrand and market yourself differently? Because
Absolutely, there will be a need. But like you just referred to the 300,000 for miscellaneous, some of those monies will be used towards those things.
I hope so, because I really look forward to the next time we see you before us for a committee hearing, that you can speak about how you're going to rebrand and move forward. I know you inherited some of these things, but at some point we have to do what we have to do. That is why we made, not we as far as the legislature, but that is why there were changes made to the commission so we could be able to move forward. And as far as your 9-member board, which is appointed by the governor, have you had any conversations with the governor to fill? Do you have a full complement of board members? No, right?
No.
So what's the conversation with the governor? Is he in conversations with you to let you know what names he planned to bring down?
I have not spoken directly to the governor regarding that, but I will.
Please do.
Can I,
Sure.
to the chair?
No, not through the chair, through me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Senator. I have had conversations with the governor, and he's
1
working
minute.
and doing.
Go ahead, Ms. Lloyd.
Yes, I've had a conversation with the governor, and he's working and getting a member for 2 members, as a matter of fact, because we have a 9-member board, but only presently we have 7 members. So I've had conversations with him.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And as far as, I can't remember which agency or came before us, but they made mention of, I think it was, what do you call it, similar to like a Uber or Lyft. I'm not saying I want that in the Virgin Islands, so I just want to make it clear. But during the budget hearing, I think somebody made mention of a ride-sharing application. Is that true? Are you guys in conversation with anybody about a ride-sharing app or service?
I have not been in communication with anyone. What I know is that under former Director Smith, she was in communication with, I can't even remember the name of. And as I was perusing through the website, there is an app out there that speaks to I have to look at it and see, to the ridership. Maybe that's what you're referring to.
Because I was trying to tie it into you needing a full complement of board members to be able to regulate, to be able to collect revenues if you plan to move in that direction, and if so, when it's going to come online. But that's a whole nother conversation, because I'm not advocating for it. I'm just inquiring based off of what we heard recently in a budget hearing. It was made mention of a ride-sharing app, and that's the first time I heard about it as a sitting senator. So there should be some level of transparency. Hopefully at a later time, the chairperson with the committee of jurisdiction can dive in on that. And lastly, Mr. Chair, it was made mention $400,000 in a form of a grant to allow for the commission to invest and implement technical solutions. When you say technical solutions, you plan to improve as far as IT involve what?
That's correct.
Elaborate.
Okay, so as mentioned in my testimony, all the computers in the office are at end of life. None of our computers in the office has a mic and or a camera.
So why would you need a grant? Is there a specific grant that you're going after, or do you need it from this body?
Well, I'm going to research it through LEPC, through their grants, to see if we can get assistance with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Point of information, Senator Blythe, and then some point of inquiry, Senator Sarro. Before you guys go, I want to welcome Senator Bolquez, Angel Bolquez, and Senator Frankie Johnson. Thank you for coming. And Senator Sarro is, please mark Senator Sarro as present. Senator Blythe, please, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Executive Director Gumbs, you mentioned the $84,000 for rent owed to the PMP, and you spoke to conversation that Board Chair Lloyd had with the commissioner, but you said you did not know how much have been forgiven. Board Chair Lloyd, how much have been forgiven of the $84,000 rental arrears?
I'm glad that you asked that. I'm glad that you asked that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay. I had conversations with the Commissioner of Property Procurement. At the time, it was $54,200, and we were forgiven a certain amount.
What's that amount?
And it was supposed to be.
What's the amount you were forgiven?
I was $54,000, and it came down to $13,200. Since then, the former director have not paid, pay the rent. She went and when she threw her testimony, she said it was paid, and I've been checking all the time, and it has not been paid. And so I told Ms. Gumbs to speak with the property managing person, and she did. And so I guess from the time I had a conversation with the commissioner, the amount grew because it's $12,000, $1,100 a month. And so it has grown. Can I help you with,
So based on your estimate, what the total balance at this time? What the balance at this time?
At this time?
Yes.
It says 84,000.
No, not what it says. What
I want to
balance?
think that's it.
Not what it says. What balance do you have at this time based on your conversation?
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. We have to have Ms. Gumbs go into the system, to check and see, what the balance is. We've been having problems with internet. We're having problems to get into the ERP system. And it seems like, every turn we make, it's been some kind of a witch hunt or some kind of something to make us fail. But we are persistent.
Ms. Lloyd,
okay,
thank you, Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd, honestly, and colleagues, we need to have a serious sit down with the Taxicab Commission, the board, and the executive director in respect to that industry. That's our most important industry moving forward in the territory, and one of our main tourism product, and we need to honestly have a serious and honest discussion of how we're going to move forward in actually getting on the right track. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. The Committee of Jurisdiction need to immediately convene a meeting. 1 minute, Ms. Lloyd. Point of inquiry, Senator Sarro. Senator Sarro, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a point of information based on what was said on a point of inquiry. Under Governor Mapp, they were paying $12,000. Before Governor Mapp, they were paying $12,000 a month. Under Governor Mapp rent, he had them start paying rent to property and procurement. So I don't understand why you're paying rent again when rent was stopped under the previous administration. So if you owe $84,000 in rent, I don't understand the math. The math ain't adding up because $12,000 times 3 years does not total $84,000. I know for a fact, everybody knows my father was a former director of the Taxicab Commission. They did not pay rent. That was stopped. But the point of inquiry that I have is that, Director Lloyd, did you remove the rights of the employees on the Muni system?
Excuse me?
Did you remove the rights of the employees to have access to the Muni system?
No, I did not.
Mr. Chair, for the listening of the audience, the employees down at the Taxicab Commission now, they have access to the system, but a directive was given to finance to not allow them to maneuver the system. They've been kicked out of the system. So when you're asking for numbers this morning, you can't have numbers if the employees are unable to access the system to put in the numbers. Those are the facts.
Thank you. Does Ms. Gumbs, does employees have access to the system?
Okay, if I may, there was one employee, one administrative employee who was removed by the former director before I got on board.
Have you
A second
have you put the
person-
person back on the system?
A second person was removed at her request until she is compensated by, for working into
Okay.
the Munis system and the stat system.
So who has access to the unit system? Only
Right-
right
no.
now, only you.
No, right now, the senior officer does. There was with some allegations that were made as a reason for the one administrative person being removed from the system under the former director.
Okay, so the building that you are using is you done with property and procurement
That's
down
correct.
Crown Bay,
That's correct.
and you have a lease with them. Have you seen a lease?
The list that I have seen and that I have access to, that I found in there, I think it dates back to under Lynn Millen's time. So that's going back to 2010. I don't know anything about, I know, what I do know is that we are awaiting a new lease from property and procurement.
I'm a legislature anytime.
So if you owe 84,000, that is saying that you owe 7 years of rent.
That's correct.
From what year to what year?
From 2015 to present,
Where you got that from? Who presented the bill to you? PMP?
actually, when I spoke with their property person, yes.
Who you
I
spoke to, Mr.
Miss Hodge. And she assured me that she would put it together and have it forwarded to me, hand delivered to me.
Ms. Lloyd, as the director, as the board chair, they have never been directed to pay rent if rent is owed? You're muted. Let me go on.
So, Senator, if I may ask, is again, and I'm not sure, Senator Sorrow say that there is one, and I guess it would be a lease to stop, an agreement of some sort to stop paying rent, because I've never seen that either. But I will look into it.
Looking in the budget book that was sent down by the Office of Management and Budget on Government House, Taxi License Fund, in fiscal year 2020, collected $461,345. In 2021, and these are actuals, collected $451,558.50. In fiscal year 22, this fiscal year, as of March, which is 6 months, which is half of the year, only $57,000 was deposited. $200,000 should have been deposited into that account. Minimum of maybe $225,000, only $57,000. So as of 3/31/2022, according to the information provided by Finance and OMB, the taxi license fund has a negative balance of $96,565. We're in the red. So your appropriation is $1 million. You said your budget is $1 million, correct?
Correct.
Subtract $305,000. Your budget is $700,000 because it's $1,027,000. $700,000. You have not collected $700,000 in the last couple of years. We used to collect that kind of money back in 2014, 2015. I've seen where we collect $700,000-800,000.
And that's
How is your budget going to be sustained? You only collect $57,000 this year. How you going to sustain $1 million budget and the appropriation from this body is only $305,000?
it's a lot of work we have to do.
No, what
in
is
order
happening
to-
now is that you sort of have received some of the $305,000 because individuals are getting their regular payroll check.
Yes.
Monies are not being deposited. Only 57,000 has been deposited for this year. So that doesn't cover payroll or anything. So the money has been coming from the central government. Senator Carrion, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the members of the board and the acting executive director for the Taxicab Commission. Clearly, we really have some challenges with the Taxicab Commission that we definitely have to address. From your testimony, I saw the list of challenges that you presented. You mentioned 5 different challenges, but what I did not really see within those challenges is what is the intention of the commission to correct and find solutions to these challenges that you currently have. For example, the inability to process online applications and offer payments through our website. What is the plan in regards to that, Ms. Gumbs?
That is where it will fall under intent to upgrade infrastructure. Currently,
Is that what you are mentioning in your goals, $400,000 to be able to invest and implement technical solutions?
correct.
And the $400,000, did you get some estimate on what would be the cost to be able to upgrade your website so that it could be able to really process online applications and collect payments?
I have one thus far, and I'm waiting on another one from BIT. I have one from Omni Systems, and I'm waiting another one from BIT.
Okay. And the grant source, you mentioned one entity that might be a possible grantor for that, for those funds. Are there any other sources that you're looking into?
I have not looked into any other source right now, but I know that $300,000 that are in miscellaneous, it's possible that some of those monies would also go towards that.
All right. With regards to, I find that difficult hearing what the chair just mentioned of what your current collection has been thus far. Clearly, there's some real budget challenges and issues with the commission, and I haven't yet heard how you plan to address those other than maybe depending on the general fund, but I'm not even, this request today really seems a bit outrageous, not the request, but how you plan to sustain your operations given the funding that is available.
2 minutes.
All your computer and hardware and software equipment you said are at the end of the life. Have you included then within the budget space to be able to purchase new equipment?
I was not there with the preparing of the budget.
I'm sorry?
I was not part of preparing the budget.
You weren't part of preparing the budget, Ms. Gumbs?
No. I actually, excuse me? I didn't hear you.
Oh, because you came in recently. There was a former director before you.
That's correct.
I understand. But are you aware if these funds have been placed within the budget to acquire the software equipment needed?
Those monies, to the best of my knowledge, were not. That's why I'm going out to solicit grants.
Ms. Lloyds? The chairperson of the commission, the board? Mr. Chair, is she no longer with us?
Ms. Lloyd is still there.
Can you hear me?
No, we can.
We could hear you now. Did you within the budget separate it to be able to purchase hardware and software equipment that is needed?
Miss Lloyd, you're muted again. Miss Lloyd, unmute your device.
Okay, my time is running.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. I have some correspondence from BIT relative to what you're asking me, so I'm going to get it, and I'm going to, respond back to you after the meeting.
Now, my question was if the purchase of these equipments were placed within the budget.
No, I don't. Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge.
And then, Ms. Gumbs, in the testimony, you mentioned shortage of enforcement officers to generate the revenue that is in all 3 islands. How many do you have currently, and how many you think you need?
Currently, we have 3 officers, 1 on the island of St. Croix and 2 on St. Thomas, servicing St. Thomas and St. John. In all honesty, to be able to generate the revenues that would help us to sustain ourselves, I would say 10 officers, but we do not have that budget at this time. So if we can get at least 2 for each island, that would be a great help.
And was that included within your current budget, the hiring of new officers?
At least 2.
Time.
Yes.
Very well. So at least 2 were included. Mr. Chair, if I may conclude.
Yes, you may.
Yeah, within the post-audit report, I realized that in page 5, for office supplies, you have operating supplies and office supplies, and you're projecting for 2023, 5,000 for office supplies and operating supplies, 5,490. What's the difference between both of these categories, and why the increase?
I'm not sure if Ms. Lloyd could speak to the difference in the categories, but to me, they represent one of the same.
Ms. Lloyd?
Yes, sir. I was distracted. What was the question, sir?
Ms. Lloyd, we're going to need you not to be distracted if you're...
Yes, I know. I'm just getting, I have a cold. I have a cold, so I keep getting up. Go ahead.
I understand. The office supply and operating supply on the post-audit report, page 5. One is for 5,000, another one's for 5,490. What's the difference between the office supply and operating supplies? And
office supplies are, things like to purchase badges, things that you use daily in the office, like paper, pen, the sort of stuff like that.
And operating supplies?
Yeah, operational supplies, yes.
So it's one of the same, because there's 2 different line categories in the post-audit report.
Well, it should be one of the same. I'll have to look at that.
10,490 is what you're requesting. All right, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Carrion. Senator Bolquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Taxi Commission. I hope all is well today. It seems like it's going to be a challenging morning, but just remain positive. You're here because we're trying to ascertain how this body can help you operate. It's clear that the reflection of this budget may not be a true reflection of what the Commission may need. In the past, I understand that the Commission has received lump sum budgets, but I believe we need to start stepping away from this practice because of inflation and a number of key roles that can also affect your operation moving forward. In the budget, I don't see items for training. Information is missing for maintenance and fuel. I think it's imperative that we make sure we figure out what those cost associations are in order for this body to appropriate the proper funding for you to properly operate. Also, one of the line items in communication, I believe it's $400, which I believe is extremely low. So I'm trying to figure out what type of communications the commission usually has on a daily basis, and what is the cost associated with those communication items.
On a daily basis, our communication is pretty much walk up to the windows with dealing with the customers, and by the phone if they're calling, and or on days when we can get access to the internet, sending an email.
So if I may ask, what is your internet cost per month?
We, I guess it's all inclusive with our rent. So we are actually feeds off of property and procurement.
Okay, hence why the communication line item is $400.
Right.
Okay, understood. I also wanted to touch on the enforcement side. I see that you have vacancies in enforcement and also inspectors. I'm trying to figure out how long have those vacancies existed and how many officers are enforcing right now?
I would answer how many officers we have right now, and I would defer the latter part to Ms. Lloyd so that she can respond to how long the vacancies are out there. So currently we have 3 enforcement officers, 2 servicing St. Thomas, St. John, and 1 in St. Croix.
Okay. And how long have they existed? Ms. Lloyd, please.
I think since 2019, but I have a request.
2 minutes.
I have a request. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have a request to OMB to move monies around because we have 2 vacancies that we had that was illegally hired. And those vacancies are entry levels enforcement officers. So we have monies that we can use, for hiring 2 officers.
Okay, my time is running, so really quickly. I also understand that taxi driver licenses are issued directly by the commission, unlike the conventional licenses, which would be issued by the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. And I've come about a discussion with someone who lives on the island of St. John concerning the renewal of his taxi license. And apparently, when you pay for your license, if you do not pay with a credit card and you pay cash, you do not have or get a receipt. When you pay with the credit card, you get a receipt, which is a proof of paying for the license. But once you pay cash, and if the director is not available to sign something, I'm not sure what that document is, the individual has to leave and come back. Okay, and there's no indication of the payment, of which they've had some trouble in the past trying to verify that the payment was made, and was told that they were trying to get them to pay again, is what I'm trying to say. So can you clarify what that process is for me, please?
So I could only speak to the process since I got on board. Prior to what took place, I can't speak to. So to the best of my knowledge, what happens is the practice that I've observed is the operators will come in to pay for their licenses or renew their badges or whatever their transactions for that particular day may be. However, if they are missing information that is required, such as a signed lease or their traffic and police record or their, what do you call it, from IRB.
Tax clearance.
The tax clearance. What the admin person would do is allow them to go ahead and pay and hold the receipt until such time as they would bring the required documents, which should not be taken place.
In this specific case, the individual assured me that they had all of their documents and that they were turned back concerning having to wait until the director was available, because apparently it seems as if the director is not there, they will not get anything back from the commission to support that they have made this payment.
Time.
I am not certain of that. I know for this past week and a half that I was working, trying to put this together for today's hearing. I asked them to leave the information so I could focus on what I would do is at the end of the day, whatever signatures were required, I would go ahead and sign, and then they would pick it up when they do come back to the office.
So in that case, what's in place right now to assure that that won't happen again?
That my availability being there, I'm always in the office.
Mr. Chair, may I please get one more question?
That is if it happened during my watch.
Okay, thank you. One last thing. With the $400,000 that you want to allocate for technical assistance, I want to ask you and the commission to please consider having an e-portal to be able to assist with the transactions or the business of the commission when it comes to renewals of licensures. E-government is a very great option, especially for the people on St. John who pay 30 to 50% more for government services by traveling to the island of St. Thomas. So please, I'm asking you to make sure that that happens.
It is part of
Thank you so
upgrading
much.
infrastructure.
Senator, we need to take a quick recess. This committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Ms. Gumbs, are you officially on? Do you have an executed NOPA?
Yes, I do.
Okay, as of?
Last month?
Last month. Okay. Senator Frankie Johnson, you're recognized.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I don't even know how to start today, but I must say we're continuously saying that we want to be number one in the tourism industry. But all the flaws and issues and problems we have with our taxi commission, I don't know how we are going to do that. Good morning, Ms. Gumbs. I hear you say you had your NOPA since last month.
Yes, the latter part of last month.
So if I may, what seems to be the hold up with individuals who are trying to get the taxi medallion transfer or sold? What is the hold up with that? I've been trying to deal with an individual who's been having a very difficult time. He's trying to buy a medallion, and the person who's trying to sell it is very ill and trying to get these funds to help themselves. And I've been working on this for the last maybe 3 weeks, and I've been told that there is no one that can sign off.
Well, I was signing off, and I know within the last, because Chairperson Lloyd indicated that you also called her, and I shared with her. So during that time, I was also working on trying to get the tariff completed so it can go to the printers. And I spoke with our admin staff in St. Croix. I have done, oversee the medallion sales virtually. However, for the last 2 or 3 that were scheduled, I could not do because of the internet issues, could not get on to do it remotely. It's every day. Every day we go in, we can not print, or the internet is not up, and we have to be at the mercy of when BIT, who only have 2 technicians, could come out and assist us. And that is large and in part because property and procurement have upgraded their infrastructure, and ours is outdated. So it keeps knocking it out each time it sees a strange IP address coming in.
Today doesn't sound very good for the taxi commission. It really doesn't. How long have you had this open position for this chief and deputy chief position? How long have these 2 positions been open?
I would have to defer that question to Chairperson Lloyd.
Ms. Lloyd?
Senator?
Morning. My question was, how long have the chief and deputy chief position been vacant?
Ms. Lloyd, unmute your device, please.
Okay. Since shortly after 2019. But you have to remember, though, that COVID was around, and our officers had to, be out, and we couldn't hire anyone because if we did, they would go right to the Virgin Islands Police Department to attend to the job that post, not the job.
2 minutes.
Ms. Gumbs, there's a lot of issues here on this island of St. Croix where people are offering private transportation for tourists on the island. And what are you guys planning to try to crack down on this and hand out these citations to these people who are just, I guess, running gypsy taxi and, creating a service that's not legit?
So I am aware of that because I'm in communications with some of the drivers or the operators on St. Croix. And that is a major reason why we need to hire additional enforcement officers. Currently, we only have 1 officer. And that does not help us do much. He cannot cover, all the areas and enforce everything that needs to be enforced as it relates to gypsy taxis and operators who are in default.
Man, we're in some deep trouble. I must say that I am very disappointed here today. And I think you, Ms. Gumbs, is probably the fourth person on board in this position under this administration, if I'm correct. We started out with Mr. Sarro, and we went to, I forget the gentleman's name, and then we went to Ms. Smith, and now you. And if an agency continuously changing its leader, we're going to definitely have these problems. And it looks bad for the taxi commission today here. It really looks bad. It doesn't look good. The information that we're receiving, the low revenue collection, the debts that are out there that are outstanding, it doesn't look good and it doesn't sound good. And we're saying that we are #1 in the tourism industry. We're in deep trouble if we are that. And when the tourist season starts, if the Taxicab Commission don't have the game together, then how do you expect the taxis, who are the first person that the tourists are going to meet and the last person, it's going to change what we say we are doing drastically. We will not be on top with conditions like these that exist. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Ms. Gumbs, what's the cost of the business? They pay the business license to the Taxicab Commission, correct?
Yes.
What's the cost of the business license?
$130.
Okay. Your reference of the 400,000, which grant are you speaking to?
I didn't speak to a specific grant.
You said already obtained a proposal
from Omni Systems.
to design a system for you.
Correct.
And the cost is 400,000.
Correct.
And how do you seek to fund that?
Well, that's where I'm going to go out and search for grants to assist us in funding that.
Senator DeGraff, you recognize. Before you send DeGraff, before I forgot, the training class with no taxi drivers, when will it take place?
Actually, we are still awaiting a response from the Department of Tourism. A proposal was sent out by UVI Cell to the commissioner back in February, and we are still awaiting a response as to whether or not they will still partner to ensure that.
They cannot become an official taxi driver unless they take this class, correct?
That's correct.
So you have individuals that have been trying to take this class from February until now, and we still don't have a date, so they're just either operating illegally or just waiting for the class?
That's correct. I've been trying to speak with Commissioner Bushelty, and it's been unresponsive. I've sent him an email, several calls, and I'm still waiting a response as to the status.
Miss Lloyd and Ms. Gumbs. Ms. Lloyd, unmute your device, please. The Assistant Commissioner for Tourism is a member of your board. You have the Assistant Commissioner as a member of the board, and she's also the Vice Chairperson of the board. Mm-hmm. Tell me how you can get a class with tourism and you have the Assistant Commissioner for Tourism on the board. Explain that to me, please. And she was invited today and has a link to be here to testify. Tell me how you can't get a class when you have the Assistant Commissioner on the board.
I know I've only attended one meeting with Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Lloyd.
I really can't. I know where you're going. However, it's an operational, duty, and I left it there.
Me not understanding these answers today, I know.
I know because, it is very difficult for me to answer because, we are now facing...
Ms. Lloyd, 1 minute.
We are now facing, Senator, we are facing years of mismanagement, and this is no quick fix. And we're trying to work on it to get the taxi cab the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission on the road to success.
Miss
And we're going to get there. But you know, it's a lot of.
This one minute.
I welcome Senator Blyden's invitation to have a meeting with the board and the executive director. Okay.
Ms. Lloyd, this is 3 years and 8 months. So you're saying in the 3 years and 8 months that you have served in this role, the Taxicab Commission has been mismanaged under this administration?
I said prior years.
Various years?
Various years coming forward. When I walked into it, it was, prior years, looking at some of the stuff that was going on, prior years, and I can't talk
Ms. Lloyd, Ms. Lloyd, you really need to stop. You need to stop. This is the third director. We had Mr. Shane Benjamin, and there was a war between the board and the director. We had Linda Smith, who resigned her position. A war between the board and the director. You said on the record that you didn't have access to any budget with the last two directors. That's what you said. You also said...
Yes, but I did ask them for it.
That is no concern of mine that you asked them for it. The concern is that the board hires the director and there has been no communication between both. You also said 2 positions were illegally hired. I heard that and I wanted to come back. How were positions illegally hired?
Because, again, the director at the time, Benjamin, did not have. He could recommend. He went straight to hiring these people. And after that, they were in the office and just sitting there, and they wasn't doing anything. And if we had hired them, they would have gone to posts as well. And there was no class being held at the time. So that's the illegal part of it.
And wasn't that under your watch?
And they had an opportunity.
1 minute. Wasn't that under your watch? Wasn't that under this administration that you're saying those 2 positions were hired illegally?
No, I didn't say that.
But I'm asking you.
No.
Well, when was Mr. Shane Benjamin hired? Under the last administration?
Sometime in Mr. Benjamin's
under which administration was Mr. Benjamin hired?
The current administration.
The current administration. And the current administration is who? Who is the current administration?
You're talking about the executive part of it?
No. Who hired Mr. Shane Benjamin?
The board did. The board did under my administration.
The board under you, correct?
Yes.
Who are you claiming hired individuals illegally?
Mr. Benjamin.
Who was hired by who?
By the board.
So it's under this administration and yourself. You're saying mismanagement. The Taxicab, this is my 8th year in the Senate. I have never seen the Taxicab Commission to this level. This is my 8th year. When we first started, we never used to give the Taxicab Commission any monies because they used to generate enough revenues to survive. It is about the 2nd or 3rd year of the MAP administration, we started to supplement. Then we supplemented the hurricane year. So we had the disturbance in the frequency of individuals going out, etc. The island was destroyed. But now, from what I'm seeing, the collections from $450,000 for the year, in 6 months, only $57,000. Something is seriously wrong. We might have to request the Inspector General to do a probe of the Taxi Cab Commission.
Yes, and we welcome that as well. There's something wrong going on. If you're collecting monies every day, you have to deposit them, but they have to be deposited in the right accounts. And I don't think, and then there's the biggest part of that is discrepancies. with what finance have and what we have into the system.
Senator DeGraff, I am so lost today. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Sure.
1 second for everybody edification. I asked for the balance in the Taxicab Commission Fund. It's negative $216,970 because monies aren't being deposited. It's not there. I requested it from Finance and OMB. Yes, I update for now. If you look at the budget book, yes, the budget book has negative 96,565 as of March 31st. But now that negative 95 has grown to negative 216. Senator DeGraff.
We're spending more.
No, you can't spend. It's not deposited.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Ms. Gumbs, thank you, because you step into a hornet's nest with honey on your feet, boy. You're in a whale of issue. Now, regardless of what, going forward, let's deal with what you have. You have a staff. Your staff are GS employees? Your staff, they are GS employees?
Yes.
So you asked for the 23 budget covers their salaries increases that are coming in 2023?
Yes.
Oh, you can speak into the mic a little closer.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, how much staff do you have?
On St. Thomas, we have total of 5, including myself, and on St. Croix, 2.
Okay, and all except you are GS employees?
Yes.
Okay. And they did receive the wage increases from before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I see where, based on your testimony, you have the total monies owed from 2015 to present, $116,287. Mm-hmm. Has the board instructed you, since you just came in regards to what you have in your testimony there, what course you are going to address these monies that are owed?
Well, hearing that we are now in the negative, we have to go back and revisit to ensure that we have monies to cover what is owed and address those outstanding balances immediately.
But you don't. You don't. So I just answered that question for you. You don't have the money to cover it. That's what I was saying. Based on the testimony that you brought in numbers that total up to 116,000.
Yes.
The board is aware of this.
Correct.
And that's what I'm saying. You being the new person on the block, how has the board instructed you that we're going to address it? Come to the Senate and ask the Senate for the money, or what? Has the board instructed you in any way regarding how we're addressing this 116,000?
Well, not knowing previously what it was, they could not instruct me adequately. And I'm saying that I didn't have access and didn't know what actually was out there. Getting access into the ERP system.
No, excuse me. But what I'm saying is, I'm going off of your testimony. I'm not making up numbers. In your testimony that you have monies owed to different entities from 2015.
Yes.
So the board saw this testimony before you're here to present it, correct?
Yes.
Right. And since you have been on, you don't accept a position from somebody else previous with $116,000 in debt, and you decide, okay, I'm going to accept it without you talking to the board, and they say, hey,
2 minutes.
Putting together a course to address it. At least if you did, I would advise you, don't do it that way. You put yourself in a spot.
But what would need to happen is, as previously mentioned, the monies that were being collected on a daily basis were not being inputted into the system. So the first course of action for me is to ensure that those monies are inputted into the system so we can get an accurate account of what monies were collected.
Where is the money?
They were being kept, from my understanding, on a spreadsheet, but not inputted into the ERP system where it would be recorded in the finance.
How much money are we talking about?
I honestly can't say.
And that's what I'm saying. Don't make statements that you can't cover. You put yourself in problem. And I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to find out. That's what I'm saying. We had a budget meeting. All the issues are coming up with the taxi commission, and the issues should be addressed in a committee. And that could be addressed. We could call a hearing and address it. You're here in a budget hearing. So I'm asking you, is the board telling you to come to the legislature and ask them for monies to cover these things going forward? Or do you have your own plan set forth to address these things?
Well, the board didn't tell me to come and ask for monies.
Okay.
Because, again, with the appropriations that were out there, and I would assume, I can't say with certainty, they did not realize that the account is in the red. Now, for me, when I proposed to them the need for infrastructure upgrade and my intent, because of the cost, to go out and try to find assistance through grants.
Time.
Okay, and then I guess in closing, if I may, Mr. Chair, in closing, the bottom line is, right now, your employees are covered for their wage increases for 2023. Correct. The facilities that they work in, is there funding to cover maintaining a healthy work environment for your employees? And finally, the final thing was, the last two enforcement officers who were stated to be illegally hired, my knowledge was they were in the police class. Did they finish the class? And those are two gentlemen or ladies and gentlemen, individuals that you could go back to finish the class and get hired, rather than looking for new individuals. So you could just answer those questions for me, and I'll turn over to the chair. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff.
As it relates to the hiring process, yes, they already went through the class. I'm not sure if there can, based on, let me say, I'm not sure whether they were terminated or they voluntarily resigned. So I'm going to defer that to Chairman Lloyd. And if, in fact, they can be brought back on, providing they're not hired elsewhere, that is an option also to bring them back in the fold if they so desire to be a part of TCC's enforcement team. As it relates to, I think, the infrastructure, the work environment, again, no monies. I would also defer that to Chairman Lloyd, as if to whether or not monies were allocated for that.
Ms. Lloyd?
Okay. Yes. Hello.
Yeah, you can go ahead and respond to the question.
Okay, in terms of the two employees, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Those two employees, number one, like I said, they were hired illegally. Number two, they were not in any police class. The class, they were not in any class, and we had given them the option by letter to resign, and that they can also, when we needed enforcement officers and the COVID was cleared up, they can come and reapply. And they chose not to. They went to PERB, and PERB had no jurisdiction over Taxicab Commission.
Did they resign or were they terminated?
They were terminated. We gave them the option to resign. They did not want to do that.
Then
who terminated them?
Who, after being hired, would take the option to resign when they feel that they were hired rightfully by the director? The director hired them. So they thought that they had a valid position. And then the board came and said, oh, the director didn't ask me, so those two individuals need to be terminated. And now we have a budget where we're asking for two people. But you had two people and you fired them. So we can't collect money. So we have a negative balance of $200,000. Ms. Gumbs wasn't a part of preparing this budget. So how's she going to defend what she didn't prepare? Did you prepare this budget, Ms. Lloyd?
No.
So Ms. Smith prepared the budget?
No.
So who prepared the budget?
We using the 2022 budget to go by for this term until the next couple of weeks. We ask your indulgence. But to answer your question in terms of the of the two employees,
no,
Mr. Benjamin.
I'm not going back there. You terminated them. They were terminated under your directive. I'm not going back there. So the budget that we have here is just a rollover of last year's budget.
What I seem, yes, because we don't have the right figures, we don't have the right numbers, we don't have the revenues, we don't have the expenditures.
So you don't have the right
actuals, we don't have those. And so we are asking the indulgence that we can come back and present it,
Okay, so you don't. I'm hearing you said you don't have the right figures, you don't have the right revenues, you don't have the right expenditures. So you just went with what we had before. Senator Sarah, you recognize. Let me finish. That's okay, Mr. Lai.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all.
1 minute. The second part of the question that Senator DeGraaf asked was infrastructure. Any money for the work environment? Ms. Lloyd, you said we did the budget stuff. So were there any monies for?
I have no knowledge of that. No.
Okay, thank you, Senator DeGraaf. Sorry, Senator Saru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all and to those listening and viewing. This is rough, Ms. Lloyd. A few things went wrong. So, Ms. Gumbs, you were initially hired as the Assistant Executive Director to the Taxicab Commission, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you get an PRF from OMB Director Lloyd before you brought Ms. Gumbs on? Because she came in initially as the Assistant Executive Director.
No, when she came in,
was it budgeted for? She came on, did she come on with a NOPA?
No, she did not.
Okay,
the former director was supposed to.
No, don't tell me about the former director, because you just released 2 officers last year saying that they were illegally hired because you didn't have any say in it. And this is a matter of power, authority, and your ego at this point. So,
really?
Because you didn't want to, you were the first one that refused to even hire the 2 people. Now you decide to hire Ms. Gumbs with no NOPA, no PRF from OMB, and then you want to blame the former executive director? Make it make sense. Respectfully. So we have a problem, committee members. We were hiring a lady with no NOPA, and Ms. Gumbs, did you get back pay for the entire days you've been at work?
Not to date.
Good, because the actions in Ms. Loretta Lloyd's wards, you were illegally hired in her wards. Now, let's talk about your collections. You said 206 licenses. Tell me your numbers. Tell me your numbers for your collections again. For transfers and liens.
Okay, for liens and lien releases, collectively 2, 1 each.
Total amount.
I don't have the total amount.
Ms. Lloyd, do you have the total amount? It's a budget hearing.
No, and that is because, again, power went off before I could.
But you give me tell me the correct story, because first you told us earlier that you forgot it home.
No, I never called home. No.
Then you said the power went off. So which one is it?
Power went off at the office.
So are you the only person that responsible or to have the numbers on what's the amount for transfers and liens in a whole office?
Okay, so these numbers that I got, the staff prepared a spreadsheet and you
So
know,
what's your
put
true
the
collections?
put the totals together. That sheet I thought was among these papers that I have, which I do not have.
What's your true collections?
None of it is true because, again,
So why are you
what they
hi-
prepared
So
and
respect
what
for-
is recorded is not consistent, as it's not being recorded
Okay.
into the ERP system on a monthly basis.
I don't want to frustrate the stenographer again. An eye from her, and she frightens me. So, So, why are we to a budget hearing if we don't have any numbers? And the chair is a good man because a few years ago he told the Virginia's Carnival Committee he recessed and he sent them back through the door to come back with the numbers. You cannot sit here before this body. We're asking you for collections. Well, tell me how many business, like taxi businesses you have. I know St. Thomas, St. John. What's the amount in St. Thomas, St. John? Licenses.
I don't have it broken down by island.
Miss Lloyd?
What I put together is 238.
Yes.
You can have 238. St. Thomas has 569. That was the amount last year.
And-
There's no way you last half of your taxi population. Miss Lloyd,
2 minutes.
Yes, Senator. Yes, Senator.
give me some numbers, please. We're in budget.
I can't give you any numbers. Operation, you're speaking to operations. I can't give you any numbers.
That's not an operations matter. If I'm asking you how many taxi licenses that we have, you can't tell me that's an operations matter. That's a number. I'm asking
How many
you.
taxi licenses we have? Oh, I'm sorry. I believe, I don't want to give you, can I give it to you after the meeting?
No, I want it now.
Okay, if I
I don't have it now.
I can't be specific, but
I think it's
on
about, that's about
in the St. John district, I think we have roughly 200.
No, you do not. I don't give you a number for St. Thomas, St. John. It's 569. I remember that from last year.
Okay.
So you're telling me, I don't understand what you're telling me. Tell me how many medallion sales that you've had. Page 4 says 5 medallion sales. Does that include the veteran actions?
Yes, and again, this was taken off of the first report that I was able to access from the ERP.
Is this number
that was
wrong?
recorded, yes.
So is this
Because
number
it's not
correct?
yes.
The
It's not, I can't say with,
1 minute. You have to give the senator a chance to complete your sentence before you speak. It's very hard on the recorder. Go ahead, Ms. Gumbs.
okay, so the numbers that I completed, that I presented in this report, were taken off of the flex report that I had received from the ERP.
Can you pause? Ms. Lloyd, how many medallion actions have you had to include the veteran actions? How many medallions were actioned?
I believe the numbers that she has is correct.
5?
Yes.
It's not a true number.
It's not a true number, but I don't know.
Okay, let's pause. I don't have any more questions because I have more budget questions. The Committee on Government Operations need to bring you in here, and you need to be honest and truthful with the body and the status of the Taxi Commission. Ms. Lloyd, you can no longer sit and talk about you righting the ship sunk. You are not righting the ship. We literally, under your tenure, you had 3 executive directors.
Time.
A million Frenchmen cannot be wrong. And we're asking you for how many taxi licenses you have. You ain't got a number. How many, what's your true collections? No number. What's the amount for all the islands? No number. How many medallions have you actioned? You don't know. Well, what do you know? This is not good, Mr. Chair, and I am shutting up right now. Thank you for the latitude.
Thank you so much, Senator Saru. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the new Executive Director of the Taxicab Commission. Ms. Gumbs, I've known you for a long time, and I think that you are getting, what do you call it, baptism by fire. Of course, no fault of yours. But the first question that I'm going to ask, because I'm very troubled about the numbers and on the taxi license fund. I have a copy of it, and the chair also noted that he got updated information from the Office of the Department of Finance. So, when was the last time the taxi license fund was audited? You wouldn't know, so let me just ask Ms. Lloyd.
To my knowledge, it was not.
Okay, so we're going to call for an audit, and we have to have an audit of this, because I don't know if we realize what's happening, but there's a whole cloud of frustration because we're having a circular conversation this morning around the Taxicab Commission. And
Senator, can I respond?
as soon as I get a minute to wrap up my thoughts. So the issue here is we do not have a handle on the Taxicab Commission. We have a new executive director, and I'm certain that she's going to do her best, but I believe she also has to have the opportunity or be allowed to do her job. So my concern is the budget that came down, because the legislature is the only entity, while the Taxi Commission can, the Taxi Licensure Fund, the funds are paid into the Taxi Commission. The legislature is the only entity that can appropriate. And we cannot appropriate $1 million+ What's the request? $1 million, what is it? $1 million into the fund for FY23? $1,027,000, right? We can't appropriate that when in FY 2022, we are only seeing, how much it is? 56,000 thus far. Which I'm trying to understand, why are we at, and I know others have asked the question, but there must be a straight answer on this. What is the reason why we are only seeing 56,000? How are your funds collected?
At the window.
At the window.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you have taxi drivers who have not paid their, is it a monthly or annual expense for the taxi drivers?
Annual.
So it's annually, what is the ask?
Business licenses, $130.
$130 annually, and you have to re-up your license annually every year, correct?
Correct.
So, and how many, what's the aggregate of taxi drivers we have in the territory that's under your umbrella?
I think totally is, yeah.
Over 3,000.
What's the number? I want the exact number. What's the number?
I don't have the exact number.
But,
I do not have the
so,
exact
Ms. Lloyd,
number.
what's that number?
I can't give you an exact number. I think it's over 3,000.
So that's a problem. So if you don't know the exact number, then how do you know who should be paying you, what's outstanding, and who you need to be saying, hey, so-and-so, Mr. Taxi Driver X, you didn't pay me.
2 minutes.
What's going on
Well,
here?
in all honesty, the system is just a manual system. There's no...
Even if a manual...
I understand.
You don't have enough... If it's manual, you have a spreadsheet. If you have a spreadsheet, I could see who pay me from who didn't pay me. We're talking about a universe of how many people? 3,000 people?
And that has not been done. It's not in place.
Yeah, that's a problem. And then what's your support? You have an accountant? What support system do you have in there?
None, other than the two admin staff, the two enforcement officers, one in admin and St. Croix.
You have admin staff?
We have one administrative person, a cashier on St. Thomas, and one admin person in St. Croix.
Okay, and what's your collection system? Do you have a book with numbers? I'm trying to understand, like, how do we account for this money?
And based on what I've seen,
Answer the question.
Since I'm there,
do you have a book that says number 5, 6, 8, 9?
Yes.
And they count it at the end of the day. Who's auditing your collections?
No one.
Okay, so if you don't have anybody in place, I'm going to recommend to you strongly, until you get it together, you need to audit that. Somebody got to be watching this hen house. Mm-hmm. That's the issue. Because you should know, if you have a receipt that's missed, all your receipts have to come back to your collections for the day. So when the collection is completed, what happens next? When I come to the window and I pay, what's the next step?
Is then kept at the end of the day, transported to the bank.
Say that again?
At the end of the day, the collections are total and taken to the bank.
Okay, so who's inputting the information into the taxi license fund?
No one.
So the law is clear that there is a responsibility for the taxi commission to enter that data into finance. Because what's happening right now is we only have $50,000 and we continue to pay the employees. If I was a commissioner of finance, I'd cut you off. I would, if you're not entering the revenues into my system, I'd have cut you off. So I'm not understanding any of this. So what's happening is you are spending another department or agency's money because you do not have sufficient funds to cover your payroll, and payroll is a automatic payment. So it's not one of those things where you submit your documentation for supplies and then they tell you don't have enough money. Payroll is automatically paid.
Time.
So this doesn't sound good. And I am going to say that if I was the chair of this committee, I would have asked that y'all come back with your information straight. Get back. Are you all in the system, Miss Gumbs?
Yes.
You in the system?
Yes.
So why are you entering the information? How long you been on board?
I've been on board 4 months now.
So why you not? Why you
because
demanding
when I got onto the system, and every time I try to get into the ERP, I'm being bounced. It's not going through, or we don't have services. Right now, BIT came in on Wednesday to clear the cache on my computer to get into the system, and it's still just out there hanging. I don't know. It's not connecting.
You're not concerned about taking over like money and can't really account for it? I would put my hands up and say, listen, I got to deal with this.
Absolutely.
Anyway, my time has been called. There isn't really any budget questions for me to ask, because if I'm going to say right now that this $1 million, you all have to show that you're able to generate this. Otherwise, you all have a problem. If we can't be having this conversation and there is no evidence, or the conversation has been circular, that you all will be able to generate this $1 million. This may sound like a very negligible amount of money, but this is like serious mismanagement. It's just bad business. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Are the administrators on the system? Do they have access to the system?
No, they don't.
Why?
One was removed prior to me getting on board.
Why was she removed?
I'm not sure why the director removed her, but she was removed.
Hold on. Ms. Lloyd, why was a person removed from the system? You're muted. You're muted, Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd, you're muted. Media, can you unmute her?
Hello?
Yes. Why was a person unmuted? Why was a person removed from the system?
I had no idea the former director took her off the system.
That isn't the information that we have received.
Well, that is the information that I'm giving you. It's not the board.
Has the board been collecting per diems?
We have not been paid since July.
That's a
July
week.
2021. I sent in the payments. We have not been paid.
How much has been paid in per diem for the year?
The last time we got paid was in December 2021.
You just said July. What is it, July or December?
No, I said I sent in payments from July, from December, from July.
How much has been paid in per diems?
I don't have that number, sir.
Do you have any number?
Yes, I do, but I don't have that number in front of me.
How much has been paid in per diem, Ms. Gumbs?
I don't know because
How
the
much?
last
Yeah, I asked how much has been paid in per diem. Okay, what
I
we're going to do,
don't know.
we're going to, that $305,000 on the general fund, unless you guys could show that you have the ability to manage the taxi cab commission, then those monies are not going to be included in the budget. And I'm going to ask the committee of jurisdiction to immediately convene a meeting, and you are going to be asked to come back to the finance committee, not with this testimony, but to give us numbers. So you're going to be asked to
Okay.
come back, and you need to give us your revenues, your expenditures, the per diem. We need to find out that information before we're able to move on. I will have my staff will send something out to you, and you will be added on one of those days. The last point, and then we're going to take a break and come back. Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Gregory.
Thank you,
Morris?
Mr. Chair. The conversation continues to be very spiraling. But let me ask the chair of the board, how often does the board meet?
It's supposed to be monthly, but there have been times when we couldn't meet because the former director, was unable to attend to give her
How
report.
often did the board meet for this fiscal year? How many times have you met?
We met at least 4 times.
Okay, so, and you're supposed to meet on a monthly basis, and you have a standing
Yes.
date that you're supposed to meet. So what I'm having a difficult time with in this conversation is the budget. So in anywhere that I have served where there was a board, the board sets that meeting, and we know that whatever month that is, we going before the board to discuss our budget. I'm having a hard time with this discussion. So I just want to make sure that the board also understands its role, because it seems like the board is also encroaching on the operational side of
Okay.
the taxi commission. You should know what the budget is, and you should have approved it as the board. That's the function of the board. Then if the taxi commission is under the executive branch and it's not a semi-autonomous entity, then we need to deal with that, because I'm not
I agree
understanding
with you,
this.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. That's okay, Ms. Lloyd. I'm not even going to ask a closing statement because this is not over. So I am just going to dismiss the taxi commission, and we will tell you when you need to come back to us to give us numbers, because we don't know anything that is going on. And I also need to know as to why we have that negative balance in the taxi license fund. The Committee of Finance will recess until 11:35. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda?
Virgin Islands Port Authority. Invited testifiers, Carlton, Dowe, Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Executive Director Dowe, I'm going to allow you to put your name and title on the record, and then allow those members of your staff who are here with you to provide testimony and provide answers to also put their name and title on the record. So we'll begin with you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Carlton Dowe, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Next.
Good morning. Diane Richardson, Human Resources Director.
Next.
Good morning. Earl Thomas, Electronics Engineer, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Next.
Good morning. Tafari Nelson, Mechanical Engineer, Port Authority, St. Croix.
Next.
Good morning. Anna Penn, Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. Bill Rollins, Acting Assistant Executive Director.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anybody participating virtually?
No, we have two more folks on the right and the left.
I skipped over. I didn't even look over. Next.
Good morning. Dale Gregory, Assistant Director of Engineering.
Okay, you're going to pull the mic up a bit. And next.
Good morning. William Binky, Senior Engineer for St. Croix, Port Authority.
Okay, thank you so much. You may proceed, E.D. Dowe.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Curtis Vele, Finance Committee Chairman, committee members, and senators of the 34th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, all legislative staff, media, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Carlton Dowe, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. I am honored to accept your invitation to testify before the Committee of Finance to provide an overview of the authority's accomplishments for fiscal year 2022 and a synopsis of our operating budget and goals for fiscal year 23. My staff accompanying me today, well, they did that. The Virgin Islands Port Authority serves as a gateway to our islands and is a key component of the economic engine that drives our economy. VIPA was established by the sixth legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands in 1969 to own, manage, and develop the territory's 2 airports and most of the public seaports. Today, we operate 14 seaport facilities, as well as the Henry E. Rolston Airport and the Sarah Lee King Airport. The authority is governed by a 9-member board. As the executive director, I am responsible for executing the policies of the board and overseeing the day-to-day operation of the agency. The last 2 years have been particularly challenging for the Virgin Islands Port Authority as we cope with the economic hardships caused by COVID-19 pandemic. Repeated shutdowns, varying travel restrictions, and general fear of traveling during the pandemic negatively impacted the authority's marine operations. VIPA's financial situation was worsened by the 18-month absence of cruise visits to the territory, causing a drastic decrease in marine revenues. The U.S. Virgin Islands received no cruise calls from March 2020 until the first ship returned on July 2021 on St. Thomas and on August 8, 2021 in St. Croix. Moreover, much of the cargo imports to the U.S. Virgin Islands are food and supplies to provision cruise ships at our ports. Therefore, when cruise activity decreased, the territory's cargo imports also decreased by almost 30% during the same time. In the fiscal year 2020, we saw a loss of $9.6 million in marine revenues in comparison to fiscal year 2019 and $18 million in fiscal year 2021. VIPA received $32 million via the CARES Act that could only be used for airport operations. We received no federal funding or subsidies to operate our seaports during the pandemic. We are sincerely grateful for the assistance provided by the Brian Roach administration that allotted $10 million for VIPA for its operations, and we anticipate an additional $6 million from the administration. We are optimistic that with an increase in marine traffic anticipated this season, we will be able to sustain our operations. While years 2020 and 2021 were challenging years for the cruise industry, experts anticipate that the industry will fully recover by January 2023. Passenger volume is expected to return to pre-pandemic levels by next year as ships resume sailing at 90% capacity as the CDC relaxes sailing restrictions. Based on the cruise visits approved for the upcoming season and the confirmed 456 cruise calls, we project that the U.S. Virgin Islands will receive between 1.4 to 1.7 million cruise visitors in 2023. This is in comparison to an estimated 850,000 cruise visitors in 2022. Royal Caribbean's commitment to the U.S. Virgin Islands. On September 29, 2021, the Royal Caribbean Group signed a memorandum of understanding with the Virgin Islands Port Authority to enhance the cruise industry on St. Croix and upgrade the port of Crown Bay in St. Thomas to include investments in infrastructure and attractions. The MOU extends Royal Caribbean's current 10-year preferential berthing agreement with Viper. Royal Caribbean Group officials have visited the territory on several occasions to meet with Viper government officials, participated in island tours, and conducted brainstorming sessions to begin the process of developing a plan of action. On April 26, 2022, at the Sea Trade Cruise Global Convention, Royal Caribbean Group announced its plan to increase cruise passenger volume to St. Croix and St. Thomas. The territory will receive 70% more cruise passengers at Crown Bay and 2.5 times the number of cruise visitors to St. Croix. This growth is in comparison to pre-pandemic numbers, which were a maximum of 50,000 passengers in St. Croix in 2019. A projected total of approximately 140,000 passengers will visit St. Croix, and at least 500,000 is expected for the St. Thomas via Royal Caribbean cruise ships upcoming season. Royal Caribbean Group is scheduled to meet with Governor Albert Bryan, other cabinet members, and the Virgin Islands Port Authority's team at the end of this month to discuss enhancements to the cruise industry on St. Croix. And E. Abramson Marine Facility pier improvements. Contractors have been selected to perform the repairs to the South Tender Pier landing and the repairs to the storm panels at the Abramson Cruise Pier. Viper's engineers are awaiting the issuance of the permit from the Coastal Zone Management. Work should begin before the end of this year. On behalf of the authority, I thank the Brian Roach administration and the Honorable Senator Franklin Johnson and all the senators that supported the legislation that funded these two projects in the amounts of $2.5 and $400,000 respectively. Dredging, Schooner Bay, Christiansted, Gallows Bay. Viper applied for a permit to dredge the Schooner Bay channel to the previously authorized depth of 18 feet. This channel has not been dredged since 1991. By restoring the channel to the previous depth, we'll be able to accommodate smaller cruise ships, mega yachts, and other commercial deep draft vessels at our port in Gallows Bay. The cost to perform this dredging is estimated at $9.5 million. Viper is seeking funding for this project. Austin Bay Monsanto Marine Facility. On St. Thomas, the cruise ship pier in Crown Bay is also in need of dredging, expansion, and maintenance. Viper intends to dredge 50,000 cubic yards of material from the North Berth and from East Gregory Channel to accommodate the Quantum-class vessels at the Austin Bay Monsanto Marine Terminal. We also intend to fill in a notch at the end of the pier to create more usable space. One of the largest cruise lines using this pier specifically requires the maintenance of dredging of the turning basin and the provision of navigational access to the piers. The pier also sustained considerable damage during two devastating Category 5 hurricanes in 2017. The cost to dredge this facility and improve the pier is estimated at $16 million. Viper is also seeking funding for this project. Crown Bay Center operations. Viper's management has worked to diversify the tenant mix at Crown Bay Center by adding venues that appeal to both residents and visitors. This will ensure the operation at the center are sustainable even during slow tourist season or in the event of another incident that affects tourism in this region. The board has approved restaurants, a new spa, and other local businesses in a concerted effort to ensure year-round activity and residential patronage at the center. Cargo facilities. As previously mentioned, the territory's cargo operations were negatively impacted by COVID-19 pandemic. During the 18-month pause on visits to the territory during the pandemic, cargo operations were also reduced by about 30%. This significantly impacted marine revenues for the authority as we saw less cargo ships and collected less fees for pilotage, berthing, and other operating fees as listed in our tariff. As cruise ships return and are expected to increase calls to the USVI, we expect to see a similar increase in cargo arrivals and revenues in fiscal year 23. Gardner Finch Molasses Pier Cargo Facility and Dock. Viper completed the construction of the new cargo facility at the Garden Finch Molasses Pier and hosted the grand opening ceremony on June 23, 2022. The dredging and improvements to the roll-on and roll-off dock have also been completed. All 5 bays in this new terminal have commitments for tenants to be rented. This project was funded via a U.S. Maritime Administration award of $10.6 million, and the 33rd Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands provided matching funds of approximately $3.8 million. I thank former Senator Alicia Barnes, Senator Kurt A. Vailey, Senator Novelli Francis, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, and all the senators of the 33rd Legislature for their sponsoring the legislation to fund the local match required for this project. Wilford Bumba Alec Transport and Transshipment Center Cargo Terminal, St. Croix. The new cargo terminal at the Wilfred Alec Port and Transshipment Center, the container port, is substantially completed. This facility lies in the newly created enterprise zone created via legislation sponsored by Senator Novelli Francis. Viper already has a commitment from tenants to lease 7 of the building's 10 bays. We are waiting for a special transformer and underground wiring equipment to be shipped to St. Croix so that we can officially open this building for use. The Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority has informed us that the equipment should arrive by December of 2022. Expanding the Krong Bay Cargo Facility. The Virgin Islands Port Authority partnered with Tropical Shipping and jointly applied for a port improvement development grant to fund upgrades to the Krong Bay Cargo Port. The project will increase the terminal's capacity and functionality to realize significant economic, safety, environmental improvements by bringing the terminal into a state of good repair. New bollards, fenders, crane pad, apron paving, a cargo storage transit area, 9 high mast lights, and other improvements are included in this project. MARAD awarded the territory a $21.9 million grant in 2020 to address the needed expansion of the Krong Bay dock. Once completed, this will make St. Thomas a prime port for transshipment throughout the Caribbean. We are currently completing the design and environmental assessments. I would like to underscore that because of this public-private partnership, the matching fund that's required is in excess of $3 million, will be paid by Tropical Shipping, not by the Virgin Islands Port Authority, the government of the Virgin Islands. While we have a commitment from Tropical Shipping, Crowley has recently submitted a letter to the Port Authority requesting to join the partnership. Viper and Tropical are also currently exploring similar grant funding to expand the Wilfred Alec Port and Transshipment Center in St. Croix. Please allow me to add an update to my submitted testimony regarding this project. In a public-private partnership, Viper and Tropical jointly submitted a $30 million grant application to MARAD on April 14, 2022, to improve the container port. We expect responses by November this year at the latest. I would like to publicly thank Tropical Shipping CEO, Mr. Jeff Pfizer, Vice President Tim Martin, Director Jennifer Nugent Hill, and Director Chad Nelson, and also Ms. Nisha Obain of Tropical Shipping for their invaluable partnership as we join our resources to improve the major cargo ports on St. Croix and St. Thomas. Transfer of the former Cancroin property to the Virgin Islands Port Authority. The property formerly occupied by the Adelita Cancroin Junior High School has been transferred to the Virgin Islands Port Authority to facilitate the expansion of our congested cargo facility at Crown Bay. Act number 8512, sponsored by Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, authorized the property transfer. It mandates that the Virgin Islands Port Authority provide a warehouse space for the Department of Education and a percentage of the revenues derived from rental for the use of the property. Our engineers are preparing a scope of work to put the development of this property out to bid. WAPA has asked for a temporary storage area at this site while they complete an ongoing generator project. We have agreed but have asked that WAPA clean up the area they will be using. WAPA is expected to leave that property during the first quarter of 2023. Charlton-Mali Waterfront Fendering, St. Thomas. The final phase of the Charlton-Mali Waterfront's bulkhead fendering project has started. A total of 69 fenders will be installed from across from Moore's Supermarket up to the eastern end of the waterfront apron. These new fenders will last about 20 years and improve berthing conditions for the inter-island ferries, yachts, and other small vessels that berth at the Charlton-Mali waterfront. This project is delayed due to supply chain issues as we await the delivery of the rubber to complete this project. For the public's edification, any fender removed from the bulkhead during the Department of Public Works highway expansion that affects Viper's bulkhead will be replaced by the Department of Public Works. The Armour Victor Fredericks Marine Facility, Red Hook. Viper plans to build a 2,376 square foot, two-story customs terminal and 4,000 square foot pier, occupying 9,600 square feet of submerged lands at the Armand Fredericks Marine Terminal in Red Hook. The project is also requires dredging 36 cubic yards of material from the Red Hook Harbor. Once this facility comes online, it will augment the CBP services provided in the territory and reduce travel time between the British and the U.S. Virgin Islands. An average of 290,000 people travel via ferries from the Virgin Islands to the British Virgin Islands on an annual basis. The lack of adequate custom facilities is a major inconvenience and causes many travelers from the BVI to miss their flights to the mainland. This project is currently on hold pending funding, which we estimate will cost $9.5 million. We currently have $2.5 million remaining from a previous bond issuance earmarked for this project, plus an additional $1.2 million in our capital projects program. I have been working with Honorable Senator Milton Potter to seek assistance in an appropriation for $5.8 million to start this project. We are also seeking funding from the U.S. Department of Transportation. This project is still high on the authority's priority list as we seek to improve maritime transportation and our tourism product. The senators, you should be seeing a photograph of the area of the cruise bay, what we call the creek. That's regular when ferries or the charters transfer from BVI to Cruise Bay and sometimes on to the British Virgin. Those few photos would be in your package and not on that. But it shows you the kind of congestion, and all these folks have flights to catch, most of them, and we're talking about at least a 2 hour sometimes turnaround between that transaction that take place in Cruise Bay. This body has appropriated $900,000 from the St. John Capital Improvement Fund to improve and enhance the Boynes Ferry Terminal in Cruise Bay. The project entails resurfacing the entire pier, installation of a canopy adjacent to the existing terminal to provide additional protection from inclement weather, a male and female restroom, and an electrical room for an emergency generator. This project has been approved by the St. Thomas St. John Historic Preservation Committee and CZM. A request for proposal was issued on July 15, 2022, and is expected by August 26, 2022. When the board selects a contractor, the Virgin Islands Port Authority will meet with our tenants and the community to discuss the details of this project prior to commencing construction, to include any possible changes to the hours of operation and alternative scheduling. The aviation industry. As we transition from the marine to the aviation industry, I quote a recent report in the Caribbean Journal Travel Blog, which stated that the U.S. Virgin Islands has been one of the biggest success stories since the onset of the pandemic, primarily due to its thriving aviation industry. Transportation Security Administration data showed that the U.S. Virgin Islands was the fastest growing location for total airlift capacity in the Americas from 2019 to 2021. Air travel reports show a growth higher than our pre-pandemic numbers in 2019. In fiscal year 2023, we expect to receive up to 950,000 visitors via our airports, an increase of 50,000 more than fiscal year 2022. Hira Terminal Expansion and Modernization Project Phase 1 completion. Viper completed the first phase of the Henry E. Ralston Airport Terminal Expansion and Modernization Project on St. Croix in December 2021. This project has doubled the capacity of the pre-clearance hold room and includes new concession spaces and other amenities such as charging stations for mobile devices. The total cost of this project was $8.6 million, funded via a 2019 grant from the United States Department of Economic Development in an amount of $7 million with a Viper match of $1.6 million. Once again, I thank this body for providing the funding for the match via legislation sponsored by Senator Kurt Vele, Novell Francis, and supported by all senators at the time. Hira runway, shoulder replacement, and taxiway rehabilitation. Viper was awarded an FAA grant to improve the lighting and upgrade the electrical vault of the Henry E. Ralston Airport airfield. Runway and taxiway lights have been replaced with LED lights for improved efficiency and a lower energy cost. Our contractor is also replacing the shoulder of the 10,000-foot runway number 1028. The cost of this project is $8.7 million and will be completed October 2022. In a separate project, taxis Alpha and Bravo on the Hira Airfield are slated for rehabilitation. Our board awarded a $7 million contract to Virgin Islands Paving Inc. to perform the work at its meeting on August 9th of 2022. Hira Terminal Ticketing Baggage Belt System. We are pleased to announce that we have received the parts to repair the damaged baggage belt in the ticketing area of the Henry E. Ralston Airport Terminal. We apologize to the public for the inconvenience of the long wait for this repair to begin. Due to the age of the belt, the parts were not able to be purchased from any vendor and had to be special made. The replacement parts were shipped from Utah to Florida on July 27 and arrived on St. Croix on Wednesday, August 10th. Our maintenance team at the Henry E. Ralston Airport began the repairs on Thursday, August 11, and should take about 4 days to complete the work. In the interim, we have hired temporary baggage handlers to augment the existing red cap service at the Henry E. Ralston Airport and provide travelers with assistance to carry the luggage through the terminal. Viper's board has also approved the complete replacement of this 30-year-old belt system. Hira Terminal entrance doors. The terminal entrance doors has not been functioning properly despite being repeatedly repaired. We are replacing the terminal doors, and this should be completed in the upcoming months. Viper will fund the $70,800 cost to replace the doors from its operating budget. Update on major developments at Hira Airport. I would like to take this opportunity to update the public regarding two major projects upcoming soon to the Rolston Airport. The Virgin Islands National Guard. The first is the Virgin Islands National Guard's upcoming expansion of its air operation. The Virgin Islands National Guard is leasing approximately 30 acres of unimproved land north of Henry E. Rolston Terminal for the expansion of the Guard's aviation operation and related activities. The lease agreement between Viper and the Virgin Islands National Guard has been fully executed. Virgin Islands National Guard is in the planning stages and is collaborating with our team to get this project started. The Hira Hotel. The second project is Viper's venture to seek a developer for a new hotel at Estate Betty's Hope, adjacent to the Rolston Airport Terminal. This property is under the jurisdiction of the Federal Aviation Administration and must be approved by this agency. We have applied for the FAA's approval, and we are also completing required environmental assessment. Seeker Expansion and Modernization Project Phase 1. On St. Thomas, Phase 1 of the Cyril E. King Airport Terminal Expansion and Modernization Project is underway. We are building a multi-level parking and transportation center that would provide 561 spaces. Viper will also be able to move the taxi and rental car operations out of the terminal to this new facility, thereby creating valuable space for airport operations and additional concession and revenue-generating spaces in the terminal. The project contractor, AT Construction, will be pouring the concrete for the second level of this facility on Tuesday, August 16 at 6 p.m. We anticipate that we will be completed with this project by the summer of 2023. This project is also funded via a 2019 U.S. Economic Development Authority grant in an amount of $20 million with a match from the Virgin Islands Port Authority of $6.8 million. Seeker Terminal Apron and Taxiway Reconstruction. Romina Construction was awarded the $4 million contract to rehabilitate the failing pavement in the Gate 5 area of the Seeker Terminal. This project is underway, with Phase 2 expected to start later this year. Viper's board awarded a contract to Gray Civil Engineers to repair the King's Airport's taxiway Alpha West. The contract is in an amount of $29.4 million and funded via an FAA grant. I would like to add that all our projects must go through a competitive bidding process, and aviation projects must ultimately be approved by the FAA. Exploring public-private partnerships to operate the USVI airports. The Virgin Islands Port Authority's Board of Governors has authorized myself and staff to explore the possibility of a public-private partnership, more commonly referred to as a P3. That will afford us the opportunity to expand and modernize both the Cyril E. King Airport and Henry Rolston Airport terminals. This concept is in its exploratory stage. We will remain transparent in this process and provide updates to the public concerning the operation of our airports as we research our options. A P3 option is being considered as an option that will bring an infusion of capital needed to expand and modernize our airport terminals. Expansion is also needed to improve the travelers' experience and working environment for our airline partners as well as our employees. The Cyril E. King terminal was completed in 1989 with a capacity to accommodate a maximum of 300,000 passengers. We are now recording numbers of 800,000 to 900,000 travelers at the Cyril King Airport. Likewise, the existing Hira terminal was completed in 2000 and is now 22 years old. We are working as best we can to improve the terminals. We used USEDA grant funds to start the first phase of the expansion projects at both airports. The new Sika parking garage is under construction, and we recently completed the expansion of the Hira domestic hold room. However, there is much more to be done. Both projects have 3 remaining phases that will require further expansion to add new spaces for concessions, improve passenger flow, and add jet bridges to both terminals. The cost to complete the Cyril King project is in excess of $300 million and over $150 million for the Hira terminal improvements. Our airports are economic engines that must be modernized to provide the amenities that travelers have come to expect at premier destinations. With expanded terminals, we can also attract larger aircraft, particularly on St. Croix, where we also seek to maximize the use of the airport's 10,000-foot runway. I'll have Ms. Anna Penn, the CFO, do her presentation. Thanks.
Good morning. Viper's theme for fiscal year 2023 is a time to reset. After the last 2 challenging years of restricted marine traffic, fiscal year 23 is projected to be a promising year for the authority and the territory as we strive to attain and surpass pre-pandemic marine and aviation traffic. Our $26.2 million fiscal year 23 operating budget is comprised of the following anticipated revenue sources: $72.7 million in operating revenues, PFC charges of $697,000, car rental facility charges of $700,000, capital grants $168.8 million, cash reserves and other $10.5 million, ARPA $6.4 million, government grants $2.9, and debt funding marine projects $3.4 million, for a total of $266.2 million. Our financial team anticipates that Viper will collect approximately $72.7 million in operating revenues. This projection is determined by careful studies conducted by our financial consultants, as well as discussions with our aviation and cruise partners. Aviation revenues are projected at $36.7 million, while marine revenues are estimated at $36 million. Our aviation revenue assumptions are based on projected revenue from aviation rental agreements, concessions, and fees collected from persons that use our facilities, and passenger arrivals of approximately 750,000 on St. Thomas and about 200,000 on St. Croix. The current departed PFC charge collected by the authority is 19.32 and expected to remain the same in fiscal year 23 to sustain our aviation operating expenses. We expect to see a marked increase in marine revenues that we base on a previously stated projection of 1.7 million cruise passengers territory-wide in fiscal year 23. As cruise calls increase, so will our cargo activity. Viper and West Indian Company have also agreed to increase the fees collected from cruise vessels for a marine tariff. This year will be implemented in January 2023 and should provide much-needed boost in revenues for both agencies. To achieve our infrastructure goals, we have implemented the following conditions for the fiscal year 23 budget. Viper has a hiring freeze on all vacant support and marine positions until further notice. Only critical positions such as firefighters, police, and aviation positions that are required for Viper to meet its federal requirements will be filled. All new positions will also be placed on hold. We estimate that this will save $2.3 million in vacancies as well as $800,000 in new positions. We have reduced the capital improvement program. Our capital projects program has also been reduced to projects that are already funded or those that are extremely critical to complete. All other support and marine projects requested are deferred until Viper is in a better financial position. Our $209.2 million capital improvement program will be funded by the following sources: $1.68.9 in capital grants, operating revenues of $15.7, cash reserve and other $10.5, ARPA Act $6.4, debt funding marine projects $3.4, government grants $2.8, car rental facility charges $700,000, and passenger facility charges $697,000.
Thank you, Ms. Penn. Self-insurance program. The 34th legislature recently approved a measure that will allow the authority to provide a self-insurance program that insures risk for minor marine, aviation, and commercial assets. This program will save Viper about $1.2 million a year in insurance premiums. We have made it mandatory that all our employees participate in safety trainings in preparation for this move to self-insurance. This program will be ready for implementation in fiscal year 23. Viper has applied for funding under the recently approved $1 billion bipartisan funding law. These funds are available to upgrade and modernize American airports and are awarded via the FAA. Federal funding legislation, H.R. 8294, for U.S. Virgin Islands Harbor Studies and Airport. On July 20th, 2022, Congresswoman Stacey E. Plaskett announced the House of Representatives' passage of legislation H.R. 8294 that includes 9 community projects specifically for the U.S. Virgin Islands, including $400,000 to complete studies that are mandatory prior to authorizing dredging of 2 harbors in the territory, and $16 million to address critical expansion and safety needs of our airports. The legislation has appropriated actually, $200,000 to the U.S. Army Corps to study the feasibility of dredging and improving navigation in the Charlotte-Mali Harbor on St. Thomas. $200,000 for the Army Corps to complete the post-authorization change navigation in Christiansted Harbor in St. Croix. $4 million to expand the commuter wing at the Cyril King Airport Terminal. $4 million to improve the airfield drainage at the Cyril King Airfield. $4 million to rehabilitate the Henry E. Rolson Airfield parking aprons, and $4 million to reinforce Henry E. Rolson's runway. Status of projects funded via legislative appropriation. Viper was challenged with identifying funds for repairs and operations during the pandemic. Consequently, the United States Virgin Islands government appropriated approximately $10.6 million in funds via several appropriations through the legislature of the Virgin Islands and the Office of the Governor to assist the Virgin Islands Port Authority with executing major port developments. This investment in our port infrastructure is appreciated as it is an investment in the U.S. Virgin Islands economy and benefits every resident of this territory. I have provided this chart as a quick reference regarding the status of projects funded as of August 2022. The amount of $3.8 million in Act 8267, matching funds for the Garden A. Finch Molasses Pier project completed. $1.6 million in Act 8412, local match for the Hira Terminal Expansion and Modernization Project completed. $440,000 in Act 8454 includes an appropriation in amount of $440,000 to complete Phase 2 of the St. Thomas Waterfront Fendering Project. That project too has been completed. $900,000 in Act 8401, the Loredan Elboyne Senior Dock Improvements. That's out for bid. We're expecting that in August to get the bids back. $920,000 in Act 8515 for Cruise Bay Fish Market. That project is right now in the planning and design stage. $400,000 supplemental budget in 8473. That's for the multi-purpose center in St. John. That too is in the planning stages. Act 8473, $400,000, and E. Abramson Marine Facility Storm Panel Repair. The contractor has been selected. We are waiting the final CZM permit. Act 8447, $2.5 million, and E. Abramson Marine tender pair. The contractor selected, and that awaits the CZM permit. Ms. Richardson, our HR director, would do her presentation now.
Good afternoon, all. The authority's successes can be attributed to the hard work executed by our employees. Despite our financial challenges, we have kept all our valued members on our team employed. This is one of our most significant achievements and one that was strongly supported by our Board of Governors as well as our management team. VIPA employs 328 permanent employees, 18 temporary employees, for a total of 346 employees territory-wide. On St. Croix, we have 108 employees, and on St. Thomas, St. John District, 238. We currently have a total of 97 vacancies, 64 of those positions funded in fiscal year 23, and 33 positions on hold or temporarily unfunded. VIPA negotiates with 5 employee unions. The status of our union contracts are as follows. Our Harbor Pilot contracts expired back on September 30th, 2018, and is currently in arbitration. Our ARF, which is our firefighters and our law enforcement officers contract, expired on September 30th, 2021, and has an ongoing issue that has been referred to PERB for further guidance. Our Marine Division union negotiations are scheduled to reconvene on September 15th and 16th, 2022, as their contract is expected to expire on September 30th, 2022. Our United Steelworkers Supervisors Union contract is up to date, and that contract is expiring on September 30th, 2023. Our aviation contract expires on September 30th, 2026. We ensure that all mandatory training schedules are adhered to, particularly for our police and firefighters. VIPA will continue to invest in training programs and other incentives to help and strengthen our team. Our employees are our most valuable asset, and I want to take this opportunity to publicly thank all our employees for their hard work and daily commitment to public service.
Thank you. I want to underscore something that sometimes gets a little bit lost. Because for 2 years, the Port Authority had no cruise ships. That's the bulk of the revenues that we get. And during a 2-year period, where all over the country or even in the territory during COVID was layoff, termination, furlough. The Port Authority governing body and our staff decided and voted that it was more important that we kept 300 and close to 70 employees receiving a paycheck every 2 weeks. And sometimes those are the kind of things that people just glass over. But for us, it was important to recognize our human capital, because these same individuals have mortgages to pay, rent to pay, car notes to pay, children in school and colleges. And the human side of us could not have allowed us to whether downsize, get rid of, or do anything else, but do what we believe with the help of our governing body to make sure all our employees during those tough and difficult times receive a paycheck every 2 weeks. Chairman Bailey, this completes my testimony. I thank you again for the opportunity to share information about the Port Authority and convey the importance of the port's operations to the territory, as well as to explain our challenges and our opportunities as we manage the territory's airports and seaports. Once again, I would like to thank the Brian Roach administration and all the senators that continue to support the authority, the Virgin Islands Port Authority Governing Board and its 300 and 60-plus employee, I want to recognize them as well. Moreover, I want to specifically recognize the chairperson of the governing board, Mr. Willard John, who represents the District of St. Croix, Mr. Lionel Jacobs, a private sector who represents St. Croix, Mr. Joe Shelter, Commissioner of Tourism, Ms. Denise George, the Attorney General, Mr. Kevin Rodriguez, as the EDA Chair of the Board, former Senator Celestino A. White, better known as the Calypso King of the Wall, and Mr. Derek Gabriel, the Commissioner of Public Works. That completes the written testimony. I'll ask you to now for us to go into a presentation, short presentation by our engineering folks. I really, as they get queued up, I really want to continue to recognize our engineering department, and in particular, these youngsters who we continue to try to mold and bring along. I used to say a youngster for all time, but I don't know if you're young anymore. Anyhow, again, you guys could go ahead. Who first?
You may proceed.
Good morning, members and senators of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, our legislative staff, media, and a listening and viewing audience. My name is Earl. I'm an electronics engineer at the U.S. Virgin Islands Port Authority. I'm delighted to be here today to tell you about the ongoing Viper projects in the St. Thomas, St. John district. I'm starting with aviation. First up, we have the Cyril E. King Airport Gate 5 apron reconstruction project. The prime focus of this project was to repair a section of pavement found to be structurally deficient to ensure continued safe use of the apron by the commercial airlines. As the executive director stated earlier, the project was primarily funded by the Federal Aviation Administration with an overall project cost of roughly $4.4 million. The contractor on record is Romina Construction, LLC. In the slide that's shown here today, the contractor completed the transition strip and asphalt mill and overlay work. Application of joint sealant was completed, removal of temporary pavement markings is ongoing, and the contractor is addressing punch list items in preparation for the closeout of this project, which is scheduled to be closed the end of this month, August 2022. Next. Up next, we have the Cyril E. King Airport Terminal Parking and Transportation Center. Again, this project was primarily funded through a recovery grant by the U.S. Economic Development Administration with an overall cost of $26.8 million. The contractor on record is AT Construction Solutions, LLC. This 132,000 square foot above ground 3-level concrete parking structure, once completed, will fully be equipped with an elevator, electric vehicle charging, and a parking management system. The 3-level parking garage will provide space for taxis, rental car operations, and it will host a minimum of 10 ADA parking spaces. The project is scheduled for completion in the summer of 2023. In the aerials, snapshot of photo taken by Mr. Tafari Nelson here, you will see that the deck is completely formed. The post-tension lines are already installed. Electrical work and plumbing has been done, and we're scheduled for the pour on August 16, 2022, as stated earlier. Go ahead. And there's a picture to show you the congestion that we face right now at the terminals. Go ahead. Up next, we have a demolition of vacant bond field units 206 and 230. This project is funded through Viper's operational budget with an overall project cost of $32,913, excuse me. The contractor on record is A9 Trucking Enterprises, Incorporated. The demolition of Building 206 was successfully completed, and the demolition of Unit 230 is on hold pending lead paint remediation. Go ahead. I'm moving over to our Marine Division. First, we have a photo here showing the work that's being done with the Charlotte and Mali fendering. As the executive director stated earlier, the project is on a temporary hold. I'm waiting for Robert to come into the territory so we can finish the fenders. Yes, so the yachts and so on can berth safely at the waterfront. Next. Here is also a rendition photo of the Laramie Boyd's Cruise Bay St. John Dock Ferry dock improvements. As the executive director stated earlier, this project will entail resurfacing a pier, installing a canopy adjacent to the existing terminal, and adding male and female restrooms, and upgrading the facilities to accommodate a generator for backup storage. Well, lastly, on my slide is the Irma V. Fredericks Marine Terminal Customs Building. We're seeking funding, as stated earlier, and this is a project rendition for this project. I'll turn it over to Mr. Nelson for his part of the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is DeFaria Nelson again, mechanical engineer in St. Croix, Florida Port Authority. So we'll start with the aviation end. The first project is the Hera Terminal Expansion Phase 1. This project costed approximately $8.6 million. Sorry. Completion date was December of 2021 last year. Funding source is the EDA grant along with VIPA proceeds. This phase 1 entailed the expansion and upgrade of the domestic passenger lounge, also known as the holding room. It doubled the capacity to add both seating and additional space for potential vendors. Hera now has an aesthetically pleasing and comfortable departure lounge with amenities comparable to any modern airport. Again, it was completed last year in December. This is some pictures of the area. Next, we have the Hera Runway 1028 shoulder and electrical vault construction. This project is approximately $8.7 million being funded by the FAA grant. It's approximately 92% complete and is scheduled to be completed next month of this year. All the electrical work is completed for the taxiway and runway. The electrical vault is also completed. Currently, what work is going on is the paving of the runway shoulder itself. That, again, is scheduled to be completed in October of next month. This is some images of the work. Majority of the work is done at night. And these are some images. And on to the marine projects. The Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier Cargo Facility. This is at, again, the Gordon A. Finch Molasses Terminal. This is being funded by the Maritime Administration grant along with VIPA proceeds. It costing approximately $12.1 million. Completion date was June of this year. It's substantially completed. The contractor is currently addressing some punch list items for final completion. The grand open ceremony, again, was June 23rd of this year. We were honored to have Mr. Gordon A. Finch, former VIPA executive director and board member, in attendance. This consists of 5 bays in the warehouse area, which all currently have commitments from tenants to occupy. And then the administrative area will be occupied by CBP, IRB, and VIPA's dock master. This is the Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier Roll-On Roll-Off Dock, or RoRo dock for short, costing approximately $9.6 million. This project is completed, funded by the same Maritime Administration, along with VIPA proceeds. The completion date was October of last year, 2021. The improvements to the roll-on, roll-off dock at the Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier, again, was completed. Next up, we have the Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier dredging. Vivo is the contractor that did this work. It costed $1,050,640. This project is 97% complete, again being funded by the Maritime Administration along with VIPA proceeds. It was completed in May. It was substantially completed in May of 2022. The remaining work is just for the survey of the underside, the seabed, to ensure that it is at its 20 feet depth, which will allow for larger vessels to be able to safely dock for offloading and unloading purposes. The spoils have been transported to its permanent storage site north of the Hera facility. The Wilfred, next is the Wilfred Bomba Alick Port and Transshipment Center, or also known as the Container Port Cargo Facility. This project is approximately $15.9 million. It is substantially complete, at around 97% complete, being funded by insurance proceeds. It is scheduled for completion in December of this year. Viper is awaiting a special transformer and underground wiring equipment from the VI Water and Power Authority, expected by December 2022. The contractor is completing punch list items and relocating a security fence on the southeast side of this facility. This facility is 10 bays, 7 of which do already have commitments from tenants to occupy. This is additional images of the marine cargo facility. Next up, we have at the Frederickstead Annie Abramson Marine Facility here, the blowout panels and structural repairs. The contractor that has been selected to do this work is TMZ Construction, costing approximately $265,075. This funding source is the legislature. Viper's board awarded this contract for TMZ to do this work, and Viper is awaiting the issuance of the permit to begin this work. Again, this contractor is already selected, and we are ready to move forward. The last project in my presentation is the Annie Abramson Marine Facility South Tender Pier Landing. This is approximately $1.7 million, funded again by the legislature. The same situation, we're currently waiting for the CZM permit to begin work, and the contractor has been selected, is 11 Construction. And that concludes my presentation. This slide shows the list of our Board of Governors, as well as the contact information on our website. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes our presentation. I really want to thank Tafari and all the other presenters here. And we really thank each and every one of you for your continued support.
Thank you, Executive Director Dowe. Colleagues, we're going to move into a 5-minute round of questioning, beginning with Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Executive Director Dowe and your management team there with you, and thank you so much for this most comprehensive testimony. And I want to thank you and your employees for the work you guys continue to do on behalf of the people of the territory. I know that the post editor did not receive any information, but I have just received the analysis of revenues report just now from the team, so thank you for this. I appreciate it. Miss, let me go to the testimony quickly because I really haven't had a chance to go through that. But Miss Richardson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I know that there's a freeze at this time, but my question is quickly, how many folks were onboarded between the beginning of the fiscal year to date? Because I note in this budget analysis, when it comes to payroll expenses, it's showing 8.5% change in terms of funding. It was 35,526 for 22 and anticipating 38,554. So I know that the fee, but how much folks were onboarded in this fiscal year?
Okay, for the fiscal year to date, we had 21 new hires on St. Thomas, 1 on St. John, and 11 on St. Croix.
Permit me to just make some clear. The 35 million or the 35 versus the 38 had mostly to do with union increases that were negotiated and implemented. That's where you see the difference.
Thank you so much for that. But at the same time, that's impressive in terms of onboarding individuals, because most of the different departments that they come here, they can't find folks to onboard. I don't understand it. So I appreciate that. Whatever you guys are doing, you need to share with others. Very well. Director Dowe, AD Dowe, you spoke in your testimony on page 3. You spoke to fiscal year 2020, the loss of $9.6 million in marine revenues, and then you spoke to 2019 and 2018, or 2019, I'm sorry, for $18 million in fiscal year 21. My question to you is, year to date, for the marine side and the aviation side, what's the revenue thus far, year to date?
Year to date for
Please say your name, Ms. Penn, and for the record.
Good day, my name is Anna Penn. Year to date, right now we're at, aviation is at about 28 and marine is at 20. We expect to finish the year at 35.7 for aviation and 24.9 for marine. Million.
So, question, and because in the testimony is noted that in 23 anticipate for aviation 36.7 and marine 36. Basically, they're even. So, what is that? What are you seeing to see the increase from the marine side?
For marine, we were without cruise ships, but we expect to have most of our cruise ships coming back. We also expect increased traffic in Frederiksted, and then we have expected increase of our marine tariff.
2 minutes.
Okay, very well. And let me ask you, based on this report, it's showing when it comes to utilities, I'm seeing a $5.3 billion for 2022. Is that anticipated or year to date thus far? And then 5.1 for 23, I would have expected to see the other way around based on what's going on in that space when it comes to utilities. And if that's the case, do you have any green initiatives or anything that's going on in terms of a grant to help to decrease that number?
We do have a photovoltaic, but we have just seen a drastic increase with our utilities from WAPA, and then we also have some facilities come online in St. Croix that we expect to see increases from them.
Just in
Clarify
terms
for me, clarify,
sorry,
because...
just in terms of the initiative going forward, the port authorized us to do a major solar project in St. Croix across from the runway, across from the airport itself. So that's active in terms of our discussions with that project. The solar panel farm that we have right here at King Airport, that saved the authority approximately $370,000 annually.
And that would explain it because I'm seeing a decrease, so I appreciate that. Also, other expenses, I'm seeing a decrease of some $223,000. What's included in that category, and why is there a decrease of such a large amount? It's on your revenue report. For other expenses, what's under that category, and there's a decrease of $233,000 for fiscal year 23, anticipated. Seen it?
Nope.
25% decrease. It's on this report here. Your report. I just received this. Your analysis of revenues report. No?
For me,
Time.
I see other expenses going up for 23 budget on my overall. I'll have to see whether you have, I can't tell what you have in your hand.
No, it's showing, okay, for fiscal year 23, it's showing 654,000. And for 22, it's 877,000.
Oh, you're look.
Under operating expenses. The operating expense.
We do have for the operating expenses, the other we have, what is which one you're looking at?
Well, could you just say the page? No, is there a number on the page?
Blocks 3? Blocks 3. No?
I don't know.
I'll share it with you.
Yeah, please.
And that's it for Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your responses. And one more.
Sure, please, Senator, go ahead.
Yes, Director Dowe, in respect to, you spoke a little about the initiative you have. Is that on St. Croix in terms of the electrical vault? and the LED light, etc., that's coming online?
Yes, what was the question?
I asked about the reduction in electrical costs, and in the testimony speaks to some electrical valve for the Hera airfield and also LED lights, some $8.7 million that was completed.
Well, it's going to be completed in October of next month, but basically it was just an electrical upgrade to the lighting system that also included paving of the runway shoulder. LED lights in general, those are just cost saving due to their efficiency and energy. So all of the lights were replaced with LED lighting.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Blyden. The report you was referring to is what you sent, the Virgin Islands Port Authority Fiscal Year 2023 Operating and Capital Budget. So that was just sent to everybody, so they're looking at those numbers.
Okay.
Okay, you're looking at budget to budget, and I was looking at budget to expected.
Okay. Ms. Hodge is still with you, Mr.
Miss who? Sorry?
Annie Hodge.
Yes, a couple people that normally would have been here.
Okay.
They are attending a conference out of the territory.
Okay, I just want to make sure that she's still with the port. 'Cause I was going to chastise you if you told me that she was someplace else. I was going to say that does not make any sense at all. Okay.
No, Anis is here, still with us.
Okay, good thing. Senator James, you recognized.
Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you for your comprehensive testimony that you gave this body or this committee. I see here where you have a large amount of vacancies for law enforcement officers, and don't feel any way, we have a lot of vacancies all across government. But as far as making this position more attractive, as you take on more responsibilities and projects, can you speak to what the authority is doing to get individuals on board as far as law enforcement?
Okay, so, sorry, Diane Richardson, Human Resources Director. In our St. Croix district, we've entered into a memorandum of understanding with our union to offer a $5,000 sign-on bonus for law enforcement officers. We are also implemented a provision that would allow individuals to transfer from other government agencies to us and receive the same amount based on our scale.
Stop right there. When you say transfer, I hope and pray it's not from VIPD, because we need individuals at VIPD.
From any law enforcement agency.
Don't touch VIPD, please, but go ahead.
On St. Thomas, we are offering a $1,000 sign-on bonus, and then we've also been doing very aggressive advertising and recruiting.
One of the things we have also done, and they're on board now, we have a LEO program where any law enforcement could do part-time work at the airport, providing they go through our processes. So we just, matter of fact, in St. Croix, we're just getting ready to bring on a few.
Thank you. We have a lot of vacancies, but I'm not going to touch up on that because my time is going to finish. But I hope and pray that you do attract the right and qualified individuals to fill those vacancies. I see, and I thank you, Mr. Director Dowe. I saw your press release where you made mention about the conveyor belt situation. But can you speak to us the cost for purchasing that and what was the funding source?
I don't know anybody could help me with the cost, how much we paid for the part. That I don't know. I could get that information for you. That funding source would have been Port Authority's money, one. And the problem with that was sourcing the part. There's no place, there's no shelf, no place. That belt is over 30 years old, and we literally had to have the part manufactured from some company in Utah. We flew that company. We were able to get that part into tropical shipping this week in my report, and that part is now in St. Croix. Yesterday, they started to install it, and it should take about 3 to 4 days to get it going.
And I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm hoping and praying that we're doing the same and factoring for the other belts that we may have all across the different airports, because the life and the warranty for those things is probably way past overdue and haven't been changed in a while. So I hope we're building a relationship. So today or tomorrow, if it was the St. Thomas belt to the St. Croix belt, vice versa, that we have that relationship with them so you can just get it in. And as far as on St. Croix, I know you have over 400 acres. and you made mention in a press release over 2 years ago about using 10 acres for hotel development. And based on that agreement, I know the Port Authority should be receiving a percentage of the profits. How is that conversation with the hotel development going?
Well, it's ongoing. Just like I said earlier, we could enter into transaction and discussion, but at the end of the day, those properties that are entrusted to the port from the FAA must get the legal arm of FAA to authorize it. So that's where we are in that process now. So we have the logistics with the company, the folks, the developers, but at the end of the day, the FAA must authorize us to proceed with actual lease.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And my question to
Time.
you, it looks promising?
I'm optimistic. Let me put it that way. I'm optimistic.
Okay, because if the Port Authority is receiving a percentage of the profits, then that speaks to revenues, and we're all about revenues as we speak about a budget. And last but not least, when it comes to the additional 400 acres, I know you made mention it's up to the FAA, but as far as future plans to bring in revenues for the Port Authority and the VI Treasury and a whole, can you just give us an update with the balance of what you have left? And I know it was basically called on the chair's time. Thank you, Director Dowe, for the time.
Okay, thank you. That's a discussion, a bigger discussion in terms of what the Port Authority plans are. I alluded earlier to the fact that the board authorized a request for proposal. We expect to do a pretty good size solar project. WAPA had asked to partner with us. We've been meeting with WAPA and their folks, and because the airport in St. Croix, we spend about $1.3 million every year powering the St. Croix airport. So any solar project would be very, very helpful, but not only to us. The project that we want to undertake would also be benefiting the entire territory.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make it clear for the record, and that's what St. Croix we're speaking about, the 400 acres. I just want the record to be clear.
We have 400 acres in St. Thomas Free.
All right. That's what I want to make sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. We're all about revenues, and we want to see things moving forward with the untouched land on St. Croix.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator James. In reference, I heard you speak about the two dredging projects, the Schooner Bay and the Crown Bay. And what is the projected cost for the Bay Channel?
For the big channel?
Yeah. 17 million or something?
No, it's more than 17 million now. 17 million was, I believe, is only for the basin. It's two areas over there, big areas that have to dredge. The harbor mouth, and regardless of what side we on with this dredging or these projects, one of the things is clear. Dredging going to have to happen out there for the commerce. Now, the harbor mouth, as you enter the harbor itself, that area must dredge. The hillside, as it continues to erode, the mouth of that channel is closing in, which means they have to clean out. And also all the debris and the runoff from the hillside has now settled in Waiko and around that area. And that's why even the small vessels that come in there, by the time they start to maneuver to turn around and the engines crank up, you see all that stuff coming up because it needs to clean out. That's also. But that overall dredging is I think it's about $38 million overall.
These projects originally, I saw them under the federal funds. In your testimony, you said we're looking for funding. What is the status of those federal funds as to why they are now being moved out when, to my knowledge, they have been accepted under those federal funds, or allowable usage under those federal funds?
Well, they hadn't been accepted. It was attempts made to try to have it funded via the under HUD, and after it went through the process, we started the permitting and the intricacies of trying to permit it. Those projects, as a matter of fact, my recommendation had been to let's try another avenue because HUD primary business is housing.
Right.
And so the appetite to branch off into allowing for that kind of money to go for dredging, they had difficulties with that. So,
but our submission for the permits, wasn't our submission under HUD, under the Housing Finance Authority, because the paperwork was switched over, they did some new stuff.
Yeah.
So aren't they the entity that submitted for the permits?
Is the Port Authority at the end of the day submitting for permits? We apply through HUD. There would have been the permitting. In other words, when these permits are submitted, right, let's say under HUD.
Okay.
HUD still have to go to Army Corps, Coast Guard, and all these entities. But the port had submitted applications as general. So the submission of the applications is still real.
Okay, so hold up there.
Yeah.
If it was port submission, the submission would have been done a year and a half earlier than it was. I know that for sure. If it was up to the port alone to submit for the permits, it would have been submitted a year and a half before, because Housing Finance Authority had those documents for a long period of time before they submitted anything. But I just want to make sure that we do not lose out on an opportunity to receive federal funding because the Housing Finance Authority fell asleep at the wheel. And now we're trying to revitalize the project because we know of the importance of the project, and the Indian community filed a petition and everything, so it seemed like we moved away from where it was. And then I read where the Public Finance Authority said they were going to allow the spending of some $17 million for the project, but the project is $38 million. Mm-hmm. So the 17 can't even finish the main channel, much less Crown Bay, that is $16 million, and Schooner Bay, that is 9.6 million. So that's a next 25 plus 38. We are way over $60 million for dredging.
Well, according to what at least in discussing it with HUD, not HUD, but the Housing Finance folks and the administration, the Turning Basin at Waiko is the primary concern, so that they could try to accommodate other vessels. Okay. So that had nothing to do with, but I just want to make some clear. The Port Authority on their own, you understand, once, wherever the money comes from, once we are the entity that's seeking the permit, then that's a whole different thing than HUD going through HUD to do this entire permitting process. So we're doing the permitting ourselves now. Let me put it that way.
I could push down a lot and not to know about it.
All right.
I'm going to move on. Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Executive Director Dowe and Administrative Team of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Thank you for being here with us today. I have a few questions. I want to start off with supply chain and inflation. It's kind of broad, but have you seen any issues come about because of that in the Port Authority recently?
Sorry?
Supply chain and inflation. Has it affected the Port Authority?
Big time, big time. And for example, this part that we spoke about, even to get it manufactured, we were in line. Actually, we had to ask them, another jurisdiction if we could have gotten in front of them for this part, for the baggage belt in St. Croix. And my folks telling me that the part itself costs about $13,000. And as we speak now, my folks telling me it has been installed and the belt is running. The adjustment that has to be made to the belt. But yeah, we have been, moreover, all supplies, once fuel gone up, our concrete goes up, all this stuff that we use would go up, which means we would see the effect sometimes based on projects that we want to do. Yes.
Yes, most definitely. And I was very excited to hear about the advancements that are going to be taking place on the St. John dock. However, I didn't hear anything about a vendor station for the St. John expansion of the dock. Much like St. Thomas has vendor stations where individuals can run businesses, I was wondering why one wasn't included for the St. John dock.
I don't know that, Senator, it's a nice question. I don't know that we have the space. It's a space issue as you come out of that dock for us to operate. But that's why what I believe would happen, though, and that's an opportunity when we bring the public out, for the public and so forth. Remember, there's money that this body set aside for us to go down in the gravel lot and do our entire project there. So I believe that's where some of this could happen.
I'm hoping that that's something that you can plan for in the future, so that small business owners in St. John can have the opportunity to do business in the marine terminal. I noticed that you have about 90 vacancies and one of them is on the board. I was wondering how many of these vacancies are considered critical to the Virgin Islands Port Authority at this time?
all our vacancies are critical as we manage it, though. But for example, if somebody show up to be a police fireman, and sometimes operational people, even custodial workers, are deemed critical. So we manage that. Although you might see those vacancies, we expect to fill those that we deem the most important, because we still have issues of financial challenges that we have to manage.
Okay. On the post auditor's report concerning the listing of employees, I saw that you have an acting assistant executive director, which is filled, and also an assistant executive director, which is vacant, with the same salary amount. I wasn't sure if that was a
2
redundancy.
minutes.
No,
is that a redundancy?
Sorry, no. I mean, we have a vacant. We have somebody in that position in the acting capacity. It's the same position
With the same salary amount?
Correct.
Okay, so, but once someone is hired, then that would change?
That goes away, yeah.
That goes away, okay. I'm also aware of collection tariffs that the Port Authority implements on cruise ship passengers. I was wondering if you've had any discussions concerning expanding that to yachts, the passengers on yachts.
Well, no, I had no discussion on expanding it to passengers and yachts, but just for the record, though, yachts coming in to our facility pays the Port Authority. The pays piloted, depend on the size of the yacht. One of our pilots either board it and assist them with coming in. So we get fees from those yachts coming in there.
Okay.
Pilotage and dockage.
Okay, I didn't see that in the code, so I was just wondering. It's not reflected in the code.
Okay.
So I got that. Are there any major contracts that we should be aware of concerning contracts of the Port Authority, new contracts?
In terms of when you say new contract, well, the Port Authority is an institution where every day we deal with major contracts. Like we read off several on the airfield in millions of dollars. The parking garage is 26 point some odd $million. All these various airfield stuff is in the millions of dollars. That's the nature of our business every day. Now, if you're asking about personal contracts, of this sort, we have financial advisors. That's about it. I mean, we don't have nobody that I could think on that we have some kind of contract out there with, except like our financial advisors or...
Time.
That's about it.
Okay. With the parking lot, I know that it was partially funded. It was mentioned it was partially funded. Do you have the monies to cover the completion of the parking in Cyril King Airport? Unless I missed that.
I'll say yes, but if there is some part that you could give to something, that way we will appreciate it as well. But we do have the requisite funding now to do the project. 20 million of it is from a federal grant. The other 6.5. But you asked a question earlier, and we could expect, I know it, but it's important for people to understand. For example, our board just authorized a major change order for the project, because underneath the parking garage, most of the sewage that runs from our tongue goes under the same part, that footprint, and comes out towards the end of the airport, like back of the cargo area. So that project either would have been stalled or would have been waiting until waste management can move it, which didn't happen. So we, the Port Authority, we wanted the project to go. We end up relocating that big sewage line that runs under the parking garage.
Okay, and one last thing, what's the difference between maintenance expenses and depreciation expenses?
Maintenance is what we expect to pay out to maintain the properties. Depreciation is a gas fee where you take the life of the asset and divide it by how much you paid for it, and then you have a standard amount coming out and record it. It's a non-cash expense.
Depreciation expenses are for physical objects. Senator, your time has been called a little bit. I've been giving you a little leeway, but you're going on. So, explain depreciation again.
Depreciation is taking the cost that you have for an asset and dividing it over your estimated life.
Okay. You buy a new car worth X amount, it depreciates every year. After 4 years, it's not worth the same. Senator Frankie Johnson?
Oh, boy.
You recognize. Oh no, Senator Karong is back. Senator Karong, you recognize.
Good afternoon, Director, to you and your team. And thank you for the work that you and your team are doing. Clearly, we could see some of the advancement in the projects that your agency has been handling. Regards to the budget, I just want you to share with us what is your main budgetary challenge at the moment?
We have several, but the personnel costs and keeping up with the personnel costs and the revenues that coming in, because once I explained to folks, the marine is where we used to make most of our money. So on the marine side would be our biggest challenge right now.
Okay. And I realize that part of your initiative is to be able to save, part of your initiative in order to save some of the funds, you are planning to, you have a hire freeze?
Yeah, we have a hiring freeze to some degree, but again, there are certain things that we deem critical. A custodial worker leaves, we would replace her right away. Firefighters, police officers, those are people that we would hire right away.
Yeah, because I really had some concern when I was looking at that. You have some new positions that you're basically not hiring at the moment. What's your total number of employees?
Total number of employees would be 346.
346.
Mm-hmm.
And then you mentioned number of vacancies that you have at the moment?
We have a total of 64 vacancies.
64 vacancies. And then I heard a colleague mention which ones are critical, and I think the response was that they're all critical?
Well, I tell you, we manage it because I'm saying all of them are positions we need if we had the resources. We don't have the resources, so we manage them on a day-to-day. For example, some time ago, I had an employee that left the territory. We didn't fill that position. Instead, I found somebody in the shop, pay them based on contractual obligation, pay them 10% more of their salary to do that very same thing in the meantime. But if we had the wherewithal, we'd replace it. But it's not like that.
Yeah, I hear you, and that's why I was a bit concerned with the freeze, but you're saying that according to the needs, you've been moving in hired position. Now, you mentioned testimony about the hotel, the second project that VIPA is venturing to seek developers for the new hotel. Does this mean you have a potential investor in mind? Are you in communication with a potential investor?
No. What we're dealing with a developer. That developer know who they're talking to. At this point, I really don't know, except that we are in discussion with the developer of the project. Correct.
Okay. So there is an interest and there is a place.
Sorry?
I'm saying there is an interest and you have a developer that you've been having conversations with.
Yeah, there is a developer that we're talking to as to a lease and what they're doing in terms of how they're going to raise the capital. That's strictly on them.
Very well. You also spoke about in your testimony the increase in, well, you mentioned on page 14, when you're talking about the taxiway construction, I'm sorry, not that area, the airport, and you mentioned we are now recording a number of 800 to 900,000 travelers in the St. Thomas Airport. And likewise on St. Croix Airport now, you mentioned that it was completed in 2000. It's now 22 years old, the airport. What is the numbers of passengers now compared to the capacity that the airport was built for?
Okay, in St. Croix, I can't tell you exactly what it was built for. I know that as we speak today, we see about 200,000 people going through the St. Croix footprint. In St. Thomas, that was designed way back when. St. Thomas don't have a space issue, so that's probably one of the. But St. Thomas Airport that were designed to accommodate 300,000 passengers, and now we see about 800 to 900,000 people going through the same footprint. In St. Croix, that went up. As a matter of fact, a few years ago, St. Croix was about 175,000 passengers. Right now, it's hovering around 200,000 passengers, St. Croix.
And based on your expertise or your knowledge, what's the capacity for the St. Croix Airport?
As much as could come. In other words, St. Croix Airport right now, if we could get, I think we could double what's going through St. Croix. I mean, without a problem. Except the one big challenge with all the airports, at least even St. Thomas, is the time in which all the airlines would want to come. That's the biggest challenge. Not that we couldn't even accommodate 800,000 people, but we have between 11:30 in the afternoon into by 4:30, 5 o'clock, that's when all the major airlines want to land. We have offered incentive to them to, hey, if you come in after 6, we give you a break on your landing fees. None of them would take it because they talk about the return flights they want. In St. Croix, we still have those challenges in terms of getting more airlines to go to St. Croix. But that's normally a discussion with ourselves and tourism, basically. But I just want the record. I just want the record to reflect, though, as we speak even now, the Port Authority governing body have offered a 50% discount on anything going to St. Croix, and up to a year they have on landing fees going to St. Croix if it's a new leg. In other words, if you're coming from Miami to St. Croix right now, you can't get that discount. But if you decide to come from Orlando or any other place that you're not currently coming into St. Croix, we offer such a discount, at least for a year.
And in closing, this is what I wanted to ask you, what negotiations you and the Department of Tourism are having to be able to attract some of these new airlines. And we've seen some of the numbers of airlines have been reducing their flights, even from St. Croix to Puerto Rico and to other destinations, causing sometimes a hardship on individuals who want to travel. So what incentives, if you could, you mentioned some, and what conversations with tourism and some of the airlines are you having? And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. You may respond.
Thank you. Once again, I just mentioned a couple that that our board authorized us to have. Tourism is normally the person that goes to what they call routes. Routes is where all the airlines congregate, normally out in Colorado, and you make your overtures to them. That's normally handled by tourism. There have been times when they ask us to come along so that we could pitch to the airlines. If you do XYZ, you could come in particular to St. Croix. That's what I talk about. We said to them right at routes, and COVID I'm not one of those to blame, but in some discussions we had prior to COVID, in terms of the new airlines, I could tell you that, well, Frontier came in new to St. Thomas, and that was an active discussion for St. Croix, very, very active in terms of what we could attempt to do in St. Croix and what package we could offer them to go to St. Croix.
How frequent is Frontier in St. Thomas?
Frontier is about twice, I believe, twice a week, depending on when season come. That it changes, for out of Orlando, okay. It changes, it fluctuates. But I tell you, we would take it. A flight into St. Croix now, whether Frontier, JetBlue, adding something, we would give them an incentive of the year of the landing fees and 50% of the various taxes.
Which is a great incentive. It's whether or not the Department of Tourism is actually marketing the incentive that you're offering to these airlines. So I don't see that aggressive or aggression from Department of Tourism in trying to improve that particular product to St. Croix. And I hope that they market that, and hope that there's some results in which we'll have some additional flights. Have anybody responded, to your knowledge?
No, there have been a couple inquiries. I know two of them did inquire, and I'm talking about several months ago. The same one that inquires to St. Thomas and whether we could do that break in St. Thomas for a new leg. They also inquire relative to St. Croix. I think as the season starts, sometimes these are quick I mean, when they look at the selling of any seat or what have you, but at the same time, it's whether or not the government generally wants to participate in some program with them
Correct.
too.
Okay, Senator Johnson, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to Director Dowe and your team. I really want to applaud you, especially with your young engineers. I like to see that. I like to see our young people and getting this opportunity to, just put their talent to work. You guys spoke about 64 vacancies. Out of those 64 vacancies, how many of them are law enforcement vacancies?
Let me do a calculation. I'll get back to you on the vacancies in law enforcement.
I appreciate that. I have some more questions on that, so I'll go right ahead with some other questions. The two new projects on the way up for St. Croix is a major plus. The Air National Guard needs a home that they can call their own at St. Croix, and adding a hotel adjacent to the airport is long overdue. Do you have any specific information you can give us on this potential airport, and is there a flagship management, number of rooms, and do you have any renderings of this particular project, Director?
Thanks. No, we don't. Let me be clear. The Port Authority entered into a lease for 10 acres, and that lease and the environmental impact study is what's being undertaken now. The developer versus operator, all of that is rather different, and now we've been talking to that entity that wants to develop that 10 acres in St. Croix. The FAA must authorize any such transaction. We have sent our documents to the FAA requesting the approval to utilize the 10 acres for that purpose.
Thank you. Director, what I'd like for you to do for me, because and more for the listening audience, that P3 agreement that you're trying to do with lease agreement, a lot of airport across the mainland, I think Puerto Rico too, they do a lot of these type of expansion because it comes at no cost to the government, but it actually build out our airport as much. Can you expand a little bit on that for me, please?
Well, right now the board just authorized us to have that conversation, and that's where we at. It's just conversation with financial advisors. But take for instance, right here in St. Thomas, we enter into an agreement for a $150 million project to be done in Crown Bay, utilizing Royal Caribbean. And any semblance of that have nothing to do with downsizing, getting rid of any employees, but an infusion of capital. And that's the P3 that's being done now throughout the country. That's primarily what they do. Investors who can wait for the money, invest in these kind of projects, bring in large quantities of money to do a major project. So we have not gotten into any real discussion as to this is what it's going to look like. Just early last week, our board authorized us to start to talk. And
2 minutes.
I want to ask you a couple more questions here. Does the MOU with Royal Caribbean Group include a partnership with the government on revitalization of Frederickstead to enhance the location for the cruise passenger?
Okay, Royal Caribbean has been in territory several times. And the answer is yes. Matter of fact, the end of this month, Royal Caribbean destination folks will be in the territory in St. Croix to have that discussion at the upcoming season and the future with Sports Parks and Recreation Commissioner, DPNR Commissioner, and the Governor Albert Bryan and some of their folks. Because as you leave the pier, once you walk up the pier in Frederickstead, that land does not belong to the Port Authority. So that's why the entities, I know one of the big things that they're looking to do in St. Croix is the billover of a couple of the beaches along that strip and investing in those kind of projects. So the end of this month, we expect Royal Caribbean destination folks to be in the territory.
That's good news. That's very good news. The Aston Bay Monsanto Marina facility, you mentioned that the cost to do the dredging and the facility improvement is estimated at $16 million, and you're seeking funding for this project. Are you seeking grants, or what's the potential avenue of getting that funding?
Well, we always, as a matter of fact, the Port Authority just recently, and folks who are in St. Croix know that the individual who now oversees this region from Myrad out of Jacksonville was in the territory. We've developed, I think every 2 weeks on Thursdays, we have a meeting, our engineering people directly with them, and that's the discussion as to new financing and new funding opportunities based on the kind of infrastructure money that's out there. But that $16 million, we don't have it. And that was one of those things that were under the HUD tranche that they were setting aside. They had set aside some $30 million. Let me correct myself. In that discussion was some $30 million that was set aside under HUD. Now, the Port Authority have not received or have a written commitment that, hey, this $30 million to do any of this dredging as we speak today. But we welcome it. That discussion continued to be ongoing, I suspect, with them, with Housing Finance Authority. However, the Port Authority, just like some of these things that we're doing, we cannot wait on no one part. We are exhausting any and all available opportunities that might come.
Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up with one final question, and then I was waiting for an answer from them with the law enforcement. May I, Mr. Chair?
You may conclude.
The former Carlton property, WAPA has been using it as a temporary storage. Is there a contractual agreement that WAPA will be making payments, or are they paying anything for the use of that temporary storage in that area?
That's a good question, Senator, because remember when the agreement was made for WAPA to use that property, at that point it was not under the jurisdiction of the Port Authority. When we took over and we started to tell WAPA, hey, you're going to have to pay us. Let's be real, folks. That's the same time fuel prices escalating. Only people going to end up paying that is the rate payers. So what we devise, since we are only doing like design and that kind of stuff, we tell WAPA, okay, clean up the area a little bit. And they had already get authorization from the government, the central government, to use it. So we tell them, no problem, continue to, but give us some date. And they told us that they expect by the first quarter next year that they would come off of the property. So it's half of one, six a dozen of the next. So we just kind of been working with WAPA as they try to store stuff there.
But they will clean premises. They will clean the premises before they leave.
Correct. Well, the stuff that they put on the property, they would have. That's what we told them, that they have to clean it up. But even so, I've been honest about this, as I traverse that place, whether the port had it or not, I don't like to see it. And we said to WAPA time and time again, don't put another container no higher. I mean, there's some other land you could lay down, but you can't keep stacking them things as high and look so unsightly to me for the residents or even visitors alike. It's just disgusting.
Thank you so much, Senator.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could get the numbers from the young lady, the amount of law enforcement in that 64, I appreciate that.
Okay, that number is 29. Territory-wide. So 13 on St. Thomas, 16 on St. Croix.
13 on St. Thomas, 16 on St. Croix?
That is correct.
But the issues you were having weren't on St. Croix? In terms of
with
law
hiring?
Enforcement?
Yes, St. Croix.
Well,
okay, so
the law enforcement issue is territorial-wide. It was compounded more in St. Croix, and that's why right now we start the LEO program in St. Croix.
So since you had the issues, you've been able to increase the numbers on St. Croix?
We have one individual in the academy right now. We have probably another 4 or 5 that's going through the process, and we're doing our background checks to see whether or not they'll be able to enter the new class in November.
Okay. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. We want a 5K on St. Thomas also. Okay, I guess.
Sorry?
We want a 5K incentive, 5,000 incentive for the St. Thomas Leos, law enforcement officers.
We'll take that advisement.
Okay, good. That's a good answer. Director, I stand is 100% in support of you and the team. And thank you guys for what you're doing, because again, that's what keeps us going here in the territory. A time to reset. I'm glad you gave page 20 just for me because I like asking them questions, but I want to reset your page 20 by starting off with our employees are the most valuable asset, and I want to take this opportunity to publicly thank all my employees for their hard work and daily commitment to public service. And then go into the authority's success can be attributed to the hard work executed by its employees. And then move page 20 up to page 1. You ain't got no problem with me at all. But now, in regards to where we see the unions that have to negotiate and contracts that expired and stuff, do you have where funds are put aside for these contractual agreements and when these different arbitrations and different issues are completed to pay them going forward in the 23 budget? Do you have those money put aside?
Well, we do have some monies that's set aside for future pay raises and so forth, but it depends on the sky in the limit. So
no,
we
we
might set aside some monies for future, some of the unions who might have an automatic pay raise come in, or at the same time, future negotiations, yes.
Okay, so like we take, for instance, the harbor pilots where theirs expired in 2018 and currently in arbitration. You would set aside funds for those. The airport rescue fire, Leo's law enforcement officers expired in 2021 and has an ongoing issue. Has, again, money been set aside for those? Those in particular, I could see with the ones that expire in 2026, we acquiesce to their wage increases between now and 2026. But directly for 23 with those, the Marine Division, you have the money set aside for those, at least cover those.
Well, not all.
Yes. So what we've done in terms of projections, we are going based on their last increase. We've set aside monies for, possible negotiations for those contracts.
And that's fair. And is anyone owed any funds from previous wage increases or retro money or anything?
Our aviation union, we are scheduled to pay them some retro monies that are due on August 24th, as well as some of our employees from our USW supervisors union.
So by August 24th, all of them will be paid?
Yes.
Jeez, Brett, that's good news. Now, I have a revenue generator on the marine side that I believe, again, would generate revenues, and it would be to have shore power at the docks. So you take a Frederick State Pier, you put shore power.
2 minutes.
The ships pull up, they can plug into the shore power, and you charge them a fee. Generate revenue for your marine side. So could you look into that to see maybe what it would cost to get that done? I believe WAPA had a model of it under Julio, the director. Well, I forget his last name now, but
Raima.
Yes, he showed me where, and I saw that at Sea Trade, and I think that's a revenue generator for the ports and on the marine end. If you could look into it, see what it costs.
Just for the record, though, we did.
Okay,
We and WAPA folks a couple of years ago went. Some of them traveled with us. We arranged a meeting with them and the cruise line to have that very discussion. But when we look seriously at the cost of the infrastructure to get those lines into where our ports are, whether or not it's cost prohibitive or whether or not anybody wanted to invest in it. As a matter of fact, the cruise lines, there's a big benefit to them. That way, they could shut off generators when they're into the dock. But moreover, some of the fuel that they're burning that pollutes our air to some respect will not have to be burned then. So it is something that we still need to go back and follow up on. So it's a good suggestion.
Good. I appreciate that. And it would definitely, enhance the whole area. And I like that. Bring some jobs to St. Croix too. So, and St. Thomas. So, and finally, in regards to your 64 funded positions, are they funded at 50% or 100%? You're 64.
100%.
100%. Okay, good. And the 30 acres that the Vernice National Air Guard is I guess purchasing, that's a contract with Port Authority and the National Guard Bureau. You said it was already a contract. Could we get a copy of that contract, or is it?
Okay. Basically, I just check our legal folks, make sure we don't have no issues. I don't see a problem.
Okay, through the chair, I'd like to request that.
No problem. But let me make something clear, though.
Sure.
The National Guard is not buying the property.
Right.
As a matter of fact, that's entrusted property to the FAA. So the only thing can happen with anybody and any of the airport property is a long-term lease.
That's fine.
If we I
appreciate that.
That's just for the edification of the public. We can't sell the land.
Good.
And if even if they allow you to sell it, wherever you sell it for, has to go back to the FAA. We don't get to keep it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. It just so that, because again, that would generate revenue for the territory and St. Croix as a whole. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Very quickly, you spoke about having, before we go to the next senator, Senator Saru, you spoke about having 64 vacancies?
That is correct.
Are your vacancies funded in your 2023 budget projections?
Yes, they are.
Okay. All right, Senator Saru, you're recognized for your, I'm not sure how many minutes. 5 minutes.
10. Just joking. Afternoon to all. Quickly, before we begin, Director Dowe, were we able to fix the AC in the sleeping room for the firefighters?
In the where?
The sleeping room for the firefighters.
Yeah, I'll have to check.
I was summoned down there and the AC was not working and it was brutally hot.
Yeah, I know just recently we tried to put in a new unit in there, so I'll have to follow up on that. I don't know.
Just keep down your radar when you're leaving here today.
Somebody have to be down there looking at it right now.
Perfect, okay. And then Cancrine, quickly. I hate to drive by Cancrine. I abhor driving by Cancrine, and that's my route. I live Bodo. That's my only route to work every day. And that was my fear in that whole process. I keep talking about it looking aesthetically pleasing. That's our tourism corridor. If you land and you come on a taxi to whatever hotel you have to go to, that's where you have to pass. I heard the question asked earlier. I heard your response. Where are you on the drawings? And of course, that's not for you, but
no. Let me make it abundantly clear. All those trailers that you see there that look, and I said earlier in my testimony
I heard you.
that we spoke to the WAPA folks to clean it up. Okay. So we have no nickel in that dime.
So did you?
However, the drawings. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. So you have a timeline?
On the drawings?
No. Well, the drawings too, but let's talk about WAPA, the timeline and those trailers.
Well, their trailer's going to be there into the second count to what WAPA is telling us. That's for the big generating units that they're building at the power plant. Those trailers are expected to be there into the first quarter next year.
Okay, tell me what the plans.
Yeah, that's our engineering folks and one of our partners.
He involved. You don't go call somebody's husband. Are you involved in the drawings? No, my St. Thomas engineer.
No.
Your name really just.
Yes, Earl Thomas. Yes.
I've been calling you all my life, but it went
no
today.
Problem.
Go ahead.
Not involved in the drawings, but in conversations, yes. But we're still in the process of talking. There's nothing on the board right now.
Okay. Conquering, just keep that at the second priority of my points. Now let's go to Flux 3, this paper that you gave to us. Now the operating loss, it was kind of asked before, I wanted to drill on really on it, 8.3 million in your profit loss. Is all of that on the marine side?
Speak into the mic. Speak loud. Microphone.
17.3 is marine.
So your loss was on the marine side?
As far as you're looking at the
operating profit?
Operating, yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and now to you, Director Dowe, you have tourism sitting on your board, correct?
Correct.
And you have a former director of WICO as well. He is a former director of WICO. So what's these aggressive discussions happening to bring back the marine industry? Are you pressing on them?
Well, we expect by January a lot of that will be back. When you look at the numbers, last year was about 8. It just had started to climb up to about 800,000 people. We expect more than 1.4 million passengers in the territory come this season, with 140 of them going directly to St. Croix.
So you're expecting to exceed our previous numbers or to even out?
We will exceed the last year previous number. We will exceed it.
Well, I know you're going to exceed last year. Last year with the pandemic.
Well,
let's go back to pre-pandemic numbers.
We will be in the area of pre-pandemic.
Okay, good. Now let's go to your insurance proceeds, funds. Any funds remaining from this? I see 0, but any funds remaining from the insurance proceeds?
We have about 2.2 million left, but it's already committed to a project.
Which project?
We're finishing up some of our projects in St. Croix with we had some money that was also went towards. We used that to help with the molasses spare and the container port.
Okay, so it's earmarked. Let's talk about dredging. While you have this dredging project happening, I really don't think it should have been from the PFA, it should have really been from HUD. But while we have this project happening, the Marriott is slated to be under construction. What's the discussion with the Marriott and their runoff and the silt that may come in that area and really impact the dredging?
I don't have any discussion with Marriott.
Okay.
Relative to that.
Okay, so on the port, because things are interrelated. So you could dredge and we could make it good, and then the Marriott go under construction, and then if the proper silt thing is not, engineer, I don't know if I'm using the right word, right? But if those things aren't in place, then it kind of defeats the purpose for dredging, in a sense.
Time.
Yeah, I mean, the environmental assessment for both of these projects would have to be had.
Okay. No. Even if the assessment had to be had, we don't assess, but we really don't enforce. We don't let people assess, and then we go on. And DPNR stresses me out because we're not enforcing what we should be doing. Lastly, let's talk about the ARPA funding. I know, based on the previous reports, you had 10 million from ARPA and then an additional 6 million. Am I correct?
No, we have
fill me in.
10 million from there, right? Correct? The ARPA funding?
From the local government?
The local government, yeah.
From a local government. Okay, so Howard, tell me, how are these funds going to be used?
They were strictly, let me just back up.
Okay.
The last the Port Authority experience was, 98% was marine related. No cruise ship, no BVI traffic.
So the ARPA funding
so
filled that
fund
gap.
is subsidizing the operations and the marine side in which we lost those revenues.
And you're receiving additional ARPA funding. Okay.
Well, we continue to talk to the governor. We continue to talk to them about
so
our
you're
needs.
Expected to, I done Mr. Chair, but you're expected to receive additional ARPA funding?
We expect to receive about $6 million more.
And I just want to know what are the plans for the $6 million? Is that to subsidize again, or is that for
It's
more?
again to subsidize because the hole was so deep. We just try to patch things up, but we have obligations otherwise that we committed to keep people working.
So that's 12 million in subsidy from ARPA. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my Port Authority family. How you guys doing today?
Good.
Good. All right. I want to go back to the Cancrane property because, of course, I was a sponsor of the legislation. So, of course, there were certain things that should have taken place by now. I'm certain that funding is a challenge. So tell us, as it relates to the Cancrane property, what's actually happening right now? And is it a situation of funding? Are there commitments from the various shipping companies, et cetera?
No, we're pretty good. Our partner, the people we've been talking to, and the Cancrane property specific, no secret has been tropical shipping. We continue to talk as to what would be needed and the designs and so forth. What I can say that I just want to make sure we separate Cancrane proper from the other bulkhead type project.
Yes.
At the thing. But Cancrane, their discussion, I believe that we do have some private people who are interested in what we're doing. So it's only a matter, we have a team of people discussing Cancrane every day or who dedicated to that with our partners, the private sector.
Okay, good. So let's talk about. I know. I'm not certain if it was early this year or late last year, but I know that there was discussion that Crowley, I think it was last year, that Crowley was actually pulling out of the Virgin Islands or pulling out of the Caribbean. What's the status of Crowley with Virgin Islands Port Authority?
What I can tell you is that as recent as maybe a month ago or so, there was, it's no secret Crowley had started to downsize, make very few trips to the territory and talk about leaving. But I could tell you about a month ago, with all what's going on, Crowley came to us, we sat with them, they flew in here, and they have agreed now to come back in all out, to include the leases that we were discussing at the time for St. Croix, that they expect to participate fully in the St. Croix projects that we were talking about.
Okay, so let me circle back quickly because my colleague is not here. When I asked about the status of the Conquering, I should have asked about both. The South Shore conversation that we had earlier.
Yeah, well, that's part of it. The folks down there between Tropical and Crowley now, they have indicated that they would be going forward with us. The container port building, that new building there, of those 5 bays that we have a commitment for, Tropical have indicated committing to 3 of the 5.
Okay. Okay. The parking garage in St. Thomas, how is that being funded?
Through our EDA grant, 20 million, the EDA 6.8 million, the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Got it. What's the status of your audits?
Our audits are currently, we have 18 completed, 19 is in the hand of the auditors, and 20 and 21 that is being submitted.
Okay. So I have a little confusion with your, before I go to that. So I looked at your air passenger numbers, and we are projecting, so in 2022, you're projecting,
2 minutes.
You're projecting 900,000. Is that a conservative projection?
No, we are actually almost there.
So in 2023, you're projecting 50 more passengers. Is that a conservative projection?
50,000 more. Yes, we were
50,000 more.
Yes, we were conservative on that.
Okay. So you're conservative on that. And the reason why I asked the question is because how many new airlines you have coming in Frontier and who else?
Primarily Frontier, and while we might pick up a new route, it wouldn't be a new airline, but that's something that's being discussed now. In other words, one of the carriers that's currently coming, we're in discussion with a new route, a new area. Yeah.
So we have this huge challenge in the Virgin Islands with, I have not been able to travel to St. Croix, I think, in the last 2 months. Every time I make a reservation, they call and tell me my reservation is canceled. Seaborn, all of them. What are we doing to address that? I think there must be a conversation as to how we're going to address that, because we know that water separates us in the territory and we got business to do. So what's that discussion?
Senator, that's a tough one for me. Tough because the Port Authority ain't in this kind of game by themselves. So we can only do what we can. For example, let's go to the seaplane. It's no secret.
Let's go to
the seaplane. It's no secret. The seaplane had been able to get an exclusive contract with the port lease for umpteen years. It didn't happen yesterday. And so by virtue of that, although there are people who are saying, look, I would like to operate from there as well, because of the exclusive contract, no one else can.
When does it expire?
It's expiring, I think they have about, if my memory serves me correctly, about 5 or 7
I was seeing that goalpost are moving.
Yeah, because they had renewed it. But what and I must tell you too, I've been frank, because we don't like what's happening. Since that time...
Okay, you're using up all my time and the chair going to cut me off.
Sorry.
Time.
Okay, I'm
you
sorry.
See? Mr. Chair? CFC. So under your CFC, I think I saw 2022, 700,000?
Yes.
And then I see it again in 23. In some instances, I'm seeing 700 in your cash flow and 350. Which one is it?
We expect to get
The carryover?
We expect to get like 700, but we only plan to use like 350 out of it.
Okay, got it. That's why. All right. Are you up to date on your GRS payments?
Yes.
Okay. I have another question, but I'm going to have to do it as a point of inquiry because I'm not. Okay, your CapEx. You have 192, 193. So this CapEx number is inclusive of your bond projects?
Yes, we only have one project in the Marine on the bond. That's the Red Hook.
The Red Hook. Is that the balance? That's the last project under your bonds?
There's some individual ones. I don't remember offhand what has not, but it's something with the lighting over with the container.
So then let me ask it this way. When do you anticipate closing out your bond projects? After the Red Hook?
We're actually in the process of trying to reallocate some of the money that was excess on some that we're not doing because of the hurricane. So engineering is undertaking that project.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, please.
Senator Brett Gregory, go ahead.
I know sometimes we press for time, but the senator and former CFO report used the term CFC. And so I think it's important for the public to understand what that is. That CFC that you refer to, that $700,000, comes from, I think, $2.50. Each car that's rented at King Airport, the car rental agency, the Port Authority got together, and each time they rent a car at King Airport, $2.50 is set aside, thus allowing us, that's some of the same money, or when we left it built up for a couple of years, that's some of the same money that we're using for the parking garage. The car rental industry in St. Croix, they all got together and decided that they didn't want to participate in a CFC program. So only in St. Thomas that CFC is done or charged.
Okay, thank you. Very quick point, Senator. Can I give you some extra time? Very quick.
Please, I saw that your utility expenses have increased a tad bit in your projections in 23, a little higher. What's going on with the solar farm? Are you getting your credits from WAPA?
Yes, we are.
You are. So why are we seeing an increase?
My boss, we actually to take it. What we do is when we get Mr. Thomas calculates based on what we have and what they say is the amount for the month, and we actually deduct it from our bill to them. And we get about $27,000 a month.
On average.
And your overall monthly expenses, how much?
For just that one?
No, right, for that one. So you got $27,000 credit?
That we take against the bill for the airport.
Okay.
Thank
so
you,
you have an
Senator.
increase?
Sorry.
We have a couple, since the hurricane, we're now coming back online with a lot of our facilities. We have the container port coming online. We have...
Okay, so additional facilities.
Yes.
Okay.
And the fuel.
You say
And the fuel.
You say we take the $27,000 credit. That's an agreement that you have with WAPA?
No. Well, Senator, what...
You're calculating it on
Mr.
your own, and you're
Thomas.
saying that this is what our bill should have been. We're not paying this bill, we're paying this because we're producing this.
No,
correct?
yeah, I mean, Mr. Thomas goes, you do the calculation because...
No, I understand. I'm just saying that they have not agreed. You're doing that because you know you have the solar farm.
They passively agree because when I say passively agree, this thing going on from the time Senator Fred Gregory was there, where we say, hey, you got to tell us what it is. And sign an agreement. That had not happened.
Sound like you're talking.
So since that didn't happen, since that never happened, we calculate our usage ourselves on the solar farm, and when they send us our bill, we deduct the bill for that amount.
Okay.
They seem like to be fine with it. They never call, they never come.
Okay, last two questions. The hotel next to Emerald, what's the status? It's the eyesore. It's becoming a homeless shelter now.
No.
What's the status of?
I think the end of this month to the first week, that's going to be out for bid. The Port Authority, repossess the property from the
Okay, so
previous
finally it's going to go back out to bid.
It's going to go back out, yeah.
Excellent. And I think like 4 or 5 years ago, the contract for Seaplane had expired. So when they sold to Silver, Yeah, that expired. And we were at that point saying that we wanted to have more than one airline going in. And then Silver purchased Seaborn. And then there was a back and forth with Silver saying, well, we're supposed to be exclusive. And I thought we were going to fight that so that we could open back up that particular port. Why are we not fighting that? They got an exclusive contract. They got 2 flights and canceling every day.
Yeah, well, that's another. We have asked our legal people just because they have now approached us. And one of the things the Port Authority, governing body, and ourselves, we have drawn a line. We had said, right now as we speak, they have indicated they wanted to renew this lease and all of that. We have told them unequivocally no, unless that issue could be solved. But I also want to take the opportunity because you asked a very important thing. Just for the record, Carlton Dowe had no nickel in the dime. I was out at the port when they recently renewed this Seaborn thing.
Okay,
I wanted to be clear.
And I just wanted it to be clear on the record that the port dropped the ball because the port had an opportunity to fight and to open up the port to additional airlines, and they did not fight. They acquiesced and they signed, and next, that's why you're going back for 5 more years.
Correct.
We had the opportunity to open up the port to any airline that wanted to, that's a seaplane operation that wanted to use downtown, and we're feeling the effect now. Because Cape Air has severely cut back on the flights because of lack of pilots. You could barely get over to St. Thomas on a regular basis. So we need, I hope that we don't move in that direction again. And lastly, Seaborn has done no improvements to the port. All improvement there were done by the Port Authority. There's no shed for passengers. The parking lot that is owned by DPNR has remained unpaved forever. When we talking to these entities and allowing them to utilize our property, they have to put some money into it. We can't be, the renewal date was just maybe 4 years ago, 5 years ago. It was recently.
Senator Bailey, for the record.
No, I'm blaming you.
No, I'm just saying they came to us recently.
Because they want an next renewal.
And the port position, which we told them, and that's why I could repeat it, we told them clearly, the only discussion we have been starting with this exclusive right. And then we could talk after that.
Yeah, thank you so much. Colleagues, we have one more to go, so we're going to allow Mr. Dowe to put a closing statement on the record. You may proceed.
Well, I really want to tell each and every one of you, we appreciate the help, the working together works. We could not have achieved most of these things that we talk about today without the help of this institution. The self-insurance program is big that we're looking forward to, and we want to, at the end of the day, it's about bettering our facilities, and I also want to recognize the 300 plus employees that we have at the Port Authority. And as I leave here, I tell them I had this discussion with all our employees recently. A lot of times we walk around and some people could care less, but the fact is, what kept this management team that you're seeing up is making sure all those 300 plus employees during 2 years and no cruise ship getting a paycheck and able to take care of their families every day. When other people downsized, other people went all about, is the port employees stayed and kept the ports open. Now we could still now talk about how much tourists came. But at the same time, and I really want to thank the governing board because we had ample time to take the easy way out and say that we don't have the money, cruise ship isn't coming, which is the greatest amount of money that we used to take from marine to run aviation, and that all collapsed with COVID. But we did the thing that we had to do internally so that we could keep all our employees still working. So and it couldn't be done as well, because sometimes people talk, but the Senate do not know, whatever the case might be. But the capital project that we continue on could not have happened without the interaction between the senator, ourselves, and the Brian Roach administration. That's a fact. So we really appreciate all of you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Executive Director Dowe. The Committee of Finance will recess until 2:15. This committee stands in recess until 2:15. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Next, before us, we have the Bureau of Corrections, who is represented by Director Wynnie Testamark. I'm going to allow her to put her name and title on the record, along with those individuals who would be supporting her testimony. So I'll begin, Director.
Good afternoon, Wynnie Testamark, Director, Bureau of Corrections. Here with me today, we have...
I'll let them put their name on the
Okay.
record, don't worry.
Thank
Next.
Riel Faulkner, Assistant Director for Administration and Compliance.
Next.
Good afternoon. Kathy Monroe, Fiscal and Budget Manager.
Peter Abrahams, Programs and Grants.
Okay. Are you going to need anybody else in the well? 'Cause they can
Dr.
come up.
Kaiser Calwood. I think he was checking. It was taking a little longer than usual.
And that's it? Because we have 2 more chairs that you can utilize.
We have Dr. Linda Calwood.
Dr. Linda Calwood, come and you can take a seat right here.
We have the HSA, however, if she needs to chime in, she'll chime in. And I have the 2 wardens, if anything, if you need to ask any questions.
Okay. Let's have the 2 wardens come up.
Two wardens. Okay.
Yeah.
Sit over there. And then
You want him
put
to sit
Kaiser
next?
here. Oh, okay. Kaiser has to sit.
One to the left, one to the right. Yes. And the next one over here.
Yeah.
So I need, Warden, I need you to put your name and title on the record, beginning with you.
Ben Adams III, I'm the warden.
Pull the mic up, please. Go ahead.
Ben Adams III, I'm the warden at John A. Bell Correctional Facility for Adults in St. Croix.
Okay. I got it, but you're definitely going to have to pull the mic closer to you.
Okay.
Sir?
Hector Rivera, the new warden over at the CJC.
New warden at?
CJC.
Okay. The Calwood?
Good morning, Dr. Kaiser A. Calwood.
Title?
Chief Strategy Officer.
Thank you so much. Director Testamark, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kirk A. Viale, distinguished members of the Committee on Finance, other members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and our listening and viewing audience. I am Wynnie Testamark, Director of the Bureau of Corrections right here in the Virgin Islands. It is my privilege to appear before you today to present Governor Albert Bryant's Jr. Fiscal Year 2023 proposed executive budget for the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. Please allow me to introduce the members of the Bureau's management team who are with me today to help respond to any inquiries that may fall within their areas of responsibility. Mr. Riel Faulkner, Assistant Director, Administration and Compliance. Ms. Kathy Monroe, Budget and Fiscal. Mr. Peter Abrams, Programs and Grants Manager. Dr. Kaiser Calwood, Chief Strategist, Acting PIO. Other members of the Bureau's management team are standing by via Microsoft Teams. Overview. The mission of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections: to provide proper cause and supervision of all offenders under our jurisdiction while assisting, as appropriate, their reentry into society, striving to protect the public, and ensuring the safety of the Bureau of Corrections personnel solidifies our goal to become an accredited premier correctional agency committed to excellence and respected as an innovative, stable, and effective organization by everyone worldwide. Working in the correctional world takes courage and heroism to face a tough and often daring work environment. I take this time to recognize our incredible, dedicated, and committed staff publicly for the work accomplished throughout the year. Their efforts collectively have not gone unnoticed, and they are truly deserving of accolades and celebration. They have worked throughout the pandemic and during the 2 Category 5 hurricanes, sometimes unable to take care of themselves and their family. I also say a special thanks to those correctional staff who take special care of our mentally ill population. When the world shut down, BOC employees showed up every single day, making the impossible happen simply because it had to, and they continue to show up today. They are shining examples of what the term dedication means, coupled with unwavering professionalism, valor, and a visible force for good. I thank you for going above and beyond the call of duty to ensure the health, safety, and security of those in our care. You are appreciated. The Bureau's 2023 budget is a down payment on the agency's strategic vision and an investment in public safety, security, and reentry. We know that the investment required to do corrections the right way is a part of the governor's comprehensive strategy to promote public safety. The Bureau's proposed 2023 budget is $37.1 million, an 8.9% reduction over last year's original budget of $41.7 million. With the funding provided, we will continue to invest in prison security, reentry, and rehabilitation programs, and inmate mental, medical, and dental care today will pay dividends in the future and go a long way towards a safer and more secure Virgin Islands. Personnel costs are the Bureau's most considerable expense. For fiscal year 2023, the Bureau has 287 budgeted positions, of which 180 are filled, 93 are vacant, and 14 are new. Of those budgeted positions, 221 are classified and 66 are unclassified. Doing corrections the right way means having medical professionals on hand 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to respond to an emergency at one of our facilities. The Bureau's projected payroll for the upcoming fiscal year is $14.4 million, or 38.9% of its overall budget. Fringe benefits for its employees are estimated to an amount of $6.2 million, or 16.8% of our budget. As of August 1st, 2022, the Bureau has expended $24.6 million, or 61.2% of its overall budget. Correctional officers and supervisors make up 43% of the Bureau's staff. None of what we do as an agency will be possible were it not for the extraordinary work of our sworn correctional professionals. They have been working 12-hour shifts since the beginning of the COVID pandemic and have sacrificed much over the past year to ensure that the Bureau provides essential services without interruptions to those in custody. Despite staffing challenges that predated the pandemic, they continue to carry out the Bureau's mission statement. They are richly deserving of our highest degree of gratitude and praise, and we salute them and thank them for their daily work. We have increased the salary of correctional officers and other staff based on executed collective bargaining agreements in more than 10 years and have paid retroactive payments for those staff. Because of those increases, correctional professionals' pay rose an average of 45.4% and some as much as 72%. Here are some of the things that the Bureau is doing to support our correctional professionals. Increased emphasis on recruiting. We are redoubling our recruiting efforts through radio advertisements and career fairs, which has led to a record number of new correctional recruits and other positions on both islands. The Bureau continued to work closely with Division of Personnel to streamline the onboarding process, offer study guides, post a continuous employment posting, and provide entrance examination waivers for those individuals with degrees and military background with an honorable discharge for correctional recruits. 17 recruits have already joined the Bureau of Corrections since January 2021. In addition to those, we have 6 correctional recruits currently in post-training, 4 in St. Thomas, 2 in St. Croix, and 3 recruits who were hired in March, May, and June, respectively, St. Croix. As of June 2022, 26 15 St. Croix, 11 St. Thomas persons have submitted job applications to become correctional officers. Of those 15, 9 St. Croix, 6 St. Thomas were eligible for the examination. The results included 6 from St. Thomas, 2 waived, 3 passed, 1 no-show, and St. Croix, 9, 2 waived, 1 passed, and 6 no-shows. We are making steady progress in attracting new correctional officers and other critical positions as well. The law enforcement supervisor uniform salary changes that became effective in October 2019, 20, 21, and 22 have been fully implemented and are now reflected on correctional supervisors' paychecks, including retroactive payments. We are preparing salary adjustments for fiscal year 2023, effective October 1, 2022. At the Bureau of Corrections, our staff is our most valuable asset. My top priority is providing them with the tools, resources, and training they need to carry out their job responsibilities safely and effectively. Vendor payment accounts for the most significant slice of the Bureau's budget after payroll and fringe benefits. $15.2 million, or 39.2% of the Bureau's overall budget. These are the expenses the Bureau incurs to operate its facilities and carry out its mission objectives. The most considerable portion of vendor payments is used to house and feed off-island prisoners. That amount is budgeted to be $8 million in fiscal year 2023. However, this amount does not include health care costs for off-island inmates, which can add to the overall cost. Currently, we have 4 vendor payments outstanding in the amount of $420,000, $924.65, and these payments are at various stages of processing. As of August 1st, 2022, the Bureau houses 246 inmates locally, 106 at CJC and 140 at John Bell. Of the inmates housed locally, 238 are male and 8 are female. In addition, the Bureau houses 163 inmates off-island at facilities in Florida, Virginia, and Mississippi. All 409 prisoners in Bureau's custody, including those housed off-island, must be fed, housed, transported, and cared for at the Bureau's expense. Later this year, we intend to visit our inmates in Virginia, Florida, and Mississippi to ensure that they are appropriately treated and to respond to any concerns they may have, along with meeting key prison officials, review inmate files to ensure that they are up to date, and hold one-on-one discussion with each inmate. Consent decree matters. Our fiscal year 2023 budget also includes $700,000 for fees to monitors and experts the Bureau is legally mandated to pay so long as the consent decrees remain in effect. The Bureau is a party to 2 separate consent decrees: a consent decree covering conditions of confinement at John A. Bell on St. Croix, and a consent decree covering Alexander A. Farrelly Criminal Justice Complex on St. Thomas. The VI Department of Justice continues to be the lead counsel in both consent decree matters and controls the direction of both cases. With an eye towards finally resolving these long-standing consent decrees, Department of Justice and the Bureau of Corrections jointly retained the law firm of Maynard Cooper Gale, a law firm with specialized legal expertise in complex prison litigation cases. The firm has a proven track record of developing legal strategies that have successfully brought long-standing consent decree cases to termination. It has represented correction agencies and government defendants in prison litigation cases nationwide. All work provided by the firm will be under the supervision of Department of Justice. By providing funding to fill correctional officer vacancies, expanding mental health and medical care, and hiring the critical civilian personnel needed to execute the Bureau's goal and objectives, the 2023 budget shows a significant commitment to moving the territory out of these costly consent decrees. We are encouraged by our new direction and, most of all, the court's willingness to take a fresh look at the compliance framework and not feel bound entirely by past rulings in these cases. Greater reliance on grants and alternative funding sources. The Bureau has successfully secured grant funds to offset prison expenses such as offender programming, medical services, and infrastructure. Every dollar in grant funding the Bureau unlocks is $1 less that it has to spend from the general fund. We will continue to focus on maximizing grant funds to defray the cost of operations. Grant applications that the Bureau has submitted in the past year included: 1, Fiscal Year 2022, Department of Interior Technical Assistance Program, better known as the TAP grant. The Bureau requested $499,000 in TAP grant funds to support the development, implementation, and institutionalization of an evidence-based reentry program model for the territory, which will serve to foster the successful community reentry of returning citizens currently housed on the island and across the U.S., reduce recidivism rate, and promote increased public safety for both residents and tourists. Fiscal year 2021 and 22 SCAP grant applications were submitted to Department of Justice, Office of Justice Programs, has approved the application submitted for a payment award under the funding opportunity entitled 2020 BJA State Criminal Alien Assistance Program. The authorized payment amount is $472,101. RSAT grant application, LEPC, submitted a new grant application for $99,000 in support of residential substance abuse treatment for state territorial prisoners. A Public Finance Authority funded project budgeted $1.1 million for the perimeter fencing at John A. Bell Correctional Facility. This project is 99% completed, wherein the punch list work and project closeout are currently in progress. FEMA has awarded $14.2 million for the Alva Swan Correctional Facility on St. Thomas, after deducting insurance proceeds and the 10% local match for the design, build, finance, and maintenance of a new 207-bed facility. Awarded asset recovery funds for $922,000 for temporary roof repairs at the John A. Bell Correctional Facility. This project is 95% completed with contract expiration date of August 2022. FEMA has awarded $991,000 for the John A. Bell Correctional Facility parking lots and perimeter roads project. Virgin Islands Paving, Inc. was the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. The Bureau is awaiting award letter. FEMA has also awarded $1.3 million for the John A. Bell Facility perimeter lighting project. The project is currently being advertised. Accomplishments and initiatives during last fiscal year. Despite the pandemic's disproportionate impact on prisons and jails, under the Brian Roach administration, BOC has continued to record concrete accomplishments that improve the agency's outlook and make it better able to achieve its core missions objectives in long term. BOC's many accomplishments include: 1, health services. Under the direction of Dr. Linda Carlwood, Medical Director, and our HSA, Dr. Celia Victor, and our psychiatrist on contract, Dr. Sang, the Health Services Division is responsible for medical, dental, and mental health services provided to inmates, detainees in the Bureau's facilities, including healthcare delivery, infectious disease management, and medical designations. We have spent $770,000 year to date for inpatient and outpatient services and $190,000 for medical supplies. Our medical staff conducts medical screening to identify potential illnesses and ensure that inmates, detainees with known illnesses are identified for further assessment and continued treatment. The Bureau has taken concrete steps to minimize medical-related risk at its facilities in accordance with CDC guidelines and best medical practices and principles. We also offer a comprehensive dental health care service and provide an appropriate range of treatments based on patients' clinical needs. Our mental health team, with support of Dr. Vernice, provides a quality program where our inmates can improve as human beings and be prepared upon release through various 1-hour sessions, including but not limited to drug and alcohol, law awareness, trauma, anger management, conflict resolution, and independent living. These sessions reflect a learning process for these individuals wherein they can disclose their feelings and provide their opinions based on topics presented. COVID-19 update. On February 22, 2021, we became one of the first correctional agencies nationwide to offer the COVID-19 vaccine to all inmates. The Bureau is now a CDC-authorized provider of the Pfizer and Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Despite the challenges presented by COVID-19, the Bureau has maintained the continuity of operations while providing high-level care to those in custody. Thanks to the work of the Bureau's medical staff, no inmate or detainee has required hospitalization since the pandemic began. With the help of partner agencies such as Vitima and LEPC and private donors like Banco Popular, we have stockpiled masks, gloves, face shields, gowns, and other PPEs, which have come in extremely useful during the COVID-19 pandemic. Food services. Under the direction of Joseph Gansey, and staff, the Food Service Division at both John A. Bell and the Criminal Justice Center provides 3 meals a day to inmates and detainees, 2 of which are hot meals. The division prepares approximately 738 meals per day, or approximately 265,000 meals annually. We have spent $1 million year to date in food services. Each meal features an entree including a meat, starch, vegetable, fruit, and a beverage. Currently, our inmates and detainees eat in the dining area rather than in their units since COVID-19 in the Virgin Islands has entered the endemic stage. Also, there's an alternate entree utilized to provide a non-meat meal option that accommodates vegetarians, prescribed low sodium, and religious diet restrictions. We also offer religious meals accommodations for Ramadan and Passover. Multiple training initiatives. As the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections continues to rise, it is imperative and necessary to recognize the efforts of the Bureau and congratulate our staff who each every day go above and beyond the call of duty to take their expertise and professional development opportunities to the next level. Our training administrator, Dr. Wendy Coram-Viale, and staff are working hard to expand and offer continuous training opportunities. K-9 handler. This training allowed our officers to be fully trained in discipline like man-trailing with K-9 narcotics, explosive and firearms detection, patrol, apprehension and protection, and area and building search, to name a few. Correctional officers Taisha Benjamin Samuel in St. Croix and Jelani Charleswell St. Thomas are now our new K-9 handlers, Bureau of Corrections.
Director, you don't have to... You just read the title for the training,
okay,
and you can skip the narrative.
Okay.
Okay,
no
and my colleagues would be able to read the narrative. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Key Control Officer training. It went to Miami-Dade County Corrections, April 4th through the 9th, 2022. classification training for our classification personnel, Broward County Sheriff's Office, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, April 4th through the 9th, 2022. National Commission on Correctional Health Care Conference that was held in Atlanta, Georgia, April 8th through the 13th, 2022. Coalition for Adult Basic Education Conference, April 11th through the 13th, 2022, that was held in Seattle, Washington. Objective Classification Training, where we brought an expert here into the territory, that was held May 2nd to the 4th, 2022. Legal Update Training, that was held here, February 2022, here in St. Thomas. National Association of African American and Human Resources, that was held in St. Croix, May 17, 2022. National Jail Leadership Command Academy, that was August 7th through the 12th, which is currently going on, and the first one is June 13th to the 17th. That's held in Houston, Texas. Incident Response to Terrorist Bombing and Training, that was held in New Mexico, that is ongoing. National Public Employer Labor Relations Association Conference, July 14th, virtual. National Correctional Mental Health Care Conference, July 31st through August 3rd, 2022. Designing and Implementing an Effective Reentry Program, ongoing. Okay. Nucleus was selected to provide a comprehensive e-learning and case management platform at the John A. Bell Correctional Facility on St. Croix, providing inmates with the ability to learn at their own pace while getting high school diploma and certificates reduces recidivism and support BOC's rehabilitation and safety goals. With its potential to dramatically increase learning, the tablet program will improve the quality of life for those entrusted to our care. Last year was a banner year for the Bureau in designing and implementing a robust and effective rehabilitative and reentry program for inmates. We have recruited and hired an experienced case management planner with a mental health background and experience working with those with developmental disabilities. In 2021, the Bureau's case management planners successfully worked with inmates to obtain Social Security numbers to apply for COVID stimulus payments. During my tenure as director, the Bureau has orchestrated the first ever reentry program action group under the Brian Roach administration, which meets every third Friday of the month and includes individuals from the judiciary, UVI, the legislature, community stakeholders, and the executive branch. We have completed the Bureau's first ever reentry program operational manual, which directs the day-to-day functions and procedures of the territory's reentry program. Chaplaincy. The Bureau's chaplaincy program provides access to voluntary religious services. Current chaplaincy services are offered to inmates at the Bureau include weekly Bible study, prayer meetings, religious services, outreach to inmate families, and individual and group counseling. Vocational education. In partner with the University of the Virgin Islands Center for Excellence, the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections celebrated its inaugural graduation of its Transforming Lives Academy. Transforming Lives Academy is the first ever program of this magnitude. It offers inmates the opportunity to complete high school coursework and requirements and receive their high school diploma from Penn Foster High School and other certificate programs in a live format graduation ceremony at the Bureau. In 2021, there were 2 individuals who graduated from the program, and at the end of this month, August 2022, another 2 will graduate. The Bureau of Correction, in partnership with UVI-CEL, is now an NCCR accredited training unit and is authorized to use the NCCR training curriculum and certified trainees. The NCCR training unit certification was an intense and rigorous 2-week course where participants completed the standardized curriculum, assessments, and certification to meet or exceed the certification requirements. On August 31st, 2021, we had 10 individuals who completed Module 1 of 10 of the certificate program, and these same individuals are now in the process of completing Module 2. As of June 2022, there were 80 students enrolled in vocational and educational programs and were assisted by case management planners Clifford Cuffey and Tanisha Russell and correctional instructor Earla Wilshire. Inmate work programs. Under my leadership, every inmate capable of working will work. The inmate work program has always been a part of the prison regimen. Work in prison keeps the prison functioning, saves the government money, produces goods and services, teaches the offender valuable skills, and promotes a good work ethic. The type of prison work programs available at the Bureau includes prison maintenance, agriculture services, horticulture, and public works. Currently, inside our facility, we have 33 inmates and 20 detainees participating in work programs. There is also an MOU in place with the Department of Public Works. Other notable accomplishments and initiatives. Some of the Bureau's other notable accomplishments and initiatives over the past year include the following, which are not listed in any order of importance. We spoke about the K-9 officers. The Bureau is pleased to announce the 2 K-9 officers, Blondie and Speedy, have joined the ranks as part of the Bureau's strategy for excellence. Our K-9 officers relocated to the territory on Friday, May 20th, 2022. They will provide a valuable service to the Bureau through their fantastic sense of smell by helping to minimize the use of contraband, narcotics, and electronics in our facilities on St. Thomas and St. Croix. Special thanks to Correction Officer Samuel and Charleswell for their commitment and dedication to partner with our highly trained K-9s to execute correctional duties. Successful completion of parole hearings. The Parole Board conducted its biannual parole hearing in July 2022 to consider inmates deemed eligible to apply for parole. In July 2021, 15 were recommended for parole, 12 appeared for the hearing, 7 were denied, 5 were granted parole, and 1 opted to max out their sentence. And hearings were rescheduled for 2 on August 23rd, 2022, due to technical difficulties. Many thanks to the Parole Board members for their commitment to public service, which enables the board to perform its essential functions successfully despite the COVID-19 pandemic. National Correctional Officers and Employee Week. The Bureau hosted a week of activities May 1st through May 6th in honor of our employees' outstanding service and contributions to society, as well as remembering those correctional professionals who have served well and are no longer with us. These events included a church service, service of remembrance, sweet treats day, employee recognition and luncheon, and a sip and paint. Special thanks to our employee committee, Correctional Officers Stacy Richards, Melvin Shepard, Sherry Ann Gilbert, Ebony Hodge, Dawn Laps Roberts, Dana Grant, Nagalia Nesbitt, Carlita LeBlanc, Loretta Laurent, Kathy Monroe, and Dr. Kaiser A. Coward. Uniform Initiative. In January 2022, the Bureau implemented full uniform for civilian staff, and in March 22 for correctional officers. Special thanks to the BOC Uniform Committee, made up of correctional officers and staff on both islands who met through teams on several occasions to document uniform concerns and recommendations for improvement, and hosted one session in both districts to select the uniform color, solid print, style, and fitting options. Equine Program. The U.S. Virgin Islands Bureau of Correction has partnered with the Virgin Islands Equestrian Equine Therapy Project to provide the ELITE program, a training course in horse care and horse training to eligible inmates at John Bell in St. Croix. The program goal is to provide job skills and equine-assisted therapy to incarcerated men and women, thereby lowering the recidivism rate and increasing wage earning opportunities for the inmates upon their release. The equine program is slated to begin in September 22 with classroom instruction followed by hands-on training. We have hired an equine program supervisor, Ms. Chantel Commonbuff, an experienced, passionate, and certified equine trainer, performer, and rehabilitation specialist who has worked with horses, those who love them, and the entertainment industry for over 20 years. She has extensive training working with clinics and rodeos across the United States and Canada. She has trained the equine stars of such movies as Selma, Underground, and The Walking Dead television series, as well as television shows and films. The Bureau officially launched its new website in July 2022, and the current website, boc.vi.gov, is now user-friendly, provides a better communication stream for staff and the public, and highlights our brand new awareness and image in addition to ensuring it is fully ADA compliant. The Office of the Governor, in conjunction with the Virgin Islands Bureau of Correction, hosted an official renaming ceremony of the John A. Bell Adult Correctional Facility on Thursday, June 9, 2022, in accordance with Act Number 7645, sponsored by Senator Alicia Chucky Hansen. The ceremony celebrated the remarkable accomplishments of Mr. John A. Bell Sr., a noted native son of the soil and public servant. He has received one of the highest honors a Virgin Islander can receive from one's community. On July 26, 2022, the U.S. Department of Labor and the Virgin Islands Office of Apprenticeship announced that they have found that the Bureau's standards of apprenticeship comply with Title 29, Code of Federal Regulations, Parts 29 and 30, and has granted registered apprenticeship program status. A journey that started in January 2020 is now a reality and underscores the efforts of the Bureau and other partnering agencies and organizations to make a difference in the lives of those we serve and provide rehabilitative care. Special thanks to the Brian Roach administration, Mr. Peter Abrams, BOC, Dr. Susan McGrath, UVI Cell, Shanika Sebastian, Virgin Islands Department of Labor, and Michael Lawrence, ICF, for their tireless work and commitment to ensuring that this apprenticeship program is now available to our incarcerated population. Upgrades at John A. Bell and CJC. We installed a new 900 kilowatt backup generator at John A. Bell and completed the installation for the new 450 kilowatt generator at CJC. These fully functional generators can now power the entire facility during an outage. Other upgrades include new X-ray machines for contraband detection, Morseman watch key watcher system, installation of solar panels for exterior lights at John Bell, along with medical and mental health upgrades. The Bureau made significant strides in its mental health offerings to inmates and detainees. The Bureau has 95% completed the conversion of a new and dedicated mental health unit at John A. Bell that will offer incredible treatment options and a more therapeutic environment to mentally ill inmates and detainees in our care. Alliant Health Solutions, a strategic partner with Morehouse School of Medicine's National COVID-19 Resiliency Network, produced a white paper in collaboration with the Bureau to test the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the mental wellness of correctional officers and inmates, the exacerbation of COVID-19 symptoms among inmates with current mental health diagnosis, stopping the spread of the virus, and obtaining culturally, linguistically appropriate COVID-19 information resources. Conclusion. Mr. Chairman and the members of the Finance Committee, none of what we do would not be possible without the engaged and motivated staff in the following division in the Bureau: security, fiscal, administration, human resources, management information systems, public relations, compliance, maintenance, medical and dental, mental health, program and support services. Protecting the public by managing offenders in safe environment is not just a common goal during each shift or through daily efforts, but the promise of commitment made by our staff, which are noteworthy public servants. Each one of our staff members serve as a crucial pillar in our criminal justice systems. The Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections under the Brian Roach administration continues to employ correctional best practices and techniques to foster a positive, innovative, and creative work environment that generates results so everyone performs better. We invite solution-based suggestions and support from the community as we rise towards a sustainable future as an efficient and effective correctional agency. The Governor's 2023 budget funds the staffing and programming the Bureau needs to do corrections the right way in the Virgin Islands. Every dollar we invest in security staffing, inmate programming, and services redounds to the benefit of the larger society. I, therefore, urge your favorable consideration of the Bureau's fiscal year 2023 budget. Thank you for allowing me to share some of the progress that we are making at the Bureau of Corrections. My team and I remain ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Testamark, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go into a 6-minute round, beginning with Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Director Testamark and your management team there with you, and thank you so much for that testimony. Let me go straight to your testimony quickly before I go to the post-audit report. On page, the page number, you spoke to vacancies. You have 287 budgeted positions, 180 are filled. You have 93 vacancies, and you onboarded 14 new individuals. Of those, 221 are classified and 66 are unclassified. Let me ask you, but what I'm seeing in the numbers, though, it stated that as of August the 1st, you have expended $24,606,000, 61% of your budget to date. But in the post-audit report on page 3 of 16, your actual for 2021 was $12.4 million. Your appropriation for this year, fiscal year, under the personnel service alone is $19.4 million. And you're recommending for 23, $14.5 million. My question is, that's almost $5 million negative variance. So, what's the issue? Your vacancies, are they fully funded? That's where that difference is coming from?
Dr. Kaiser-Call would respond.
So the vacancies for FY 2023 is funded at 50%.
50%. Okay, very well. That would make up some of that amount, but I don't think it'll make up the whole amount. I know in your testimony, Director Testamark, you spoke to many grants that you're onboarding. Have that also assisted with such a large variance? Because it would seem to me that I know last year your budget was cut and it's being cut again. So something is not happening there in terms of filling those vacancies. What's the issue with filling those vacancies? We need to onboard individuals. Because you play a critical role, your department, you have a lot of responsibility. What's the issue with filling those vacancies?
Currently, we have in the pipeline, they have interviewed 23 different positions. I'd like Dr. Kaiser-Call would elaborate.
Succinctly, please.
So we, as indicated with the director, we have currently 23 individuals where we have posted, conduct interviews, and we're in the process of making offers to 23 different positions in various areas. Some of those include correctional technicians, case management planners, I think mental health counselor, and some other one, can't remember off my head right now. that we have interviewing. Also, in the vacancies, I think of 6 of them we have already filled in those vacancies. So we are making headway in trying to fill the vacancies as quickly as possible. Some of the positions, when we posted it initially, no one applied and we had to repost them, or when it's time to offer the position, persons have already got other offers in other government agencies as well.
Okay, very well. Director Testamark, he also spoke to accommodating vegetarian and non-meat eaters here in the territory, which is good. I know there were some issues with those type of situation off-island facilities. Have that been rectified?
That's affirmative. Yes, we have rectified those.
Thank you for that. Page 6 of 16, postal report. Federal grants.
Page 6.
You have, and just let me know if they're still active or what's going on with those grants.
2 minutes.
You have the economic, social, and political development of the territories for renovation, the cafeteria. There's 195,591 still not balanced. Have the work been completed?
That has been completed. Let me see.
So what's going to be done with the balance? What can be done with the balance?
Mr. Peter Abrams.
Balance has been fully spent.
Very well. Next grant under that, there's a $100,000 balance also. Nothing have been expended. It expired 9/30/2020.
That also, that project was completed and the monies was spent. That was for a maintenance system software program.
Okay, what about distance learning and telemedicine? 345,595.
That project would be completed by December of this year, and about 75% of the money has already been spent.
Very well, good to hear that. Let's go to professional service contracts. Well, I guess that's the annual payment, sorry.
Yes.
Let's go to Adam Medicine Shop. That expired in 21. Have those funds been expended, all of it?
Good afternoon, Kathy Monroe, Fiscal and Budget. That has not been all spent out. They're actually going, negotiating to execute the contract on that. But as we go, we've been paying them with justification letter, and there is a balance on it.
What's the amount of the balance?
The balance now is it's about 80.
80,000?
Yeah.
What about the off-island housing of VA prisoners? That expired also, which is 4.9,500,000. Where are we at with that? Have that been renewed and have those balance been paid off? Core Civic?
Time.
Same, Kathy Monroe, yes, same thing, Senator. That's going through the contracting process. We've been paying them because service is still being rendered. The amount did go down.
By how much?
I want to say 1.2 million.
That's a good amount of savings. That's good. But last final comment on that contract in particular. What's going on with the contract? Because it's showing that it expired in 21. So what's going on in that space?
Which one?
Okay.
The Core Civic?
I can explain.
Please.
Many times, because of where that particular facility is held, it has to go before the county commission. So it usually takes some time by the time the commission get together, and then they send back the contract that the government has proposed. So it takes some time.
So
But it's currently in the final phase.
So even though it's stating that it expires in 21, they don't have no issue with that? They're not a
No, they
conflict,
do
no
not.
way?
They continue to provide services.
Okay, very well. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. And thanks for your responses.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. How many vacant positions do you have?
Right.
Currently, we have, Kaiser Colwood, Chief Strategy Officer. Currently, we have 92 positions vacant. And keep in mind that we have the 23 positions that we're getting ready to fill shortly.
So you have 23 positions from this year budget that you're filling now?
Yes, that's
and that's
correct.
going to carry your overall number up to how many bodies for fiscal year 22?
Once we add that 23, it's going to be about two something. Once we add that 23 to the thing, I have to use my math.
I know you know something. I know that you know something isn't a number, right?
Right, I know.
So that doesn't help me.
I'm going to give you the number right now.
You said 23 you're hiring now?
Yes.
So that'll be 203?
204.
You have 180 of filled
It's supposed
now.
to be 181, and it's and when you add the 203, it'll be 204. That's correct.
So you have 83 vacant positions.
About. Yes, that's correct.
But in the budget, in the number you submitted to post audit, I'm only seeing 49 vacant position and I think 7 new.
The calculation post audit is kind of off for me, but when we add it up directly, we will have a total of 98 vacant positions plus the 14 new positions that we will have for 2023, which will be 112. Of that 98 position, we indicated we've already filled 6, and then we have the 23 that we're getting ready to fill by September of 2022 this year.
Okay, how much vacant positions did you have this year in the budget?
This year would have been 98.
And of the 98, how much you were able to hire overall?
We have hired 6, and then the 23 that we're getting ready to do.
So 29 out of 98.
That's correct.
Because every year we're really funding a lot of positions and we're not getting them filled. So if you look at that's some 60 positions that were not filled, and it's reflected in your number because you spent 24 million as of August. If you divide that by 10, and then multiply that by 12, you're barely going to spend $30 million this year, and your budget was really 45 million with the salary increases added on. So it's way under. Have you been using those monies to pay overtime?
Yes, we have.
Okay, and even with overtime, you're still at 24 million. So there's a severe shortage of employees. You got to decide how we're going to deal with that, as to whether or not it makes sense to continue to fund so much positions, or whether or not we fund X amount, and then if you're able to hire them, then we do a supplemental and come back and hire more. I would rather fund like 30, 35 positions full-time. And then if you could get those filled, then you come back rather than funding 98 at 0.5. So you had a plan as to how you're going to work around that 0.5, Mr. Calwood?
Well, we're going to work based on the budget that we were provided through the governor's office and the office of management budget. We will make do with what we have.
And then the question, do you have a plan if you're able to bring individuals on October 1st? Do you have a plan as to how you'll be able to bring them on?
We'll have to work with the Office of Management and Budget to come up with whatever additional funds we may need at that time to ensure that we could bring them on.
You need additional funds. You're going to get, and I just was asking, you're going to get funding for X amount of position. And I have told OMB with this 50%, if they're going to they have the opportunity to bring individuals on, we can't wait. If you could bring individuals on to the jail, you need to bring them on immediately, and then we just need to reduce that from the overall vacancy allocation that is given to you. When that vacancy allocation is has been diminished to 0, then you ask for a supplemental budget. But I don't want any entity to believe that because some of these positions are funded at 50%, that you can't hire nobody until March. That's what 50% says. You can't hire until March. So we got to work around that. Senator Carrion. Okay. Senator Carrion is there?
Yeah, ready?
Yes, go ahead, Senator.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Thank you, and good afternoon to the team of BOC. Regards to the budget that's been presented for FY 2023, the Bureau of Correction was recommended from the general fund appropriating around 37 million for FY 23, which is, according to your testimony, an 8.9% reduction from what was originally for the last budget year. How can you manage to operate then with this reduction? Can you kind of share with us why and how can you manage to operate with the reduction?
Director Testamark, yes, we continue to seek alternative ways to fund the programming that we employ in our programs, the different funding that we have applied for to supplement the budget.
For example?
Mr. P.D. Abrams?
One of the things that we've been doing is that as we've been trying to provide services, we've been writing grants to cover that expense. So the majority of the projects we've been working on, we've gotten it through grant funding.
So you are going to use grants to supplement the 8.9% reduction that you have?
Not the full amount.
Not the full amount. So what amount? Because I'm a bit concerned hearing the numbers here and seeing there's a reduction. You also have a reduction in personnel, right? Personnel services receive reduction in amount of approximately 25% compared to what you had in FY 2022. So how will this reduction in personnel affect your operations within the Bureau?
Can you repeat that, Senator? I'm not sure if you heard me.
I said I'm also seeing a reduction in personnel services. Approximately represents a 25% reduction from what was appropriated in FY 2022. And how will this reduction in personnel affect the operations of the Bureau?
I don't think necessarily would affect positions. As we indicated before to Senator Viale when he asked the question, we will work with OMB to be able to get what additional funding we have to augment staff that we want to bring on board. But whatever that is provided with us now, we are going to aggressively hire. So we're getting ready to do with those 23 positions, and before the end of the year, we maybe anticipate another 20 positions that we can fill by December of 2022. Any additional after that, once we make postings and we need to fill a position based on need, especially in areas of security, custody, and control, we want to ensure that we'll work with OMB and the Office of the Governor for whatever additional funds we may need at that time to continue our efforts.
So are you telling me then that you're not anticipating that you will fill the positions?
We're going to fill the positions. Whatever money that we have available under personal services, we are going to fill those positions. Any additional monies that we may need, we'll work with the Office of Management and Budget and the Governor's Office to ensure we are able to fill that need and continue moving. But rest assured, we are going to utilize whatever money is given to us to fill the positions.
2 minutes.
I also see reduction in supplies has been reduced by 56%, approximately, or 57% from FY22. What supplies are being affected by this drastic reduction? And again, if this will affect the operation of the Bureau.
Good day, Senator. Kathy Monroe. As Mr. Abraham mentioned, grants also supply the supply account for the drop. We have funding from grants, several grants, SCAP grants and other grants. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's talk about your grants then. Share with me what, for FY22, what grants you received, specifically that you could use for the supply, and what are your actuals?
Peter Abrams.
Okay. We've applied for several grants for our program efforts, especially as it relates to the inmates. For example, we wrote...
That's Mr. Peter, right?
That is correct. Peter Abrams, Programs and Grants.
Yeah. For Mr. Peter, excuse me a second, but for FY22, what grants did you receive that you can use for supplies, and what are your actuals on those?
Well, that's what I was explaining. These grants that I'm talking about, grants that we just received this year.
For 23.
So we received the $499,000 from Department of Interior as part of the TAP grant, and we're utilizing that to revamp our education program. Most folks refer to it as the tablet program. So we'll be able to purchase computer equipment, be able to purchase tablets, software programs for the program, install Wi-Fi. There's a whole host of stuff that we're trying to accomplish that will provide equipment for the inmates, for the programs, also to help assist with professional contracting services. So that's where that money is going towards. The other thing that we've done is that we talked about the USDA distance learning grant. That was, I believe it was $346,000. And that total amount of $346,000 is going towards purchase of equipment, distance learning, connecting our 4 locations together so that we could have proper learning between the different facilities, conferencing equipment, things like that. So there's a whole host of monies that we're actually writing grants for to supplement. We were awarded the $472,000 under the 2020 SCAP grant proceeds. We've been using some of the SCAP grant monies to purchase equipment that has not been purchased in a very long time at the both St. Thomas facility, such as vehicles, the equipment for the X-ray machines, the new X-ray machines. I mean, the list can go on. And so what we're trying to do is that as we're not receiving general fund monies, we're actually writing grants to being creative in writing grants to supplement our budget to get the equipment that is needed that the facility hasn't received in years.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I may request that through the chair you submit a list of the grants for FY22 that you have received with expiration dates on it, and what are the actuals on those grants?
That information
for the questions.
That information has already been submitted as part of this budget process.
Senator, I think it's in a testimony.
And most of it is in the testimony also. Page 5.
Yes. Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. Before I go to Senator Johnson, let me ask Director Testamark. You spoke to 80 prisoners that are doing vocational and educational courses. What's inclusive of the vocational classes? What type of courses are they taking?
Mr. Abrams, Programs and Grants, collaborate.
Okay, so we have a lot of programs that are starting up, but currently we have our traditional courses that are being offered. We have the carpentry, upholstery, automotive, laundry, landscaping, the cooking, chaplaincy, horticulture, welding, and animal husbandry. And what we have done is that we currently are working, as you mentioned in testimony, the NCCR credit program. We work in that through with UVI, the Department of Labor, apprenticeship. We've got that approved for cooks at our facility. We also are in the process of rolling out the equine program that was mentioned in the testimony. And we just recently met with the agriculture department at UVI to incorporate their certification program, which we plan to get inmates involved in the certification of aquaculture, horticulture, agribusiness, and agritourism.
Is it broken? Do you have it broken now? In terms of how many in this area, how many in that area?
Okay, so in the NCR program, we have 10 students enrolled.
Correct.
In the we just recently got the apprenticeship program. We had 3 students that had showed an interest. That hasn't been rolled out yet because we just recently got that. The equine program, we're just rolling that out. There's 9 students that have signed up and are interested in getting that started. In the testimony, it was mentioned that that should be starting in September. Then we have with the UVI agriculture program, there's another 9 students that had shown interest. And then in the right now in our vocational services, we have about there's about 39 inmates that are involved in that process, and 20 detainees that are involved in that process also. That was outlined in the testimony.
Thank you for that. Senator Johnson, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Director Wynnie Testamark. How many correction officers you have on each island, St. Croix and St. Thomas?
Good afternoon, Senator Johnson. Mr. Kaiser Cowell would give you those numbers.
On St. Thomas, we have a total of 26. On St. Croix, we have a total of 49.
26 on St. Croix, 49 on St. Thomas?
No, 26 on St. Thomas, 49 on St. Croix.
And my reason for asking that question, I see that you guys have 66 exempt employees. So you just nearly got just about as much exempt as officers. That's a large amount of exempt. I wondering if the Bureau has been coming the dumping ground. But let's go to your testimony here. We spoke about $8 million in the budget for the mainland prisoners being held. But we didn't speak about the cost for medical. What did you guys expended in the 2022 or 21 budget for medical off island?
Senator Johnson, first let me say thank you for coming and visiting Bureau of Corrections, and thank you for agreeing to work with us. I will turn that over to Ms. Monroe. She could elaborate on that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Monroe. Kathy Monroe, Fiscal and Budget. Your question is for the off-island? For the off-island, 2021, actuals was $472,390, and 2022 current, it's 1.2 million.
In medical?
Yes.
Speak into the mic, please. Ms. Monroe.
Ma'am, did you say 1.2 million in medical?
Sorry. Yeah, 1.2.
For 2022?
Yes, sir.
What is the cost of that increase from 400,000 to 1.2?
Senator Johnson, in that population there, we have a lot of geriatrics, a lot of the aging population, and their health care is much more expensive. I could let Dr. Cowwood elaborate, but it is an increase. Dr. Cowwood?
All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You also mentioned you have a forum. I'll move on for time's sake.
Okay.
That's helping you guys with the consent decree. What's the cost for that law firm to assist us with this consent decree? What's the cost?
Fiscal and Budget, Kathy Monroe, the cost is $2 million. That's for 2 years.
$2 million.
Yes, at $1 million per annum.
Excuse me, I didn't hear.
$1 million per annum is a 2-year contract which is $2 million at $1 million per annum.
Now, I appreciate anytime I hear programs, but the equine program, I would like to ask, because when you guys speak about it, you talk about the prisoners being trained and job opportunity. Where on the island would they obtain a job with this equine program? Because as much as I know, there isn't any horse show program, and hopefully we get horse racing back. But with this particular program, can anybody tell me where there will be opportunity for the individuals who go to this program to obtain a job once released?
Senator Johnson, I want to be very clear. It's not just about making money for the individual. It's about therapy. Therapy, that is the main component. And in therapy, then they could also learn a skill. But I'll let Mr. Peter Abrams elaborate more.
Good afternoon, Peter Abrahams, Program Grants. Just piggybacking on exactly what the director said, the key focus on the equine therapy program is the therapy part of it. This is a rehabilitative process that is evidence-based. It's been used across the United States to help inmates overcome some of the personal challenges that they have. Now, as part of the process, they learn a trade. And so that's the reason why we brought this program to the facility, so that it could be used for therapeutic purposes to help the inmates, and also they learn a trade in the process.
And I think that's what my question was. You came back and said what I asked. You said a trade. And I asked, where in the Virgin Islands will they be employed? Because I don't know of any horse show that happens on the Virgin Islands right now. I'm just asking for some comments here from you guys.
Peter Abrahams, Programs and Grants. Like I said again, the impetus and focus is on the therapeutic side. However, we all know through the media that the racetrack.
Yes, Abraham got my time, and I said thank you very much.
Okay.
I really appreciate your answer. Okay. Can I ask how many supervisors on each island and how many supervisors on each shift?
God, no. Chief Strategy Officer Kaiser Callwood. We have a current on St. Thomas. We have 4 supervisors. On St. Croix, we have 4 supervisors, a total of 8. In terms of how much?
When you said 4 supervisors.
Repeat that. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying we have 4 in St. Thomas and 4 St. Croix for a total of 8. In terms of how much on each shift, I'll have the wardens to respond to that directly.
But before we go any farther, before the warden respond, when you said 4 supervisors, are you talking about lieutenants or sergeant?
I'm talking about lieutenants and sergeants.
No, let's be specific here. How many lieutenants on St. Croix? How many lieutenants on St. Thomas?
We have 1 in St. Croix, 1 in St. Thomas.
So the next 3 are sergeants.
That's correct.
So, all right, let's get to the warden to find out how many on each shift.
Good afternoon, Senator. This is Ben Adams, warden at St. Croix. During the day shift, which is 8 in the morning till 8 p.m., I have 1 lieutenant and 2 sergeants. During the PM shift, which is 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., I have typically 1 sergeant.
Running the shift?
Running the shift.
So you're only doing 2 shifts? You're doing 12-hour shifts at this time?
We are doing 12-hour shifts at this time.
Now, have you guys adjusted, Madam, Mr. Chair? Let me see. Yeah, Mr. Chair, may I just proceed right here?
You may conclude, Senator.
Yeah. Now, with this 12-hour shift, are you guys finally got the officers then being compensated properly? Because I remember the last time you were here, we had some issues with the overtime pay and with their compensation. Have that been corrected?
Mr. Faulkner will elaborate.
Riel Faulkner, Assistant Director for Administration. Yes, we have, since we were here last, made the necessary adjustments to compensate them correctly. We have not had anywhere near the complaints that we had previously. So the answer is yes. They are making their overtime. They're making their, at the same time, it does not affect their annual or personal sick leave.
To the short answer.
Thank you very
yes.
much. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I want to go back to the employees. See, because what I'm seeing here on the post-auditor's report, page 3 of 16, is that a reduction in your budget was, you took a budget cut. I don't like to hear that in terms of any type of law enforcement entity. So you had 25% of personal services taken from you and 18% in fringe. Is that accurate?
Can you repeat, because we can't really hear you?
Okay,
Okay,
I guess
that's
it's
much
me.
better.
Yeah, in regards to the 23 budget, you took a budget cut. And 25% personal and then 18% from fringe.
That's correct.
According to the budget, the post auditor's report, that's accurate?
Yes.
Okay, how come, is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, so in regards to, there were wage increases, and was everyone paid and all retro and everything?
They were.
Okay, so in sustaining from the appropriation for 22 was 19,407,000. Another recommendation is 14 million. Can we sustain those wage increases? And are there any other negotiations coming forth from, I guess, civilian personnel or anything?
All of the increases were given out, and currently we are all up on our contracts. I think that the government is currently in negotiation for 2023, the USW.
Okay, so we had the 19 million per appropriation that we didn't need. Basically that much. So there's an excess, is what's happening. Okay. Okay, I just want to make sure. Now also in regards to supplies, there's also a 1.3 million reduction in supplies. Is there a separate account or is there separate funds used for medical supplies?
Good day, Senator. Yes, there is a separate account.
Okay, so what does...
It's under...
What account do they come out of? The medical supplies?
It comes out under other.
Other services and charges?
Yes.
Okay, there's a 1.8 reduction in other services and charges. Would that affect one medical supplies?
Actually, sorry, medical supplies is under supplies, and we had a original budget of $300,000, and we got some carryovers.
300K for medical supplies?
No, that's the original budget. And then we had carryover of 114,000, which revised us to 414. So within that budget, within the 2022 budget, with the cut from the 2023, I'm expecting the carryover to be like a cushion to supplement the
out of
supplies for medical.
So how much money is appropriated is set for medical supplies in your 400 and change or so?
For my
medical supplies, 23 budget, how much money is set for medical supplies?
2 minutes. $300,000.
$300,000 in medical supplies?
Yes.
And the other one and change is for regular supplies?
No, that was carried over from the previous year, which revised the budget for 2022 to 414.
Right, but you have a
That's
reduction.
encumbrance and some other stuff that we had.
But you have a reduction, though.
Well, in the 2023. So what I'm saying is now, expecting the carryover from 2022, the 300,000 didn't get affected, I must say. Let me back up. The 300,000 didn't get affected. As of now, we spent...
No, wait, excuse me a minute.
We
Hold
spent
one second.
100...
Wait, excuse me one second. You can't do a carryover for 22 in
Okay, let's leave the
Right,
let's leave
so
the carryover. But listen,
for 23
so
budget.
with the 2023 budget, that it didn't affect the supplies. It's still 300,000. The medical current, the actuals is 120,000, 128,16 right now, to date.
So you still have...
So the cut, I mean, I don't want to say it won't affect it. I mean, the cut affects us, the whole budget, yes. But thankful, like we went back to the grants, we have supplies that we can,
draw from.
Okay, so the
deviate from there
1.3
if need.
general fund you can make up in... Okay,
Right, yes.
that's the answer.
If need, yes.
That's a perfect answer already. I'm good with that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, in regards to also, my colleague is in there, premium pay. Has premium pay been submitted for all personnel in corrections?
Yes, it has.
And persons making over 70,000?
Yes, it has.
Okay.
But every single employer the Bureau was submitted.
Okay, was that recently submitted or was that submitted from the first time?
I think the deadline was back in April, if I'm not mistaken, when we had to submit everything.
Okay, good. And
we were on time in submitting it.
Okay, good. Now, outstanding vendors. How much do we owe outstanding vendors from previous years?
Time.
To current. If I may wrap up, Mr. Chair.
Just go ahead and wrap up.
Okay.
Kathy Monroe. Outstanding vendors. As noted in the post audit, $1,098,000. Of that, everything has been paid out, except we have Core Civic has dropped to $400,000, and then we had a few added, so now the total is actually $420,924.
From all pass,
Yes.
from all pass.
Yes,
It's up to
and
400. Okay.
everything is awaiting payment.
Okay, good. All right, Commissioner, thank you. I stand in support of you and the Bureau 100% too. So again, keep doing what you're doing and improve what we have to improve. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you.
So of the 4.9, what are we paying Core Civic per year now? 4.9?
Core Civic, we pay, last year we paid 3.5.
How much for medical?
Contract
It's
to
about 4.
4, yes.
Okay, about
4.9.
4 for housing, and how much for medical?
Medical and everything.
Medical and housing came to 4 million? That's a drastic reduction. I remember when medical was $4 million alone. So give me those numbers.
Okay, hold on, no.
I don't know.
Senator, let me say that the Core Civic contract includes, of the 4.9, that includes routine medical service, extra medical care.
I'm not talking about the routine. I'm talking, we had some outstanding balances at one point for Core Civic for medical. I know that if somebody's hospitalized,
Correct.
et cetera, they give us a different bill. I'm trying to find out what is the cost. That is why we, in the last budget, that is why we allocated some $16 million because Core Civic, medical, and health was coming, health and housing was coming to like $8-9 million. So what is that overall cost now?
Core Civic is 4.9 per year,
Okay.
and that's including housing and
Including routine medical?
Yes.
What is the next medical bill that they give you?
what is the, sorry?
You said routine medical. If somebody has a surgery, they broke a leg, they charge us. What does that cost?
On a monthly,
The medical he's asking about.
house them on a mental.
Okay, let me switch on that. Give me your actuals.
Medical is about 35,000 a month.
35,000 a month?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me your actuals.
Okay.
Personnel services as of August. You had the cumulative figure of 24 million. But I'm trying to break it down now. Personnel actuals.
Go ahead.
Actual for personnel services is 13.9 million.
13.9 as of?
As of August. So that was, I think, about the 9th or something.
Okay,
when
and
we run
that
the number.
includes overtime.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
No, overtime is separate. Sorry, I apologize. Overtime is separate. It doesn't include that figure. We have a separate figure for overtime.
No, overtime is included in the figure.
Which one?
13 million?
No, 13 million. Okay. 4 million.
What's your overtime figure for this year? Just actual.
Year to date is 4,819,461.
Overtime?
That's overtime. Yes, sir.
4,819,000.
461. That's correct.
For what?
So 4,819,461.
And you're saying that is not included in the 13.9?
That is included in the
Right.
14.
That
I
is
just, I
included.
just separated it.
Yeah,
just
that's
so-
correct.
It's
That
included.
was my
included.
error.
It is included.
Don't
Yes.
Don't talk together yet. Unless you guys are going to sing.
Yes,
don't
it
talk.
is.
Okay.
It is my error.
13.9 includes overtime.
Right.
So in actuality, it's based on the number of employees they have.
Yes.
In actuality, they really have that's about 9 million for regular personnel plus the 4.8. So give me the fringe.
Fringe is 4.3. So 4,376,683.
Okay, and right there you can see that it is the 9 million is correct because fringe is like 46% of your overall personnel services. And I answer those numbers because while they look like a cut, it's not a cut. Because in actuality, you weren't using those monies. In actuality, we budgeted a lot of positions that didn't come online.
Right.
So your actual cost is a lot less than what the appropriation was. So your actual cost for personnel, with it being 9 million in the 10th month, you're spending less than $1 million a month. So that is like, you're gonna spend like $11 million. So when we appropriate 14 million, it's really a $3 million increase from what they were using this year. So, and for corrections, you guys are horrible at signs. You're horrible at signs.
You said what?
It's a joke.
It's a joke. Okay.
It's a joke I'll share with the Senate President shortly. You're horrible at hiding something. Senator. Senator Saru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So going back to your overtime, you're pulling your overtime, that 4.8 million, you're pulling that from your funded vacancies as a funding source?
Yes. Yes. Kathy Monroe, yes.
So you could sustain yourself with a budget cut?
Yes, we will work
Yes.
within the constraints of what we have. And any additional funding we need, we will again supplement it with grants, and we will then therefore, if we need additional money, we will therefore plead to the Office of Management and Budget and the Governor's Office.
So what was your overtime last year?
Overtime last year is 3,863,779.
770?
779.
Oh, 779. So why the increase this year? You lost more staff?
This year with the pandemic, the 12-hour shift, I mean, last year as well, but.
So did you receive any CARES funding to supplement?
Any CARES funding? We didn't.
Repeat your question. Repeat your question.
So your overtime this year was 4.8 million. Last year was less. And last year we were in a pandemic as well. So what caused the bump?
Okay, and to answer your question, as far as any any funding. We're actually in the process right now with Ernst & Young. Going
To do a
where they auditing, given that we have to provide the documents, to
what
be
are they
able to get
auditing your
to be
COVID
able to
fund?
get the overtime.
To be reimbursed for the overtime that we spent during the pandemic. So
Mr.
that would
Chair.
include, FEMA.
Okay, so what are you looking to be reimbursed? The full four?
We're asking for everything. Whether they'll give it to us, that's a different thing, but yeah.
So, based on the pandemic and FEMA, you are eligible for full reimbursement of the overtime cost.
Yes.
That's our position, yes.
And what, would you get that decision?
We don't know.
How long have you made that appeal? Not appeal, but a request.
What do we do?
That's going on since April.
Yeah, I would say since about April, we've been working with Ernst & Young to
get reimbursed.
But
So you're gonna get
our paperwork
reimbursed?
has been into FEMA.
So you're going to get reimbursed for the full 4.8 and the 3.9 from last year?
I can't make any guarantees about
I mean, well,
FEMA,
that's
but
what
that's
you
we're
requested,
requesting,
the
yeah.
both fiscal years?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's talk about this poor consent decree. How much money? You said $2 million a year, right?
For
$1
the-
million a year.
Yes.
So for the last 10 years, you spent from the inception. How much have you spent on a consent decree from inception?
For the past 36 years?
No. Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to get back with you.
It's a research project, Senator. We have
So if it's $1 million a year,
No.
because it's 36 million?
No. I think you're mixing it too when you said $1 million a year.
So in the last 10 years?
No, the $1 million, I think we're mixing it too. When the question was asked in reference to the law firm in which we hired.
No, so I get in there.
Okay.
So right now, how much has been spent from your budget for the consent decree each fiscal year?
Okay, I'll have to total it up and give it to you.
Through the chair, I'd like to have that information. So tell me about the monitors. How much are you paying the monitors per fiscal year?
Real Faulkner. So on St. Croix, we're paying the monitors $300,000 fiscal
Per year?
Per year, yes. On St. Thomas, we don't have monitors, we have experts.
2 minutes.
And their general fee is $100,000 each expert. And we have about 2 of them historically, but that may increase to 3 or 4.
So in the last 10 years, roughly, you've been paying roughly $300K per year.
On St. Croix and another, add times 2 on St. Thomas. So
So-
say $600,000 per year.
$600K per year.
Yeah.
Okay. And your funding source is a general fund?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. Now, how many legal teams do you have?
We just have one legal team currently.
Okay. What is the cost of that legal team?
It's $1 million a year. We just went into contract.
Okay, so $1 million a year plus $600,000 for the monitors, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, so the most recent monitor contract is at $600K. Experts. I say
$300,000 for the monitors on
One
St. Croix,
agency have
right, and-
exports.
right.
You have
Exactly.
okay. You have exports, education, and monitors.
No, the Bureau of Correction, we have both. It's 2 different consent decree. We have monitors and experts.
Tell me that total cost.
$700,000 is budget that we have paid to date.
To
Every
who?
year, annual. The experts,
is how much? $700K.
no, $400,000 is in the budget for the expert. That's in the St. Thomas case. $300,000 for the monitors in the St. Croix case.
And then $1 million legal team for you.
Exactly. That we just went into contract a couple months ago. April.
And what was the cost before for the previous legal team? Is it the same legal
This
team?
is the first time that the territory has engaged in a legal expertise.
But you've never had a legal team
We've never had
before.
a legal team with
That's why we
expertise.
keep getting plummeted in the courts?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. As a body, we really don't talk about consent decrees. And I look at consent, I know that the Bureau of Corrections has its issues, but we don't look at third parties and consent decrees as an issue. And it is a level of, the chair hates when I use this word, colonialism. Because in black and brown communities, you find a lot of consent decrees and
Time.
third parties, and there's little to no improvement, and what is supposed to be a temporary situation turns into areas being under a consent decree third party for 30, 40 years, and that is at the expense of that local jurisdiction. At some point as a body, we are going to have to really talk about this consent decree third party business, because it really, the territory really is not benefiting from it. So if I have key, then I really have a problem with this consent decree and the budget and the cost of it to the people. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Sorrow. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the good senator is spot on. Are the monitors and experts court appointed?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's what's happening. This is a whole scheme that we're in the middle of. It's the truth. It's our reality. So the senator is absolutely correct that we could do the 99th to the 100. We will never get out of this. As black and brown communities, this is what they do. It's our reality. So when we beat up each other on these issues, we don't realize what we're doing. We're supporting the national agenda. That's what we're doing. So I'm happy that you asked the question, Senator. Now let me ask you, what is the cost per inmate? I suspect that there's a different cost for off-island and on-island. And you can look for the information. I'll continue.
Okay, Senator. Kathy Monroe. For off-island, I have a grand, well...
Per inmate.
For off-island per inmate, we have Virginia Department of Corrections, several different ones, and they range, well, let's say $581 for core civic, $146.
Wait, $581,000?
No, $581.11 per day.
Wait.
Let me clarify that.
Let's get his hair right, buddy.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we could afford that.
No. Okay. Wait, I'm giving you a total of all the, I could go through each facility. So let's say,
per inmate conversation though.
So
regardless of who's charging what,
Yeah.
we should have an aggregate amount.
We do.
Right.
We do.
Madam President, what we have is inmates in various correctional
Understood.
institutions in the state. So, for example, we have 4 correctional institutions that we use in Virginia. In one, we have only one inmate, and his daily rate is $274 a day. In Keene Mountain, for example, we're paying $102 per day.
Okay, so give me a range because my time is running.
So-
So 274, and what's the highest rate?
Highest is 274, lowest is 102. That's for Virginia. For core civic, it's about $75 a day. That's the highest rate. The lowest is 71. And then, of course, the biggest one is Correct Care Recovery Solutions. That's mental health forensic hospital. That is $570 a day.
How many people are in that?
There's only one that's on the Bureau's budget for that.
And on the local level, do we have a cost per inmate? Based on all your expenses, after you shave off what you have, what you pay out on this level. If you don't have it, that's fine. I'll just ask through the chair that you send it back. But the cost per inmate must be something that you continue to look at on the local level as well. Now, I want to go back to your personnel services because I am a bit unclear. So your appropriation levels for fiscal year 2022 was 19.4 million, and your recommendations for FY23 is 14.4. So based on the salary increases that you that was just issued, you can live within that $5 million reduction.
Well, we're going to have to live within it, but I want to clarify something.
Wait, no, don't clarify.
Okay.
It's either you could live. The issue here is because I think the question was asked of, I think, Dr. Calwood. The question was asked about your vacancies. So we got to weigh this. We either going to be able to fill our vacancies or we're going to have to live within this. Which one is it? Because if you had salary increases...
2 minutes.
These salary increases came after the budget or before the budget?
It came before the budget.
So they're included in this number?
Yes.
So how many vacancies you have?
90, go ahead.
Total, it'll be 98.
You have 98 vacancies.
But we have some of those that was already
Sorry.
filled.
So you have, okay, so it's a bit 92, 98.
So it's about 83 when you look at 80
so you
something
filled some
that
since the budget, I
right. So we have
understand.
about 80 something
But
that's
I'm just trying
vacant.
to be clear. Can you take a 25.38 reduction when you have overtime? Is your overtime budgeted in this number?
Yes.
It is.
So y'all are completely fiscally responsible. So if we go on the ERP system today, we're not going to see an overage, an over expenditure in your personnel services category for FY 21 and 22? You sure?
Kathy Monroe, yes, Senate, because like was mentioned previously, the amounts are from the positions, a poll from the positions that are not filled.
Right, so that's what I'm saying, but we represented that we will be able to fill all of the positions. So that's why I asked, can you live within the 4.9? I'm going to ask that y'all go back and look
No,
at your
I
numbers.
understand what you
Go back and look at your numbers, because I don't believe that you are able to do this if you are going to try to fill your positions in earnest. Okay, let's talk about your equipment. I have a note here on equipment, but I can't remember what I meant by it. I know what it is, but I can't remember. Okay, let's talk about your... How many inmates do you have that's sentenced and awaiting their cases? And tell sentenced inmates and those that are on the jail side.
Okay. Currently at CJC, we have 11 inmates that are sentenced. We have 82 detainees.
Detainees, that's the word I'm looking for.
That's in St.
And how long, on average, how long have those detainees been sitting in the bureau? It's been a
Time.
long time in a lot of instances.
An average about 2 years. Some even longer.
What's the longest you got?
Well, according to our figures, we have one person who is still awaiting trial on a charge, has been in our custody for 8 years in St. Croix. And the problem is things slowed down during the COVID pandemic. And just last month, we had an inmate a detainee, who was in our custody for 4 years before he got a plea deal, and then his sentence was 5 years. So which meant 1 week after his sentence, he was eligible to be released.
Thank you. And my
Yeah.
time has been called, but I asked that question for a reason. Because we sit here as Virgin Islanders and we talk about black and black community. But right within this Virgin Islands, we are committing, you know what, to our very, very own people. Because we are empowered to do it. It's wrong. So I'm hoping that all those that are responsible, the Department of Justice and the court system, will address this issue. It needs to stop. We are no different from what's happening in the States when we talk about you know what. Okay? So we need to deal with this. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. You gave the one institution numbers. Give the next one. You said 11 and 90.
It's
11 and 82.
Oh, I'm
That's
sorry.
St. Thomas, right? Give me St. Croix.
In St. Croix, I have a total of 144. As of today, out of that 144, 54 are sentenced, and 52 are sentenced and 92 are awaiting trial, detainees.
Okay. And when, I don't think you even needed to make an excuse with COVID, because it's not you guys, it's not corrections. But COVID occurred, what, 2020?
March 2020.
You've been in jail 6 years already, before COVID. So COVID definitely isn't the reason why that individual is in jail. And from what I have gathered, the AG office is nowhere close to bring in a case to trial because of only God knows why. Senator Kenny Gittins, you recognize. Senator Gittins?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. And I want to thank the President for those questions. She asked several questions that I wanted to ask. I sit on the Judicial Council as well, and I know I brought up the fact that there are inmates, not inmates rather, detainees who have been incarcerated for more than 5 years, sitting waiting for trial, and I was contested. So here it is, we got today that there's at least one sitting there for 8 years. This is just totally ridiculous. Come back to the numbers again here, because now we're in the beginning of the testimony. I'm looking at it. I started looking at the numbers because I heard the testimony stating that there's some 80 inmates enrolled in the educational programs, and I wanted to know where that 80 came from. And in the testimony, you have that you have some, oh boy, where did it go? 246 inmates locally. And the breakdown was 106 at CJC and 140 at Johnny Bell. I wanted to know, how is there 106 inmates at CJC, which is a criminal justice complex, when that is supposed to be a detention center? Was that an error?
No. That is not an error, sir.
So you said you have 246 inmates locally. So your inmates aren't those sentenced individuals?
That is correct.
And you have 106 inmates at CJC?
So the head count that we gave you, that's for today, 106. Now, when I say inmates, I utilize that word just as they do nationally, interchangeably. But it's inmates and detainees. It's a total of 186 offenders, inmates at the facility. Then the warden gave the breakdown of those individuals.
Director, when you talk in this lingo with me, I understand fully, and I know the difference between an inmate and a detainee. So that's why I'm asking, because you stated that you have 246 inmates locally, of which 106 are at CJC. What is CJC's capacity for detainees?
So the capacity at CJC currently is 97. However, there's been an uptick in crime, and they've been arresting individuals, and that facility is where we house our detainees here in St. Thomas and St. Croix.
So again, we're talking about detainees versus inmates. I don't think you have 106 detainees there. Do we?
Okay, the total number, 104, we have 82 detainees. Out of that 104 is 82 detainees. Go ahead.
And then you said 11 sentenced, which is only 93.
It's a Hector Rivera warden at the CJC. So our correct numbers, well, we have, there's a total of 104. The sentenced inmates, we have 11 males and 2 females. Detainees, we have 82 male detainees and 4 female detainees.
I don't know the gender. Just tell me the numbers. I don't need the gender.
Okay, so ICE, we're holding 1 for ICE, and U.S. Marshals, we're holding 4. That gives us a total of 98 and 6. That'll bring a total of 104.
Do you have a roster with these 80 students enrolled in the vocational and educational programs?
Peter Abrams, Programs and Grants.
Peter Abrams Programs and Grants. Yes, we do. We have about 40 in St. Thomas and 40 on St. Croix. What we've done with our program is that if you've been...
So, don't go too far. I just asked, do you have a roster? That was the question.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask through the chair that we get a copy of that roster, please. So the other question was already answered with regards to the law firm being paid some $1 million per year for a 2-year contract. So that's $2 million. What years are we talking about? Is this contract effective?
It became effective April of 2022. It just became effective.
So this contract is 2022 to 2024?
That's affirmative.
And who is the law firm?
Maynard Cooper Gale.
Say that again?
Maynard Cooper and Gale.
Maynard Cooper and who?
Gale.
Gale. Now, is this a local law firm?
No, sir.
Why did we have to go outside and get a local law firm? Don't you have what happened to your legal counsel who is obviously not present today?
The legal counsel, the territory does not have anyone that specializes in correctional litigation. That is the reason why we went outside of what we have here. And in order for us to try to find avenues in order to bring an end to the consent decree, we went outside of what we have for the expertise. This particular firm has the track record of assisting governmental agencies in coming out of these consent decree. Online currently, we have Mr. Matt Reeve. He is representing Mail Cooper Gale. If you need additional
hopefully
information.
in 2 years, get out of this then.
Well, sir, that is the goal. That is the goal for the territory. They have never employed a team specializing in correctional litigation.
Is there a reason why the HR person is not there either?
The HR person is here. It's just that all of us not sitting to the table.
Senator, time has been called. The timekeeper had to leave to get back to St. Croix, so if you can wrap up.
Can I just do this quickly? I just wanted the most recent monitor contract as well, and to know the status of this equine program that they spoke of that's supposedly supposed to start in September. What's the contract, or how much is this equine program supervisor making?
She's making 45, Peter Abrams. I think she's 50,000, something like that. Peter?
Yeah, I don't have the
It's
number.
it's 50,000,
50,000,
Senator.
Thank you. I think they should make you the HR person, because we can't even speak with the HR person. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Gittins. Colleagues, we have exhausted question. I don't know if anybody else has a particular question, a burning question. If not, one going twice. Senator.
Senator Dick Troy.
Who said they have a question? Senator.
I have questions.
Oh.
S.
Okay, Senator Javan James. What I'm going to do is I will allow everyone just 2 questions, okay? Because try and keep it just going back over to St. Croix. So 2 questions beginning with Senator Blyden, and Senator Donna Fred Gregory is going to conclude this meeting for me.
Senator Bailey, haven't went as yet.
Oh, you didn't? I just realized that. Okay. Senator James, go ahead. So Senator James.
The young man right there.
5 minutes. Let's go. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Unfortunately, you know the situation with Seabourn, so I had to jump over and fly back over, so I just came straight off of Seabourn. As far as the budget, I see where you have $50,000 for the online GED vocational training. And if I ask any questions that you have already answered, I apologize. I was commuting. As far as how many inmates are taking advantage of this program, can you place that on the record?
Right, Peter Abraham's programs and grants. Right now, the GD program is on summer break. We're getting ready to start up again. And normally what happens is that we go around and we advertise that we're starting up the program, and we get inmates to subscribe to, to sign up for it. But right now, it's on they're still on their summer break.
Okay, so so before the summer break, can you tell me how many individuals were taking advantage of this program?
Definitely, there were 2 people on St. Croix, and I believe there were 2 people on St. Thomas.
Thank you for placing that on the record. My line of questioning is going to focus on mostly rehabilitation. When it comes to the mechanic programs, the carpentry programs, or what have you, where in this budget have you factored in the cost to make sure that we engage our inmates in something meaningful as far as rehabilitation, so when they exit into the real world, they have something hands-on that they can utilize? Where in the budget? And when you find that for me, can you just tell me the cost?
Go ahead, Peter.
That the information was placed in the testimony. However, what I'm going to say is that a lot of the stuff that we've done is that we've written grants for those programs. There are employees at the Bureau of Corrections that facilitate the vocational, so that their salaries are part of providing the service. Under the supply section of the budget is where we get the resources. For example, in the carpentry program, the construction superintendent teaches that particular class. He's an employee of the Bureau of Corrections. We go and we buy the materials and supplies, so when they build cabinets, when they do work, he's training them, he's teaching them. In the automotive area, we have the officer over in that area, which is an employee. The inmates conduct the service. We buy the parts and supplies, from that standpoint. So a lot of the budget for those programs come out of the supply line. Did that answer your question?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I just want to make sure that we focus on the rehabilitation of our inmates. I know you can't force individuals to come forward, but I just want to make sure that we are placing a strong focus on that. And I see in the FY 2023 budget for capital projects, you have a recommendation for $700,000. And like I said, I apologize if you said this before. Can you just let me know exactly a breakdown of what you plan to do with those capital projects?
Yeah, the programs area, as you can see, that we do a lot of the horticulture, the agriculture, a lot of those different type of things within the Bureau. And that capital projects money is to buy equipment. For example, we're in desperate need of a new tractor. We're in desperate need of lawnmowers. We're in desperate need of equipment. And there are large equipment that we need to procure in order to continue on with the program.
Thank you for placing that on the record, but I really wanted, I guess I would request that through the chair, as far as capital projects, if the Bureau of Correction can submit to this committee the breakdown of how they plan to spend the $700,000. Because what I was actually looking forward to hearing is, I know we had an issue with our infrastructure at BOC in the District of St. Croix. As far as correcting those infrastructure issues and breaches, have we factored into the budget the cost to make improvements to enhance our security?
Peter Abraham's programs and grants. When you speak to St. Croix, and when it comes to capital projects in the sense of repairing the facility or doing, we have to be very careful because we're currently working with FEMA to through the FEMA funding process, trying to get monies. And anytime you make a repair, a permanent repair, that's an item to deduct off the list. So right now, go ahead.
So let me hear this, right? Let me tell you this, right? I'm gonna mention the BV. Go ahead. Somebody was saying something. I just want to make reference of the other islands. They bounce back quickly from the hurricanes. This thing about waiting for FEMA for simple things, I understand we want to save our money, but we're actually hurting our people in the process. All the other islands bounced back. They did what they had to do. They did what they had to do with local funds. I'm not saying that we can't wait on FEMA, but it's far too long. That's over 5 years just to fix simple issues. I'm not sure if my time was called, but Mr. Chair, it's getting really frustrating as we speak about the different issues at the Bureau of Correction. I can understand the major projects that cost the millions of dollars, but the simple things, we as a local government should have pride and ask the legislature, if need be, to fix the low-hanging fruits to improve the overall safety and quality of life for those living those inmates living in there and for our law enforcement officers.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. I really have much to say. I just want to focus on the overall infrastructure and rehabilitation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Testamark, could I say something?
Sure. Thank you, Senator James. Your time
Senator
has been
James,
called.
please know that whatever temporary repairs that were needed to be made were made to ensure the safety and security of the inmates that's entrusted in our care and our staff. So I want to be very, very clear. Although we're still going through the process with FEMA, temporary repairs were made to ensure that the facility is safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very quickly, you spoke about the Alva Iswan Correctional Annex. And what's the status of this? They awarded $14.2 million, but I don't see where you indicated when you intend to start or whether this is out for bid or anything. What's the status?
Peter Abrams will elaborate when it comes to that process.
Okay, Peter Abrams, Programs and Grants. With respect to the Alva Swan, there has been a lot of work that has been done on that project thus far. There's a lot of requirements that are needed to before you can even begin an RFP process. For example, we are now conducting the NEPA study that is required by FEMA. We've gone through the process of putting the design documents together, and we're taking them to 100% completion. We have to work on doing the hazardous mitigation assessment, determining if there's any asbestos or lead in the facility. That's a study that has to be done. Then we have to develop the RFP, which we're getting the scope of work done for the actual demolition of the site. And then we're working with O'Brien to put together an RFP document for the construction of the new facility. So we have done a lot of upfront stuff that is, and with that upfront information is going to lead to the development of the RFP document.
Sounds like we are still, what, about 2 years out?
Well, we've been pushing to get this thing done as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sounds like we're still not very close to at least starting the project. Colleagues, the chair indicated that he's going to allow a burning question. He had to go back to St. Croix. So we're going to start with Senator Blyden. We don't have a timekeeper, so we're going to go to each senator is allowed one burning question. So we're going to start with Senator Marvin Blyden.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to use my time and ask the young man, the gentleman who's working on behalf of the Bureau in respect to the consent decree. I would like to hear the track record and what he plans, what's his vision in terms of assuring that we get out of this consent decree. Please, thank you so much.
Thank you. Attorney Matt Reeves.
Yeah, this is Matt Reeves with Maynard, Cooper, and Gale. Thank you, Senator, for the question. My colleague, Bill Lunsford, and I have developed a correctional litigation practice over the past 20 plus years where we've represented a variety of different jurisdictions when it comes to litigation, systemic litigation against those systems. And when we come into any situation where there's an existing order, settlement agreement, or decree, we are always evaluating how we can help move from whatever stage of compliance that jurisdiction finds itself in to being able to self-police and self-monitor the issues that face that correctional department. So we typically help review and revise policies and procedures. We help develop strategies with industry experts on how to achieve compliance if that's what's needed, or evaluate ways to modify the consent decree to help us get to a point of termination. And all the while, we're, of course, advocating on behalf of the Territory or Bureau of Corrections in court. We've been involved with a variety of orders and consent decrees in Alabama, Missouri, Idaho. We are currently working in the state of Maryland, the state of Mississippi, the state of Georgia on a variety of different matters. And so we see both in large systems, we're looking at, when you look at a system like Georgia that houses over 40,000 inmates, or a smaller system like a local jail that may house a few hundred, the issues are still the same. And the promising thing, we were there in St. Croix this past week and able to interact with both the executive team and others. And I left my site visit there at John A. Bell enthusiastic and believing that we are going to be able to get out from under that consent decree, but it's going to take work. And I think the administrative, correctional, medical, and mental health staff in St. Thomas and St. Croix both are going to be the keys to getting the Territory out of the settlement agreement in St. Croix and the consent decree in St. Thomas.
Thank you for your response. I look forward to seeing that happening within my lifetime. Senator James, do you have a burning question?
Yes.
Thank
you, Madam Chair. Yes, I saw here where you have $3 million for the Commonwealth of Virginia for off-islands housing of VA prisoners, and an additional $4.9 million for offline housing of VA prisoners for core civic. And I see that it is expiring December 2021 for core civic. Do you expect to have a renewal when it comes to core civic?
Yes, that contract is in its final stage and is currently being executed.
And lastly, with that contract that's supposed to be renewed, specifically for core civic, how many Virgin Islanders are being housed off island specifically for core civic for $4.9 million?
Totally, we have a total of 118 inmates there for core civic.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Let me get this listing up. Sorry. What was that number? Or did you hear the response, Senator James?
Just closing by saying thank you, Madam Chair, and I was just hoping and praying that as far as housing of off-island Virgin Islanders, that we're making sure that, of course, we're not babying them, but making sure that if they have any questions or concerns, that there's a liaison between the Virgin Islands government and the states to make sure that they're being taken care of with any issues or emergencies. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Jim. Is there a liaison to the senator's point?
Yes, ma'am. Any issues or concerns, they contact us. And any medical issues or concerns, Dr. Calwood is contacted directly, and she works with the medical team, and there's a liaison here.
Thank you. Senator Carrion, do you have a burning question?
Yes, just with regards to the overtime, what's the total amount and what plan does the Bureau have in order to reduce that amount?
Currently, the overtime is $4.3 million. We're currently looking at other ways to help supplement our staffing. We came up with the correctional tech position, which those individuals will be able to go into the facilities and do the jobs that's non-security. That will help supplement our correctional officers. It's a new position that the territory has adopted. We're excited about that. They just had the interviews this week, and we're really excited about that because, again, that's just another tool to assist in help with our staffing in the facilities.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Does that satisfy your question?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Senator Johnson, burning question?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, my question is very simple. Well, yes, I want to just say something out to the Bureau. I definitely hope that my geriatric bill will be able to help them with those ill prisoners on the mainland once that come forward. And my question is, in the report, they spoke about MOU with Department of Public Work. I would like to know how many prisoners are actively working with that MOU at this time.
The MOU was recently executed, and we are in process of identifying those individuals who will be going out to do roadside assistance and cleanup. But however, since we have lifted the restriction with the pandemic, we have had inmates go out to property and procurement, WTJX, Government House, and the different areas to assist in cleaning up, painting, help moving furniture, and so on and so forth.
Thank you. To that question, do you have sufficient officers to support them going out into the community to work?
Yes, currently in St. Croix we have Officer Cecile Joseph, and in St. Thomas we have Officer Lava Van Beaver-Holt, who have been doing a terrific job in managing those different details.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff, you have a burning question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot of states in regards to COVID leave. An employee gets COVID, I think they're given 2 weeks or a week.
80 hours.
80 hours. And then if they get COVID again during the course, they're not given that time.
I know it's a one-time.
Did that 80 hours come out of COVID monies for their leave or their annual leave?
No, there are two different COVID leaves. In 2020, the federal government enacted the Family First Coronavirus Act. That expired in December 2020.
Okay.
This legislature enacted Act 8327, which was in August of 2020. That provides for up to 80 total hours of COVID leave under Virgin Islands law. So if you get COVID twice, for example, and the first time you use 40 hours, and the second time you use another 40 hours, you're covered under the Act 8327 language. But if you get it a third time, you have to dip into your personal
And that money was budgeted as a part of it, or it comes off of your annual leave or your sick leave?
It's coming off of administrative leave.
Administrative
It's a
leave.
Correct.
special fund, 80 hours.
Okay, I got that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So it comes out of the department's budget just as usual, how leave is used. That's how it will work. So it's a cost to the government.
agency. Yeah, the government.
Senator Sarah, burning question?
Yes. What is your discussion on the Judicial Council? You sit on the Judicial Council, right?
Yeah.
I can't see you. Hold on. and and the council. So what? As long as I am livid with the judicial branch. The fact that they had no cases for the last fiscal year and they're giving some cockamamie story as to why, while the rest of the world is still turning. What is your discussion within the Judicial Council that the Department of Justice and the court must move cases to reduce the amount of detainees that you have? Because if that continues, it don't matter how much millions you pay, poor Mr. Are you? What's the guy? The law firm.
Mr. Reeves.
The law firm, right?
Yes.
No matter how much money you give Mr. Reeves, you will never leave the consent decree. Because this is like a domino theory, like it's like government. All three branches must work in tandem for government to function.
Mm-hmm.
So if you aren't if justice isn't working with the court and the court isn't working with you, and you have all these detainees, more detainees than inmates, because I think the law or the consent decree requires that you have to have a certain amount of corrections officers per inmate. And with us, we have a detainee in prison for 3 years now, right? That's the longest serving detainee? 8. Okay, now, last budget season, you had one for 13 years. Is he still there? Because if you told me that number 13 last year, so it would be 14 now.
Yeah.
Right, but I think he's
gone?
I think he's released. Yeah.
Yeah.
Either he was sentenced or
he did. Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay, so that's a question. So what's your discussion with, because you all except the judicial branch, justice is in the same branch with you.
Yes.
VIPD, same branch.
Yes.
What's your discussion in cabinet meetings?
Well, we discussed ways in which we could have pretrial diversionary programs. That's something that we're trying to look into. The ankle bracelet for the nonviolent offenders.
And what's the outcome of that? Madam Chair?
We're currently working on an MOU to procure some ankle bracelet. The challenge is, out of our population, only 25 would qualify under that nonviolent. Our population is a high percentage of it that's charged with murder and rape, which is violent charges. So they wouldn't qualify for some of those pretrial diversionary programs that we're trying to enlist in the territory.
We really need to move those cases, Madam Chair, because the consent decree will never end. That amount, I'm really stressed about that consent decree amount.
Mm-hmm.
That's absurd. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator. And of course, this discussion is not a new one. The judicial branch was before us a couple of weeks ago, and it's the same conversation. And there are a number of challenges with justice being ready, what's happening on the judicial side, but it's just not good. It's not good. I mean, I don't know how we feel as Virgin Islanders in a small population like this, that we have our very own people, like I said earlier, suffering at this level. If they're guilty, deal with it. If they're innocent, let them out. This has to stop. It's not okay. So when we walk around and talk about Black Lives Matter, it don't only matter for what's happening on the national level, it matters for what's happening here too. It's just a sad situation. It's very sad. It's hypocritical, actually. I don't really want to get into it because it's not something that I'm very warm and fuzzy about. It just makes me feel really, really bad that we are okay with this. And the people that serve on our judicial branch and in the Attorney General's office, they're Virgin Islanders. I don't understand it. Senator Gittins, do you have a burning question? I'm not sure if the senator is still there. Yeah, okay, Senator Gittins is not there. So we're going to close. I want to thank of course, the chair had to leave. He had to go back to St. Croix, and we have flight challenges here in the Virgin Islands. But I want to thank you for your extensive testimony, and based on what you presented today, we've seen significant improvement with the work that you've been doing with your team at the Bureau of Corrections. We all know that in order to make progress, it takes time, it takes diligence, and it takes moxie. And if you don't have moxie in the position that you're in, we ain't gonna make any strides. So we can't continue the status quo. We're not going to please everybody. but we need to also ensure that we are working on improving the morale in any organization. So I'm hoping that the morale at the Bureau of Corrections is improving as you guys continue to do your work. It's not going to be easy because, you know, some of us are accustomed to the status quo, but I hope that you and your team continue to press forward. This is not an easy task. This conversation around the Bureau of Corrections has been a conversation, it seems like, for as long as I know myself. But we're going to give it the 30-something years that we've been under the consent decree. So I want to continue to wish you all well, and I'm going to allow you to give a closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the members of the Finance Committee, again, I say, none of what we do would be possible without the engaged and motivated staff in the following division of the Bureau: Security, Fiscal, Administration, Human Resources, Management Information Systems, Public Relations, Compliance, Maintenance, Medical, Dental, and Mental Health, Programs, and Support Services. Protecting the public by managing offenders in safe environments is not just the common goal during each shift or through daily efforts, but the promise of commitment made by our staff. We are noteworthy public servants. Each one of our staff members serve as a crucial pillar in our criminal justice. Again, I say thank you.
Thank you for your time and effort today. The Committee on Finance is hereby adjourned.